Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Roaring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I decided to come a little bit earlier today because I was just already sitting here and I'm like, oh, just crack on because I'm excited for court today. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Maria. Hi, Denise. Hello, Zizi as well. Hi. Well, Garden Bot was technically me. I was testing something this morning and obviously it wasn't working. But yeah. But yeah, so today it's a very rainy day as well here in the UK. It hasn't been raining all morning. Hey, sorry, I'm behind you guys to where you're on the screen, but hello, I'm here. Hello. It's also a kind of in the morning wasn't raining, but now it is, and Garden Pot is home from work because it's raining. It can't work, so yay! I'm happy you should be joining us soon in chat. Good morning, my friend. I think it's raining almost worldwide today, but I'm ready for court. I have been ready for court because after yesterday, I think today we're gonna have the informant that we have been so waiting for on this because this informant needs to come out now. Prosecution only has 7 more witnesses to go, so we are hopefully finishing the prosecution today. Oh, it's not raining in Idaho. Well, I think we're all gonna go to Idaho today and be with Denise because it's not raining there. Um, yeah. Oh, we got the inform today right off the bat. Yes, we need that. I need that. I have want that. It is gonna be good. I'm sure the fence is gonna go wild with this witness. They are gonna go very very wild with him. So we are gonna be there for it. We're gonna be listening to every single little bit. But now I was confused. The judge and I shouldn't have gone through and hear it again, but the judge did say 8:30 in the morning, didn't she? I think so. Also, I need to see if the notification went through. No, it didn't. I'll post on the Discord. Sorry, I'm live right now. Because that didn't work, which is not good. Anyway, I'll fix that later. Not a problem. I was just talking about a notification thing that I was setting up on a Discord channel, but yeah, I thought that she said 8:30. Every single one. Oh yeah, better eat before court, better do anything uh before court because it might get a little bit too much information-y. Hey, you made it, William. Good morning, happy Thursday. It is Thursday, one more day to go for the weekend. We can do this. Well, I'm already on my long weekend. Oh, look, I did my nails. Look. I did my nails. So the other day in chat, I asked for 2 colors for my nails, and Case one and Hannah said purple and blue. So I made them purple and blue, and I'm actually love it. I had to use. If you notice, there's a difference in height in 2 of the nails, like that. Those two. Thank you, Zizi. I love doing my nails. I absolutely love it, but I've run out of fake nails. I need to order more. So now I have 2 different heights of nails, but it's absolutely fine. Iowa, good morning, my friend. Hello. How are you doing? A lovely backyard session again this morning. Amazing. I always love to watch the sunrise. So thank you very much for having that. Um So, yes, good morning, Emily. Hi, how are you doing? How is your recovery going? I hope you are having a better day and a better week, and now upwards and onwards. That's what they say. So, I really hope that you are feeling much better as well. It is Friday Eve. Exactly, it is. It is definitely Friday Eve. We can do this. I am hoping that the day is going to be a better day than yesterday. It cannot get worse than that. Uh, I am still angry about that, but I have moved on. Now I can laugh about it. Yesterday I couldn't, but let's not talk about that. So I was just gonna say, because every feed that I'm finding, they don't have that the court is going on a half past. So I'm hoping that someone is actually going to earlier. So yeah, so because they did say that court was gonna start at 8:30 in the morning. um Oh, I think I've seen them all of it, but definitely gonna be rewatching them again. Absolutely. Um. So yeah. Exactly. Don't overdo it. Take it easy, my friend. Take one step at a time, and yeah, because your recovery needs to be good, so you can be fully healed, so you can return to some sense of normality. Um, what else has happened since yesterday? Apart from me. Oh, I did a live today with Zio, a very impromptu live in the morning. We just talked about a few cases that were happening. Of course, I talked about this one for because it has been one a very good one, and funny enough, we did not even talk about Karen Reid. We of course talked about Lois. Oh my days, when Lori Dingbell. I'm sorry, Lois. I don't know if you know if you hear, but if you are, I apologize. Since I've got you guys' attention for a little minute, what would you guys prefer? Do it it was yeah, it was kind of like that. Yeah, Paula. It was like the other morning, but we did a live on YouTube. That we just hang out, we talk about a few cases. But this time we did press the button of going live and we did not just stay in Discord. But we need gonna start doing Discord more often. Um Laurie Dingbell has gone full cray cray. She is. She's was always full cray cray. Now she's even worse. I want to watch that trial. I want to watch the trial. I'm not gonna lie, I do. I am thinking of two possibilities. So we can do some watching during the lunch break of this trial, because we do have an hour and a half of this trial uh on lunch break, so we can try to do a session there on of the Laurie Daybell. And I was thinking, after the trial for the next week, we could try to catch up a bit. What do you guys think? Do you want that, or do you want um just like recaps of the spiciness, aka just what Laurie says and nothing else? um or you want to watch the full thing? We could try to do two trials at the same time. It probably will be crazy. It is going to be wild, but it might be worth it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes, William. She's both of them are cousins or are related. Both of them. Oh, we definitely gonna be finishing this one. This one is our priority. We can do a recap on Laurie. Yes. I want to watch the openings today, because the openings today on Laurie Daybella are gonna be during the lunch break of our trial. We can do the openings, and then from tomorrow I can do a recap of the trial and post it as a video or as a premiere or something. Um Oh no. Yes, time for an energy drink. And you know what? I'm gonna have one too. Garden Bud got me this the other day and I have not drank it, and I'm gonna have it. It's a Red Bull watermelon, the red edition. Look at this. I really like this one. It's one of my favorite. Um One of my favorite Red Bulls is the watermelon. That guy knows me. But I like, we could do a recaps of just her parts of like literally me watching the trial and me just watching that and that posted as a video, or because as a live we could do. I'm trying to think on a go how we could do this in a way that will be easier for everybody, including myself. Um, because after this trial, right, the Maxwell Anderson trial, they are still ongoing. So I could not do a fully recap of that day. I need to probably think a little bit more if we are doing recaps, because we could just do this a video, me posting as a video every day on a recap from Laurie Daybell, obviously highlight the spiciness of that day and then go from there. I think that's the best idea, and the way that is going to save more time. I think that's a good idea. I think that's how we're going to do it. Because yeah, I can have the trial on the background. Oh yeah. So I had an idea. So just had an idea. So I can have the trial ongoing in the background, muted, me talking about what happened in the trial and try to skip to that part and then watch that part and then comment. That could be a good idea. See, my brain is working, and I don't need to write this down because I can just come back to this stream and get my idea back, even though I don't like to hear myself on 1.25, isn't it, Denise? Because my YouTube app, my YouTube Studio app on my phone has been having a problem. When I reply to comments that people leave on videos and stuff, I they go away. I reply, I give them, I like them, I love them, and everything. I reply, and they go away, to the worlds of YouTube. YouTube, for some reason, I'm bringing them back into my page, my front page of YouTube Studio. And the one that keeps coming up is Denise, because she did a very funny comment of me being great on 1.25. And I do not want to listen myself on 1.25 ever. I probably sound like a chipmunk or something. Yes, I'm calling myself a chipmunk. It's fine. I can do it. Um, if it is me, I'm like this. I haven't had a Red Bull yet. Can you imagine when I start? It's gonna be an interesting day. I think with the Red Bull, Denise, I'm gonna be talking on 1.25 at normal speed today. I think that's gonna be dangerous. If you thought, I think I lost the plot today. Yeah, but Quark is perfect speed. And me, I'm great. Oh, you are hilarious. I love it. I love it. That silliness. I absolutely love it. You guys make my day better. Not that I had a bad morning. I had a very chill morning. I did the stream with Zio. I did a couple bits for myself. Did my nails. A little bit of self care, which was awesome. And did not do any responsibilities. Well, I did. I did do the dishes in the morning, so I did that responsibilities. But now I've got nails on, so can't do those things. Now I can. I'll be fine because it's just let the glue dry for a day, and I'll be fine doing those stuff. But because I've got a long list of stuff done. Oh, and tomorrow, I'm gonna go and see Anya tomorrow, so I'm very very excited about that, to see my baby niece again, and yeah. It's gonna be good. And guess where me and Garden Bot are going on Saturday? I give you one hint. There is a song about it, and I think Paula knows. I think Paula is going to be one of the persons that is going to get very fast of where I'm going to go tomorrow on Saturday with Garden Bot. It's a very wonderful place that, yeah, you guys probably know exactly where I'm talking about. So Court is. I'm gonna leave a little bit until someone guesses, because I think everyone is scared to guess right now. Um, so we are just exactly. See, William, the one person you guys got it. Costco, of course. It's that time of the month that we are going to Costco, not the other one. That's definitely Costco time, because there's a couple things. Ah, Paula, you stepped away. Not good. No, I'm joking. Not good. Good morning, the Justice. How are you this morning? Good morning, my friend. How is the weather in lovely Wisconsin? Oh, Stephanie's not here yet. She might be running a little bit late. Um, but yeah. So how is everything over there? How's the weather? It's well over here. It's raining in sunny England. And that car outside of my window is still parked there for almost a week. Sorry, there's a car just like outside of the window and it's been there for like a week. Um so yeah. Oh, you have nice. That is so awesome. You're painting ladybugs. Oh, they are so cute. That is so awesome. Ooh, hot day. Oh no. Don't like that one. Do not send that hot heat over here. Um Definitely do not send that heat. I do not want it. Thank you very much. There we go. That's what the person I was just talking about. Good morning, Stephanie. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? It's Friday Eve. It's week. We have made it almost to the end of the week. Hope you are okay, my friend. I hope you are remaining cool because I've heard that it's very hot. It looks like there's gonna be a hot one over there. Um, but yeah, I was just actually, you guys can see my natural hair because I never show this. You guys are very lucky because I always have my hair in a bun, but I washed my hair today. So this is well, at least a little bit of the mayhem of the craziness of my hair. It gets very hot in the summer, so I need to cut it down. It's getting way too long for my taste. Um, my hair, I don't like that. So we are just waiting on court to start. It should start in a couple minutes because the judge did say that they were gonna come at 8:30 today, so we are just holding on to that. I am gonna just to put the feed on. Where is it? There. And then oh, that is awesome that the air quality is 132. Is that better? I did say, and like, I've never paid attention to that air quality thing, but here in UK we never have any issues. Our number is number 2. We are on 2. So where is it? There. It's on there. Oh, I don't know if you can see it, but it's there. But yeah, we are on number 2, which I think it's good. I don't know, but in Lisbon, oh, they don't have it. Oh, I don't have it on my app. Ugh, it's gonna be so hot in Lisbon. I don't want that to be going there. No, I do not want to go there. Because it's very, very hot. I don't know. And this is like, I don't know, even in London. What is the one in London? I don't know if I can see it in another cities. Can I? Oh yeah, in London. Even in London is 2. Wow. I'm very impressed with that. That's actually good. That is just that low. Oh, oh, honestly, I mm, can I sue someone if I'm not in the US? Because I have unsubscribed from this company to receive any emails, like promotional emails or anything. They send letters, they send emails, they send things. I don't want the product, but they keep emailing me. They keep sending. I'm just like, really? I don't. They sent me a letter the other day. I didn't even open. I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna even opening that letter. Um, so I'm just like, do not send me. I hate getting junk mail and like letters that I don't need and I don't want. But I keep getting them, which never mind. I need to remain calm because I was already furious yesterday, and let's not repeat again. Um, so today, I think we are gonna hear for sure of the informant today. Stephanie, are you excited? Sorry, I'm singling you out. Are you guys excited about the fact that we're gonna hear the informant? It might get a little bit yucky, like I think Zizi said, but it's gonna be good. I'm assuming because I think that's, well, I don't know if it is how the prosecution is gonna finish. That's how I would finish with that witness. I think for me that would be the witnesses, like literally that would finish my case. Um Ooh, that could be something actually, because then the defense cannot go after that. That could be a very good strategy, Stephanie. I would not definitely blame them at all if they would keep him for rebuttal, because then after they could not do anything. They could not, well, they can still cross-examine it, I know, but they could not have any other. Wow, that could be. Oh, ooh, now I never thought of that actually. Ooh, see, told you. They were gonna come earlier. The fit is up. Look at this. Oh, it's like getting, after rebuttal is over, no more defense, right? Yes, exactly. So that's what I was thinking. That state gets last word. Well, they still have the closings, which I know it is not evidence, but they can talk about the evidence that was presented and remind the jury that, and they could do that in their rebuttal closing at the very end. um that doesn't work though if the defense doesn't bring any witnesses. Oh yeah, of course. But they can still put out on the case, the on rebuttal, if the defense by any chance has no case. I do get, I rescue dogs, what you meaning, and I appreciate that, obviously. And good morning, my friend. Hi, by the way. But yeah, but I think this defense are gonna put a case. I think they are gonna have their own experts about DNA that wasn't found on this, maybe a phone analyst or someone about GPS. I'm not saying that they are paying what they're paying for this attorney and they're not putting on a case. I don't believe that. I mean, if you know, even if they don't have a strong case, I'm sure they are gonna try to put some sort of a case. Or even we might even have the surprise of the surprises of Maxwell just being Maxwell testifying. So could be that too. You'll never know. There is craziness happening. So we know he's coming. They have photos in his phone too. They have their own cell expert. They're putting on at least one. Yeah, exactly. So, and I was like, you're not paying what you're paying to Mr. Cotton and the other shorty, what he's paying, and they're not putting on a case. What they are going to do, even a public defender could do what they're doing. So, that's just my opinion, but I understand your side of you. I rescue dogs, absolutely fantastic. No rebuttal if the defense doesn't call witnesses, so you want everything on. Yeah, but they know that beforehand. And I'm sure that the defense has witnesses. Like Stephanie was just saying, they have at least their own cell expert, at least one witness they have. But I absolutely agree with you. They could put just everything on the table. Hey, good morning, Kimbers, Ohio. Hi, good morning, my friend. How are you? And I rescue dogs. Hello, my friend. Good morning. Um, I hope everyone is okay. It's Friday. If court is about to start, well, kind of was supposed to start 4 minutes ago, but he hasn't yet. But I'm sure we're gonna be swiftly on to the trials. So are you watching? That is never way too many trials to be watched, Kimbers. Which other trials? Well, Karen Reed, Laurie Daybell. I think that's the ones going on. Oh, we saw the audience for a minute there, for a second there. Whoops. I think someone pressed the wrong button and it wasn't me for once. But yeah, so yeah, we might watch Laurie Daybell openings on lunch break because we're gonna have the time for it, because our lunch time is exactly when her trial starts, so we might jump on that one for today. But but I'm gonna be doing probably recaps on the Laurie Daybell and watch the most spicy times of the trial of for Laurie, because sadly streaming trial on, like, stream two trials at the same time. I could if I did not sleep, but I like sleeping too much. But yeah, oh yeah. So there was three big trials going on. Karen Reid, Laurie Daybell, and this one, Maxwell Anderson. It's three big trials ongoing. Craziness. It's gonna be crazy. Can you imagine all of them having verdicts at the same time? But I mean, it's not too well, too far fetched for Maxwell, but can you imagine Karen Reid and Laurie Daybell verdicts on the same day? The internet would explode in the LawTube community. Can you imagine two explosive verdicts on the same day? Maxwell, we might get a verdict next week. Now, about Karen Reid, I'm not so sure that if we have a verdict next week, neither Laurie. So there's a possibility. But you don't want to know what the craziest thing is? When Karen Reid started, Laurie was finishing her previous trial and she's going on trial again when Karen Reid is still on trial. I'm sorry, but that is just crazy to think about that those two trials. Oh, it's just too wild to think about it. Oh, actually, Kembas, I've been waiting for to talk to you. I did find some. Well, I searched for that case you were talking about. I do not remember the name, but I do remember that you asked me to research a case, and I did not. The cold case, I think, was a cold case, and he has no hearing set for the time being. I have it on my computer. I do not remember the name, but if you say the name, I'm gonna probably remember. But I do remember that you asked me to check that out, and I did. So there is no new information on it as of yet. But yeah, that's what I was. That's it. See, I knew you were gonna tell me the name when I was there, but Kid Gregory Moore. That is it. That is actually him. So, but I did do my research. I did do my job. I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you. But I'm very glad that you're here, and now I remember. So, see, I have a good memory sometimes. See what happens when I'm rested? I remember things, and I do not forget. That is the key for life. Be rested so you don't forget things. Wow, something must have happened because this judge never really never really late, so it's just crazy. Oh, you're welcome. No, it's okay. I have toned down Nightbot a little bit, but it's absolutely fine. Don't worry, my friend, about the caps. Thank you for apologizing. I really appreciate that, though. But yeah, so um it's just yeah, this sorry, I was distracted. This court never is really late, and I don't know why is they are late. No, it's from Cleveland, Ohio. Yes, sorry, I was gonna say Cleveland, Cleveland, not Ohio, but Cleveland is on Ohio. Yeah, please keep your your um geography correct. Oh no, it's all right. Don't do not worry. It's fine. I appreciate that. Oh, there is a 9 a.m. civil case court date today by Zoom. Sheena faces Max Anderson. Oh. Can you get any dates? Any dates? Any details of the Zoom, Stephanie? We could log in. Well, not on stream probably, but personally, I can log in and just see what happens. Because that would be something that I would be interested. We did do we did cover a civil trial earlier this year. Zachary Zachary Young against CNN. Yeah, actually won against CNN. Did cover that civil trial in the early in the year. You know that time. Oh yeah. See if it is streaming, because if it is streaming, we might pause this one or watch it during the break. I might record it on Garden's computer if they're streaming. So yeah, that is awesome. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for that. You are great. Great researcher. But yeah, so Gregory Morse is from Cleveland, Ohio. He was a defense attorney that got arrested. Um was indicted on Friday for the pokey of and unaliving of Lisa Sharma in 2013. So this is a very cold case indeed, the Gregory Moore one, and it's a case that I've been trying to find more information for our friend Cambus, Ohio. So yeah, that's just some information. So yeah, so it's just still waiting. I mean, it is odd. This Judge Neville, do you think that the juror that was sick the other day is still not there yet, or juror's not there? Someone is sick because we did not hear anything, or the other one that fall asleep. So in terms of the jury, like they have been pretty good, but we've had a sicky juror that needed a 7 up and scared the bejesus out of us the other day on stream because she was sick and literally the way, well, she didn't do on purpose, but the way that she did, we thought that she had done something or something had happened, but no, it was just because she was sick. And then there's another one that keeps falling asleep during the trial, and I think that's going to be in one of the alternates, and I think on the jury instructions they're going to be talking about that, um about that, for sure. I most guarantee that. But yeah, so like, come on, Judge, I did not expect to be talking this much. I thought you said you were going to come at 1:30, and I believed you, and you're not. It's- oh no, absolutely. It's like Gibbs was the one that gave me the idea of looking into this case. So oh, Dan Brunch 34, which is not currently streaming right now or streaming at all. But if you get to the details from Zoom, the Zoom meeting details, you can always log in. So yeah, that would be great. That would be, oh, that's the link. Oh, that could be like very very good, Kimbers. We definitely would cover that trial. um okay, got it. Let me open this, open an external browser, so we'll see. Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you very much, Stephanie. See that, researcher. Oh, it's not currently streaming, but that doesn't mean anything. But they can come in and come back later. So I'm gonna keep this here on my phone, and I keep refreshing because if they do, um, I'll definitely. So if he has a hearing at 9 a.m., how can the court come? The thing starts at not 9. So I think the trial might be late because if yeah, does it not has to be attended to the hearing or anything, or this is the dad of Maxwell, or do they have like the same name, Maxwell Anderson Jr. and Senior and all of that good, the good stuff. So that could be it. I don't know why it keeps pausing. Hey, good morning, Nancy. Hello. Good to see you too, my friend. Hi. Good morning. Welcome in. Uh oh yeah, maybe the civil. Oh, so hang on. Obviously, a criminal attorney cannot be your civil attorney as well, or it has to be different. That is, huh? I thought it could be like, yeah. It's yeah, same Zizi. It's like surprise. Maybe it's just a reschedule one. Now maybe they are gonna ask for continuance on that hearing and just yeah, until this criminal case finishes. Maybe just the status is maybe it's just a status hearing for the case. So yeah.
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24 CF1692, appearances.
Megan Newport and Ian Vance Curzan appear for the state along with Detective Joanne Donner, who's at council table.
Attorney Anthony Cotton with Max Anderson, Jason Finling as well. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So welcome back. Just a couple of reminders. Remember, if you need to stand up, feel free to stand up. Go if in the back row, stand right where you're at. If you want to come to the side, if you're getting little antsy, feel free to do that over here. Remember, no talking in the box. You can't communicate with each other and relative to anything to do with the case until you're in deliberations in the back, the final 12 of you. So no talking in the box as well, okay? We are still on the state's case in chief. The state, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes.
Please do so.
State calls Chloe Wright.
Ma'am, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Chloe Wright.
CHLOEWRIGHT.
Ms. Wright, you can actually pull that microphone towards you instead of leaning into it. Thank you. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you know somebody named Maxwell Anderson?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is at that left side table to me in a blue button down.
I'd ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
How do you know the defendant?
We dated previously.
When did you initially meet?
May of 2021.
Is it fair to say that you met through work?
Yes.
How long were you in a relationship with the defendant?
We started dating the end of 2021, so I'd say December, and then ended things, I'd say March of 2023.
Were you familiar with where he lived?
Yes.
Do you know the address?
3161 South 39th Street.
Had you been to that residence
Yes.
frequently?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the things that you and the defendant would do while you were dating, just in general?
We would hang out at his house a lot, and then we'd go to different restaurants or bars.
Was there any particular place that the defendant shared with you that was unique or special?
He wanted to show me this like secret beach that he described it as, just being like a really private area to hang out.
Was that his word, a secret beach?
Yes.
And when did do you remember when he first took you there?
I want to say that first spring that we were dating, so that would have been spring of 2022.
How many times do you think he took you there?
I'd say between 5 and 10 times.
And can you describe, do you know where it was?
I know like how to get there.
Okay. Do you know if it had a name?
I do now of Warnemount Park, but at the time I did not.
Okay, at the time that you were dating him and he would take you to this beach.
Correct.
Why didn't you know the name of it at the time?
He would always just call it like the beach, and he had mentioned he didn't want me to know the name of it in case we broke up. He didn't want me taking other people there.
Did he describe this place to you before he took you there?
Just briefly about it being like really private. Not a lot of people go there. It's just a little like private beach.
I'd like to get into some more details about the beach a little bit later, but just in general, what did you do when you were there with him?
At the beach, we would generally, he'd bring his dogs, and then we would just hang out, build a fire. Sometimes we brought snacks, sometimes I brought a book.
Going to show you Exhibit 295 and ask you if you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes, this is the beach that we would go to, and then his 2 dogs.
That's a photograph, correct?
Correct.
This is not a photograph that you took.
No.
I'd move in 295 and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
Yes, she didn't take the photo.
If she's identified it, the photo is of what it purports to be. The authentication's in place. I am going to receive it. You may publish.
Are those the defendant's dogs?
Correct.
And that looks like where he took you.
Yes.
At some point, you contacted the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember when?
I want to say it was April of 2024.
Okay, after you were aware of Sade Robinson's disappearance?
Correct.
And was this after the disappearance?
Yes.
And why did you contact the Sheriff's Department?
Well, I contacted them after the disappearance and after the news was released that he was in custody under suspicion of this. And I contacted them just because I knew he was a pretty secretive person with like his house. So he would buy like shelves with false backs or have these like hidden compartments. Like there was one in the bathroom, like under the sink, that he would place a piece of marble in and it would blend so you couldn't really tell that there was a compartment under there.
So that was something that you're describing in his bathroom at 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes.
Is that something that you saw?
Yes.
Where was it?
In the bathroom underneath the sink.
Okay, underneath the sink, did the sink have like a vanity?
Correct. So the vanity was this marble color, and then there was the sink with the cabinets, and then there was like a spot underneath the cabinets, probably 3 or 4 inches tall, and he would just stick a piece of marble that matched the vanity there so that it looked like it was one piece.
Going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 496.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that is his bathroom.
It's a photograph, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, I'd ask that 496 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can you draw on there where the secret compartment is?
Is it showing up or do you need a Sharpie?
It's okay.
Just not, thank you. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the vanity, correct?
Correct.
And what you drew in this kind of blue rectangle in pen is what?
It is the piece of marble that he would be able to slide in and out of underneath the vanity. So it does match like the top of it, so it would look as one piece.
And that's something he showed you?
Yes.
Was there anything else similar to this inside that residence that you were aware of?
He did have a closet in the living room area that he would cover with an entertainment center, so you weren't aware that there was a closet behind there.
And you felt that at least some of this information was important to tell law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I knew they were searching the house. I just have no idea how extensive these searches are, so.
Did you also share with law enforcement the information about the secret beach?
Yes.
Did there come a time a few months later where law enforcement was back in contact with you about that location?
Yes.
And what happened when they were back in contact with you?
Well, the first time I had mentioned it, I had just said that we had been to a beach, looked very similar. I wasn't sure of if it was the same one. And then they had reached out again several months later and they were like, do you know if it's
Objection hearsay.
It does call for hearsay, I'll sustain that.
Did you ultimately meet with law enforcement?
I did.
And did the particular detective or officer that was with you actually go with you to the location?
Yes, I directed them.
Okay. Do you remember where you started out?
Yes, I remember that we would take Layton pretty much all the way down. So I had them get me to Layton and then I was able to direct.
And when you say we would take Layton, who are you referring to?
Maxwell and I.
Would you say that you have a good knowledge of the city of Milwaukee in terms of directions and different roads?
No.
Was there a particular landmark that you identified that you were able to direct law enforcement to get you to this location?
Yes, so I know we would take Layton all the way down and then on the way there was a Mexican restaurant, El Beso, on Layton. So that was on the right-hand side. We would stop there sometimes before going to the beach. And then I knew that the airport was, you'd have to pass the airport, so I could tell that I was going in the right direction through those landmarks.
And you did this same route with the sheriff's department?
Correct.
Going to show you exhibits 265 through 277, and just to yourself, look through those and let me know if you recognize what they are.
Individually or just?
Individually, yes.
Okay. Yes, this first one I do recognize. It looks like where we would park to walk to get there.
But do you recognize, sorry
Oh,
if I was confusing.
no, that's okay.
Do you recognize all of those
Correct.
exhibits? That
This is
okay.
the beach that we would go to.
Okay. I'd ask for exhibits 265 through 277 to be received and published.
Any objection?
No.
They're received, you may publish.
Showing you exhibit 265. What is this?
That is where we would park our car, and then that fence there is where we would enter to get to the beach.
Okay, so would you park your car down here or in this,
In that dead end spot.
down where the car is?
Correct.
Exhibit 266, do you recognize this?
That is the fence that would need to be gone through to get to the beach.
Was
However, it looks like that was a replacement. That doesn't look like the fence that we would go through.
Okay, so that looks like a different fence versus when you were there with the defendant.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 267, what is that?
That is the fence that we would go through. There was that gap in between the two connecting fences, and we would squeeze through there to get to the beach.
What is 268?
After we went through the fence, there was like a really long paved hill that we would have to go down. So that looks like that.
Once you went down the hill, which direction did you go?
Left.
And what was down at the bottom of the hill?
Down at the bottom to your right is this building. I'm not sure what the building is. And then to the left, it was pretty rocky. And then once you got past the rocks, you would get to sandy area, which was where we would hang out.
Did you ever go to the right with him?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 269, what is that?
Just an extension of the hill. It was pretty long, so then if you just continued down to the left, there would be the beach.
Is this the building that you talked about?
Correct.
And you would go this way?
Yes.
Exhibit 270? What is that?
Same thing. That's just a different angle of the building.
Describe, when you go to the left, how you get to the beach.
So we would either go, it was pretty rocky, so we would either climb kind of through the rocks, or there was, if you, like a little bit longer of a way, there was like a back trail that you kind of had to go up and around, and it would get you past the rocks.
Which did you prefer to navigate?
Usually the trail, because I would be wearing sandals, so didn't want to cut my feet on the rocks.
What about the defendant?
He'd usually take the rocks, depending if we had the dogs or whatnot.
Exhibit 271, what is that?
Those are the rocks that would need to be climbed over.
272, what is that?
Just another angle of the rocks. Further past those trees would be kind of where that trail that I would take is.
What about 273?
So there's a better view of the trail.
Can you stand up and point to where the trail is?
If you're going to talk, there's a microphone right next to you that you can turn on if you need to talk.
Okay, so the pavement kind of goes down this way. You would enter through, it had all these fallen down trees, so either route was dangerous, I suppose, but the trail kind of curves through this way.
Once you got down to the beach, how far down would you walk?
From when you get there and you can visually see, because it kind of goes around a bend, so from what you can visually see, we would go about halfway down. There would be a fallen down tree over there, so there was like lots of bark and stuff, so we'd usually park our blanket by the fallen down tree, because then we would use that fallen bark to build our fires.
Showing you Exhibit 275, what is that?
That is just an extension of the beach. I believe that we would usually put our blanket right about here.
Exhibit 276, what is that?
So when we were at the beach, behind us, this is what it would look like. It wasn't just like a big open plain, it was just that little strip of beach, and then this wall behind us.
And Exhibit 277, what's that?
Just a view from the beach from the opposite angle, so going towards the pavement.
When you met with the sheriff's department, did you provide them any photographs that you had of either you and the defendant, or photos of this secret beach?
I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 278 and 279 and ask you if you know what they are, and I can take this from you.
This is a photo that I took when we were at the beach.
Okay, and you're referring to 278.
Yes, and then 279, since it was taken on Snapchat, I had to press and hold it to where it would show you the location and the date and time.
So those are screenshots from your phone?
Correct.
And 279 is kind of an extension of 278?
Correct.
Okay, I'll take those. I would ask for 278 and 279 to be received and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, and go ahead.
Okay, we're looking at 278. What is that?
So you can see my beach blanket. I'd keep that in my car for when we would go. And then that was just a fire that we had built.
And does 279 tell you what date that photograph was taken on, or what date you posted that on Snapchat?
It does. That is the day it was taken, May 12th, 2022, 6:10 p.m.
Does it give a location stamp too?
Yes, Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Good morning.
Morning.
So as I understand it, you and Max dated for about 2021 to 2023, give or take about 2 years, you'd say?
Correct.
Not through work, obviously, right?
Correct.
And you would hang out at his house. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
So you knew where, you even knew his address, obviously, you just said it, right?
Yes.
And that was a place where he would take you and you would watch TV or spend time together there, right?
Correct.
And you've talked a little bit about this hidden compartment was it in the bathroom area?
Yes.
And actually, the reason why that's important is because when after you heard, I mean, obviously you heard the news about Max being arrested and suspected and all of this, right?
Yes.
That's sort of what prompted you reaching out to law enforcement.
Correct.
So it wasn't until you had seen things in the news that you actually initiated contact with the police, right?
Correct.
And the first thing about that secret spot in the bathroom, you wanted to make them aware of that because you knew law enforcement was going to go search the house, obviously.
I didn't know if it had been done or not at that point, but I just wanted to make them aware.
You suspected maybe they would search a house in a situation like this, right?
I suppose.
Right, you wanted to make them aware of, hey, there's this secret spot here. If you do search the house, this is where it is, right?
Yes.
And that secret spot was something he had shown to you, right?
Correct.
Because you guys trusted each other, or at least he trusted you.
Correct.
And that secret spot was for purpose of hiding basically money or weed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this beach, you guys have gone there a handful of times together, right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea, so you didn't know the name Warnemont Park back in 2021, 22, or 23, right?
That's correct.
You know it now because you've heard the articles, right?
Yes.
Have you've read a little bit about the situation or the case?
Yes.
I mean, it's of particular interest to you, obviously, because this is an ex-boyfriend of yours, right?
Correct.
And you broke up before he was ever charged in this case. You broke up in March of 2023.
That's correct.
So a year before anything had allegedly happened, you guys were already broken up, ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
Not one of these situations where people are still sort of keeping in touch with each other and maybe dating other people, broken up, right?
Correct.
And you hadn't even seen Max for over a year since you broke up, right?
That's correct.
In fact, you never saw him from the breakup until he was arrested. Right?
I believe I had ran into him at a concert that summer, but we didn't hang out at the concert or anything. It was more like a, hey, how are you? Move on.
The dates that you went on, I don't need to go into all the details, obviously, but things like going out to dinner or going to the movies or going to a beach, is it things like that?
Correct.
And he was never physically abusive, was he?
No.
And you were aware that at his house, he even had someone living below at his house, right?
Correct.
You were familiar with the layout of the house. He even told you about the spot in the living room where the desk was there and there was the closet, right?
Correct.
And just going back to this beach, obviously you didn't know the name back then, you said, didn't know that it was called Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
So in terms of hanging out there, did you ever hang out there with other people, or just that's the spot you and Max had gone?
It was just Max and I.
So in terms of the number of, and how many times did you estimate you went there with him?
I said between 5 and 10.
So just a range, right?
Correct.
And the pictures you've shown are the only ones that you had taken there, the picture of the fire and the dogs on,
Yes.
The ones of the dogs on the beach, you didn't take that, right?
No, I did not.
You recognize those dogs as being Max's dogs, right?
Yes.
So when you would go there, you would take, you said Layton Avenue past the airport, right?
Correct.
Right into the beach.
Yes.
And not College, right?
No.
And there's a Mexican restaurant, El Beso. The two of you would stop there periodically as well, right?
Yes.
And what you would do at the beach is just hang out there and spend time together like any other couple might do, right?
Yes.
He never told you, don't tell anybody about the beach. He just didn't tell you the name.
Correct.
And to get down there, there's a path around the side of the fence. So I think you said the route that you would go would be to walk around the fence and then walk down, right?
Yes.
Never drove a car down in that area, right?
No.
And the beach is, the path down to the beach, there's sort of a walking trail that you would take sometimes, right? Is that what I heard you say before?
Yes.
What is the terrain of the walking trail? Is it paved or is it just, would it be described as a muddy trail that goes down?
It's muddy. It's pretty worn out too. So it's not really like actually muddy, but it is dirt.
It's dirt, right?
Yes.
Had you ever gone there with Max when it was raining and muddy?
There were times where we had been there and it had started to rain and we would just leave right away.
Not any time where it had been pouring and pouring like that, right?
No.
So in terms of the dirt path, and the dirt path is the one you would take. There's also some other ways through the woods you can walk down there? Or no?
I'm not aware of any other way through the woods.
Just the dirt path.
Correct.
And then there's sandy beach, right? You said there's a rocky part of the beach and a sandy part of the beach?
Yes.
Max never told you get rid of any photos or anything like that, right?
No.
And in fact, after Max had been, in early April, let's say, April 1st, April 2nd, April 3rd, did Max ever reach out to you?
Not in April.
Okay. In April, he never contacted you and said, get rid of some photos of the beach or anything like that, did he?
He did not.
Or tell you to, or even try to make contact with you at all, right?
Not in April.
Right. That's all. Thank you.
State, we have a brief sidebar before redirect.
Sure.
Sidebar, in this trial, they are not very often in common to have sidebars. This is a very rare occasion. We have like one a day, probably two maximum that we have. But yeah, so this is Maxwell Anderson, the defendant in this case, and he's toast. He's going to go away forever for the rest of his life, and it's not looking good for him. So yeah, it is very refreshing indeed. Not in April, but some other time. Yeah, but it's like, how can you, like, even on that day, if he was there, it would be hard to tell if there was no shoes, if he got rid of it. But I wonder if they searched those secret compartments and found something that's gonna come in the next 6 witnesses that we still have for the case. Because now I'm wondering, did they find something in those?
You leave your notebooks on your chair.
Oh, this is big enough that the jury is gonna come out of the. Wow, 222 sidebars in Karen Raid. Ow. But after walking through the dang city to catch that bus, the rain, the shoes wouldn't have been wet and clean. Exactly. So this is a big enough thing that yeah. Oof. This is crazy, but yes, thank you very much, Zizi. Please do leave a like. Thank you very much. Subscribe if you haven't. It does help the channel a lot. And thank you. This is big enough that the jury needs to go out. Well, I hope we are going to be privy to hear what this is about.
Okay. State had just requested a sidebar. I thought it was easier just to handle this on the record. State, why don't you restate where we were at?
Attorney Cotton asked a question as it relates to whether or not the defendant was ever physically abusive with Ms. Wright. Her answer was no. So while I expect Attorney Cotton to argue that that was a narrowly tailored question, I think the broader inference is that he was eliciting that Mr. Anderson is not physically violent. That information about never being physically abusive is in the report, followed by information about how Ms. Wright reported that he was emotionally abusive towards her, that he would make fun of her and call her names. And then there was also an incident with one of Ms. Wright's ex-boyfriends, who she names, and that he would constantly get angry. Mr. Anderson would get angry with her over this individual, and that at one point they got into a physical fight, this being the ex-boyfriend and Mr. Anderson at a specific bar with an address given on a specific date, that the police were never involved, but Anderson and this ex-boyfriend were removed from the bar. She also reported that at one point the defendant told her to invite the ex-boyfriend over to her residence and asked her to beat herself up in the bathroom and to call the police to get this individual arrested. So, I mean, I've got concerns that the defense question.
On me.
Oh, hang
I'm
on,
assuming
hang
it's-
on. I think because they showed the jury, they took it off. Hang on. Don't. Oh, come on. Do not do this to me. Where's the feed gone? Ah. Here you go. Here.
Involved, but Anderson and this ex-boyfriend were removed from the bar. She also reported that at one point the defendant told her to invite the ex-boyfriend over to her residence and asked her to beat herself up in the bathroom and to call the police to get this individual arrested. So, I mean, I've got concerns that the defense question, the underlying inference is for the jury to draw a conclusion that he's not a physically violent person. And I think that opens the door to this other information.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. I knew exactly what I was doing when I asked that question, and that question was narrowly designed and narrowly tailored to elicit one response, one answer, about whether Mr. Anderson has ever been physically abusive with Ms. Wright. Ms. Wright, when she was interviewed by law enforcement on April 11th, they had asked her questions about Max's emotional abuse. And she did indicate that he had been emotionally abusive, that he had said things I won't say here, but they're not good emotional statements, basically, that she had was sexually promiscuous and things like that. I didn't think any of that ought to be explored, nor did the state with her. How that opens the door to other acts evidence of his behavior on another date of telling her to beat herself up, which as I understand, she never did. And again, it was a statement that he made. I really disagree. I was precise with how I asked that question to elicit only that answer. And I asked no further questions about that topic at all, about his abuse with her.
State, what is the statute you're relying on for the path of admissibility relative to specific instances of conduct? And defense, is there a statute you're relying on as to why it is not admissible?
Why
Why it should not be
it's yes.
under 90404 are you looking at?
90404 for sure.
Is there anything else?
Yes, because primarily because it would constitute other acts evidence to get into other occasions when he told her to beat herself up or when he was emotionally abusive. And I think, with all due respect, there's a drastic difference between emotional and physical abuse, without a question.
Judge, 90405, and again, this is this was not something that the state intended on eliciting. In fact, we had a conversation before this witness came up where I indicated the scope of what I was going to ask her, so we wouldn't even come close to this type of information.
And that conversation was not held on the record or with the court? It was held between the parties? Is that correct?
It had nothing to do about any physical anything, though, to be clear.
Then if the purpose of that question is not to elicit character information of him not being a violent person, or that she would have no reason to be scared of him, what's the purpose of that question?
You can answer that.
So, yes, the purpose of the question was to make it clear that he was never physically abusive with her. It was not to suggest that he has a character trait for peacefulness, or that he has a character trait for nonviolence more broadly. That's why I didn't ask her anything about broad character traits. And typically when we get into, if the state's arguing character and habit evidence, typically the way we prove that under 90405, as you know, Judge, is reputation or opinion coupled with specific instances of conduct where it's noticed up and it is disclosed if the state wishes to go into it.
Right, I don't think they were going into it. I think that they're claiming that you, by interjecting your question, went into character evidence, and now they should be permitted to go into specific instances to rebut.
I understand the argument. I never asked her, I'll rest on my arguments with all due respect. I never asked her about Mr. Anderson's character trait. Typically when we talk about character traits, we ask a witness, does this individual have a character trait for X? They say yes or no. Are you familiar with their character trait? Yes. And then how are you familiar with it? Well, this is why, and they answer the question. If the state wants to, I certainly think if they want to ask her some rebuttal about his physical abuse to her, if there was a time when he physically abused her, that would be appropriate, but I don't think there was any physical abuse towards her. And I wasn't asking about character traits more broadly.
So looking at this matter, what it comes down to is, did the defense, by asking the question to the words of the effect of, did the defendant ever physically abuse you? Did that basically have the defense putting into evidence a pertinent trait of the accused character offered by an accused? Clearly, the implication of the question would be that he was peaceful and that he'd never engaged in physically abusive conduct to Miss Wright. State's argument is that the inference to be drawn and the question's basis was greater than just did he physically abuse you, but also does that put into place his character of him being nonviolent or peaceful? Looking at our statutes and looking at 90404 character evidence generally, this isn't a situation where the state sought to introduce evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts under 90404 sub 2. And what I've been told is that the state affirmatively told the defense they were not going into that area during a conversation off the record in anticipation of her testimony. However, during the course of the testimony, the defense interjected the question, which the state believes has now placed the character evidence into play. Looking at 90405 sub 1, what it indicates is in all cases in which evidence of character or a trait of character of a person is admissible, proof may be made by testimony as to reputation or by testimony in the form of an opinion. On cross, inquiry is allowable into relevant specific instances of conduct. So part of the question comes down to, in this case, the defense didn't ask the witness for reputation evidence, which is basically gossip anyway. The defense asked the question, which I would take it the state's argument would be that by asking her that question, it's forming an opinion on her behalf as to him being nonviolent. The statute goes on under sub 2 to indicate relative to specific instances of conduct in cases in which character or a trait of character of a person is an essential element of a charge, claim, or defense. Proof may also be made of specific instances of the person's conduct. So is the defendant being of a peaceful character an essential element of the defense? And I would think it is. I would think it's part and parcel of what the defense is going to argue in this case. As to specific instances of the person's conduct, the state has indicated that they're aware of 3 different prongs. The first prong would be that the defendant was emotionally abusive. The second prong was that he engaged into an altercation with her ex-boyfriend. And clarify for me, was Ms. Wright present at that altercation or was she not? Or is this just something she's heard?
We could ask her.
It's unclear from the police report. She is
Right.
still here.
I was getting there. I just thought the state might know.
I was present.
Okay, so she was present, so she would be a competent witness to testify as to what she observed. And as to the third situation, did that post-date the fight or predate the fight?
Post.
And then afterwards, the second situation where she was asked to have the ex-boyfriend come to a location and where she was asked to beat herself up and then blame him and contact law enforcement. Did I get that fact pattern basically correct?
Yes.
Those would be specific instances as to prongs 2 and 3 of a nonviolent character. I will agree with the defense that I think that at time, well, I guess I agree with both sides as to whether it being emotionally abusive at times that can rise to a level of being indicative of not being peaceful without a doubt. But it also, on the other hand, is different than physical abuse. So relative to our statutes, I am going to find that the defense has placed into play character evidence by the question, and I understand that Attorney Cotton indicated he knew what he was doing, but I also think Attorney Cotton's smart enough to know he was drawing at that line by asking that question, knowing in advance that the state wasn't going down that path. And I am going to find that the defense has opened the door by putting in play the character evidence of the defendants because it is an essential element of their defense and that based on that, they put into play that he is of a peaceful character. I'm not going to allow the state to go into the emotional abuse. I think that that's at a different level than what's already been indicated here, and I think that that would create a whole separate issue. I will allow the state to go into the 2 specific instances of conduct to rebut the character evidence that the defense has put into play relative to her observations of a bar fight, as well as the conversation to have her beat herself up and to have the boyfriend come over and then to report it to the police. I am going to find that that is allowable pursuant to 90405 sub 2. Any questions relative to my ruling, state?
Yeah, I think Attorney Vance Curzan and I were just chatting about making sure we have a very narrow scope of the questions to be asked. So I think we're going to ask her if she had observed any specific instance where the defendant was physically violent with someone, who that person was, when that was, and where it was, and we'll let it lie there.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Anything further to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
No, I would just ask if Ms. Wright understands the scope of what I just described.
Ms. Wright?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was a risk that he took, and he lost it big time. So now he's opened the door for the criminal
It's
past.
my understanding that
Hang on.
the stream of the trial did catch some of the jurors as they were exiting. I would ask the media to be cautious. My court order that was issued in advance of this indicated no filming of the jury. So please be on top of that moving forward, or else we might be changing up the present state of affairs. Understood? Okay, I got a thumbs up. Thank you.
Oh, come on, media, come on!
Is there water with your victim witness person? The witness just asked if there was water, and it appears she's getting that right now. And if not, I probably could grab some and back.
Cameraman, please, you have one job. Sorry. So she literally just scolded the media person, the cameraman person, because they showed the jury. My days. Please be careful. Cameraman, you have one job, and your job is not to show the witnesses when they don't need to be shown, and not show the jury. Oh, yeah, she just said they heard the camera captured the jury. Oh, come on. We don't need a Megan Boswell. We don't need a Megan Boswell trial again, all over again. Like, no. Oh, I know he thought he was slicky, but he was not. I hope it is not the same guy. Come on, please. We've been with this trial for 7 days now. 6 days? 7 days. We do not need this now. No. Yeah, I know, Norma. Wow. This trial is just blown up, in my opinion. This is just crazy. So, this fuss is much. The defense attorney opened the door twice to something that they previously agreed not to bring it in unless they would open the door, and now they just open it again. So I'll read the message from Stephanie that she sent me with information about.
Okay.
I don't think we have the time. Never
Please
mind.
proceed.
Ms. Wright, on cross-examination, you were asked a question about whether the defendant had ever been physically abusive towards you, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was no.
Correct.
Do you recall telling the sheriff's department about a specific instance where you saw the defendant be physically violent with someone else?
Yes.
Who was that?
A previous ex-boyfriend before Maxwell.
And where did that occur?
That occurred at Trinity on Water.
That's a bar
Correct.
in Milwaukee?
Correct.
And what happened? Were you there?
I was there.
What did you see?
It all happened very quickly. I turn around 1 second and Maxwell and my ex-boyfriend were fighting. I don't know exactly how it was initiated. And then I just remember both of them being on the ground, and then the bouncers broke it up pretty quickly and kicked them both out.
Do you remember what day that was on?
I want to say it was St. Patty's Day of 2022.
When you talk about fighting with each other, was this a fist fight? Can you further describe?
Yes, it was a fist fight, and then it was so quickly. I think maybe like 1 or 2 punches were thrown, and then they were kind of just wrestling on the ground.
Okay, I just have one final question about the secret beach. When you would go there, were there other people around?
Not usually. I would see maybe one person walking their dog and passing by, but there weren't other people hanging out there.
Nothing further. Cross.
Yes, thank you. So was not a situation where Max attacked, not a situation where Max attacked you at Trinity, right?
That's correct.
And you said 2022, so that means it was when you were dating him.
That's correct.
So you and Max were dating, and then an ex-boyfriend showed up to Trinity.
That's correct.
Your ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
And actually, it was the ex-boyfriend who actually started it. Isn't that true?
I don't recall who started what.
Do you recall when you were interviewed by, well, you do know that you sat down with law enforcement and talked to them about Max, right?
Yes.
You sat down with a sheriff's deputy, right?
Yes.
And you described that there was a fight on St. Patty's Day. You remember telling them about that, right?
I do.
But you don't remember telling them that was your ex-boyfriend was Jack, right?
That's correct.
And you said, do you remember telling them Jack actually started it and then Max got him in a headlock? Do you remember saying that?
That is possible that I said that.
Well, that's what happened. The ex-boyfriend Jack started it. He showed up, you were dating Max, and Max got him in a headlock, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then security broke it up.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
State. Did you just respond by saying okay because you didn't know what the answer to what Attorney Cotton was telling you?
If that is what I said, then that is what I said. But at this point in time, I don't remember how the situation occurred.
I don't have anything further.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
State your next witness. State calls Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Galat, Guillot.
You're a detective with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In April and then July of 2024, did you have contact with somebody named Chloe Wright?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that contact?
Through the investigation, it was learned that Miss Wright dated Mr. Maxwell Anderson I believe she indicated that the two.
I'm going to further direct a question, a more pointed question. Did she provide you with information about a secret beach that she would go to with the defendant?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and was she able to describe where that was?
Yes.
Was she able to give you a name?
I'm going to object to hearsay. We had the witness testify.
Any response?
It's going to go to the effect on the listener as to why he did what he did.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, it's not hearsay, you can answer it.
She indicated that Mr. Anderson never disclosed the park's name just in case the two ever parted ways.
Was she able to describe the route to get to that park?
Yes, she was.
And did you in fact take her on that route?
Yes.
Can you describe where you started and where that route led you?
Yeah, I believe it was July 10th, 2024. Myself and Deputy Ethan Stout met up with Ms. Wright at her residence. She got into our vehicle and then she directed us to the route to the park. We started by traveling southbound on I-43 from Capitol Drive. She directed us to Layton Avenue. Once we got off of Layton Avenue, she directed us eastbound on Layton Avenue. Of note, she pointed out a Mexican restaurant, I believe it's called El Beso, which is located at 909 West Layton Avenue. She indicated that prior to Mr. Anderson and her going to this quote-unquote secret beach, that they would often stop at this restaurant, have drinks, have food. Past that, she directed us to continue on eastbound till West Sheridan Drive. From there, she directed us to go southbound on Sheridan Drive to West Pulaski Avenue.
And then what?
She pointed out a fence. The fence was, I believe it said do not enter. And then she indicated past that fence is where this so-called secluded secret beach was.
Where did she lead you?
So she led us.
And actually, like, is there a name of where she led you?
Yeah, it's essentially Warnemont Park.
And then did she lead you further?
Yeah, so once you get to this fence, you have to squeeze through the fence, and there's a paved area which descends down to the secluded beach.
Had you ever been there before?
I have never been there, no.
Were you aware of members of your department who had been there as it relates to an investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
What else did she show you?
She showed us kind of the area where they would hang out. She noted that they would often have fires on the beach, and she indicated specific locations on where on the beach they would usually sit.
Are you aware that as to whether or not this location is where generally Sade Robinson's leg was found?
Yes, that's correct.
That is where it was found?
Correct.
When she was leading you down to the beach, did you walk past what you know to be the Cudahy Water Department pump house?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Ross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State?
Detective Mason Colab.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I'm Detective Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Last name is Kohlhapp, K-O-H-L-H-A-P-P.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
9 years, and I've been a detective for 4.
Did you assist in the investigation to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you assisted to review a phone extraction of Maxwell Anderson's cellular phone, a Samsung phone specifically?
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 264. Can you take a look at that and tell me if that's the phone extraction that you reviewed?
Yes.
And describe briefly, if you can, how you received that.
Detective Vandertine and I went to DCI. We both picked up the phone, or I should say the actual download of the phone. We brought it back. Matt then uploaded it to evidence.com and then provided me a copy of that phone.
So what you were reviewing was the extraction that DCI had pulled off of that Samsung?
That is correct.
What is DCI, if you could just clarify that briefly?
It's a state agency. It's Department of Criminal Investigations.
What were you looking for? What was the purpose behind going through this?
To look for any evidence pertaining to the owner of the phone, along with the anything with the disappearance of Sade.
Do you recall what date you went through that phone extraction?
I believe it was April 9th, 2024.
And her leg had been found on the 2nd, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you prepare some reports through any kind of computer program that you used to go through the phone?
Yes, when it was handed, or when I was provided the copy from Detective Vandertine, it came on 2 different, I should say, it's not necessarily reports, but phone reviewing systems. One is Celebrate, and the other one is Axiom, is how they take the phone, they download it, and it's just put into 2 different programs so we can view the contents of that phone.
So you have multiple different programs that are used to essentially look at the contents of the phone?
Yes.
And you used 2 of them?
Correct.
What were they again?
Axiom and Celebrate.
Can you spell those?
CELLBRITE and AXIUM, I believe.
I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. The first one is Exhibit 444. Do you know what 444 is?
This is a Celebrate, and this, the end result of the Celebrate is usually put into a PDF form.
How many pages is it?
7 pages.
And is it contain certain information about that phone?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 444 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can you tell us from Exhibit 444 what the phone number assigned to that cell phone was?
Yep. It's 262-416-4874.
I can take that one from you, and I'm going to ask you to page through 296. Take a moment to do that, and then tell me when you're done.
Yep. Okay.
Do you know what 296 is?
Yep.
And what is it?
296 is my extraction report from both the Celebrate and Axiom.
Move 296 in.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 296 is received.
So you already discussed that you had identified the phone number that belonged to that device, and did you learn that that was the phone number that Sade Robinson was last texting with?
That is correct.
When you went through that phone extraction, were you able to locate the text conversation between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you 287. What is that?
This is the Celebrate report that contains the text conversation between Sade and Max.
Was that the entirety of the text conversation that was on the device?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, what number was it? 296?
287.
287.
287?
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I have 287 up on the screen. There are multiple ways of looking at text messages in these Celebrate. It should be loading soon, hopefully. All right, is that 287 up there?
It is.
There are multiple ways that you can view text message conversations on Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Would you say this is probably the easiest way to do so?
By far, yes.
Why is that?
Because it shows the send and receive from both phones compared to other ways you can do it where it's a lot more information heavy, but you got to look at each individual text itself. So this has the full conversation as it would appear on your phone.
Not sure why this isn't working.
I know this morning the IT person was here doing some work before we started to make sure it all ran smoothly. It doesn't seem that worked. We'll call him right now and have him come back directly.
Yeah, the IT guy did not do a good job. What did they show, Zizi? Sorry, I had to step away. I had
Well,
to.
it's 9:53. Do you
Yeah.
need a break real quick, a bathroom break, anybody? No? Okay. Then we're in a holding pattern for a minute, I think.
We are holding on.
All right, I'll use the paper one.
So.
Not coming up at all.
You can't change it back over to the Elmo now?
Nope.
I've just received information that the IT person's on his way right now.
Okay. Well, I can't get either of them to work at this point, so. All right, here's what we're going to do, Detective. The text conversation, why don't you just go through it orally? Tell us, when does the conversation start between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
So on this first, it's a blue. I'll show, is that okay to show?
Sure.
Okay, so this is where the conversation starts. It's a blue. It was created on 3/30 of 2024 at 6:33:10 a.m. UTC. So with the conversion, it'd be approximately 1:30 in the morning is when the text conversation started.
On what date?
The 30th, I believe.
Okay.
March 30th.
And were you aware that they went to the Twisted Fisherman on April 1st?
Correct.
So this was just 2 days prior?
Yes.
And what time in the morning?
1:30. 1:33 to be specific.
How does the text conversation begin?
It says the first text was to Sade, and it says Maxwell. And then the follow-up one is Sade responding Sade.
Exchanging their names
Exchanging their names, correct.
at 1:30 in the morning on basically a Friday into a Saturday.
That is correct.
When is the next text?
The next text is also on the 30th, March 30th. It's at 2:30 in the morning. And it says, "Hey, love, I left my comb there."
Who sent that?
That was from Sade. So Sade's in the blue, Max is in the green. A follow-up text after that one, sent a little bit after that, within 35 seconds estimate. "Can you just take it and give it back when you get a chance?"
Sade asking him for a comb that she left somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, after that?
After that, Max responded with, "Of course, I'll bring it on Sunday," and that was sent at 3:40 in the morning on March 30th.
Implicit that there was a plan to meet up on something.
Objection to implicit anything.
I didn't hear you. You're,
Objection to him implying anything. He said implicit.
I'll ask you to rephrase that question.
Does it appear from that text that there was a plan to meet on Sunday?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked from that text alone.
Based on the way the question's crafted, I'll overrule the objection and you may answer that question.
I would say yes.
How does the conversation go on?
And then Sade responds later with a thank you. This would have been that next it would have been 3:30, 2024 at approximately 10, I believe, with the UTC conversion.
10 a.m. or p.m.?
AM.
Okay. How does the conversation go on from there?
The next one is from Max on 3/31, 2024 with the UTC. It says 3:05:56 a.m. with UTC is about, I would say, 10 o'clock, I believe, that night on the 30th. "No problem. How is your night going?" And then Sade responded, "My night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota."
What night of the week would this have been? If the first was Monday.
This would have been Sunday.
Okay.
And then the next text message was from Sade. "We might stop there."
Does she say where, or it just says there?
It just says there. This would have been 3/31, 2024 at approximately midnight.
All right.
Max responded with, "I'm here," and that would have been around 12:30 a.m. on the 31st. And that's the text conversation.
All right, give me 1 second. We're going to try to get the computer back on here.
There was also the issue with they were unable to switch it from the Elmo to the computer. Is that working now?
We're just bypassing the switching mechanism.
Okay.
And they're going to operate with one cord.
Okay.
All right, I have the conversation up here on the screen now. So here's this bubble here is not actually a text message, right?
Do we need to shut the lines? Is that a glare on that for the jury?
It may help.
Okay.
That's a lot better. Thank you.
All right, the blue box up here, these are, the blue ones that we're going to see are Sade, right?
Correct.
And this top one, is that actually a text message or is that indicative of something else?
That's, from my understanding, that's just creating the start of the chat and not actually sending anything.
So the first text, like you said, this is the one, it just says, the body of the text just says Maxwell.
Correct.
And then how does she respond?
With her name.
All right, so this would have been what date and time?
This would have been approximately 1:33 on the 30th.
And you're going off of this time that I've highlighted here?
Correct. With UTC, it was -5 at that point.
Okay, so it says 6:33, but really it would be 1:33.
Correct.
That's how all of these texts are going to appear.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then we kept going. She has the text about the comb. She asks if she can give it back, and he says, I'll bring it on Sunday.
Yep.
All right. Let's pick up where we left off here. Let's start with this green text that I've highlighted here. What's going on?
All right, so this is page 3. No problem. How is your night going?
How does Sade respond?
She responds, my night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota.
This would have been Sunday. Well, tell us about the date and time.
So it would have been -5 hours, so it would have been 12:32, and I believe it would be the 31st.
Okay, so this would have been the wee hours of Sunday morning.
Correct.
And then what does Sade say?
She responds with, we might stop here.
Does Mr. Anderson respond?
Yep.
What does he say?
He says, I am here.
What does Sade respond?
She responds with, okay.
Next text from Maxwell.
I'm sorry, can I see the parties at sidebar, please?
Uh-oh. What's going on now? Second sidebar today. This is not normal for this trial. Something is going down. What's happening now? Please, not a cameraman situation. Wow. They were talking rather early, man. 5:30 in the morning. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, the phone is a bit hard. Even me, I have the feed just on this screen right here. It's a bit harder. What's going on?
Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, what is, so they have this exchange. We might stop there. Mr. Anderson says, I'm here. She says, okay. What does he respond with right here?
Drop my name at, I'm assuming it's die, but I believe it's the door if they try to charge a cover.
And what real time was this sent at?
12:33.
AM?
Correct.
On what day?
The 31st?
Sunday the 31st?
Correct.
How does Sade respond?
Okay.
Also at 12:33?
Correct.
When is the next text sent?
This would have been 12:36.
3 minutes later?
Yep.
Okay.
Still on for later.
And then there's a gap between that text and the response from Sade, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell us what Sade says and at what date and time.
Sorry, I'm at work. And then it would have been 4 o'clock, 4:26 on the 31st.
AM or PM?
PM.
Okay, so she doesn't respond to this 12:36 AM text until Sunday evening at 4:26 PM?
Correct.
What does she say after that?
I don't know how long I'll be here till.
How does Mr. Anderson reply?
He replies, okay, sounds good.
And then what does he say?
Want to shoot for another night instead?
And what are the dates and times of the okay sounds good and then the want to shoot for another night instead text?
Okay, sounds good is on the 31st at approximately 5:36 PM. And then the want to shoot for another night would have been at 11 AM.
On what date?
April 1st.
How does Sade respond?
Yeah, I can do today or tomorrow that's abbreviated.
What does Mr. Anderson say?
Either works for me, whichever you prefer.
What time is that?
That would have been 12:08 PM on the 1st.
Are you aware of whether the 1st was the last day that Sade sent any text messages?
Yes.
How does Sade respond?
Okay, we can do today. What
And-
time?
Okay. Mr. Anderson responds.
That's also up to you. Any time is fine for me.
What time does he say that?
About 1:54 PM on the 1st.
And keep going.
Where are we meeting? I can do 5.
How does Mr. Anderson respond?
Mr. Anderson responds, downtown somewhere, question mark.
Sade says what?
Okay.
Mr. Anderson then says,
Broad House on 3rd.
when is this conversation happening, this exchange?
This is all still on the 1st.
At what time?
This would have been at 4:23 PM on that last Broad House on 3rd.
How does Sade respond to the question brought house on 3rd?
She's replied, perfect.
Then what happens?
Max responds with, okay, I'm going to shower quick. I'll probably get there more around 5:15.
What does he say next?
The next, are you hungry? I'm sorry. I need to stop at Twisted Fisherman to pick up my W-2 from last year. We could eat there first.
How does she respond?
Okay and yes.
What time?
4:34 PM on the 1st.
Then what does she say?
Are we eating at the Broad House or the other place?
What does he respond with?
Let's eat at Twisted. I'm feeling seafood.
What time does he send that text?
4:37 on the 1st.
How does she respond?
Yes, I love seafood.
And then what does Mr. Anderson say?
Sounds good. I'm about to leave. I'll be there soon.
Then what happens?
Sade responds, okay. And then Max responded to that with, just got to Twisted.
At what time did he say that send the text just got to Twisted?
This would have been 5:11 on the 1st.
How does Sade respond to that?
Okay, are you inside, question mark.
At what time?
5:18 on the 1st.
Then what?
Max replied with a yes, and this is the 1st at 5:18.
Is there a response to that text from Sade?
There's not.
Is there a gap between this final text where she asks, are you inside? And he responds, yes. And then the next text message sent from Anderson's phone to Sade's phone.
There is a gap.
When's the next text sent?
The next text is sent on the 2nd, 4/2/24 at approximately 10:36. My math is correct.
AM?
AM.
And by that time, are you aware of whether Sade's car had been burned?
Yes.
Was it?
Yes.
So he texts her at 10:36 AM, what?
Morning, how's work going? Question mark.
Are there any other texts in this text thread conversation?
There is not.
Did you also look through the phone extraction in an attempt to find any images that might be of interest to this investigation?
I did.
I'm going to show you exhibits 288 through 293. Page through those and tell me if you know what those are.
They are photos that I found within the download of Mr. Anderson's phone.
Were they of note to you for some reason?
They were.
Why?
Because of prior knowledge of what Sade was wearing that night of the date, along with the timestamps of these photos.
Okay. So you found images that were date and time stamped. Were you able to discern the exact time those photos were taken or no?
No.
Can you explain that?
When I found these photos, we save them, and when it creates the file itself, it'll give us a date and time. And these photos I discovered were recently deleted. Or I shouldn't say deleted, I should say modified is how it's listed on the actual report.
All right. I have, what's the big stack in front of you? I forget what exhibit number that is.
Exhibit 296.
I have exhibit 296 on the screen in digital format. I'd like you to go to page 40 of the magnet axiom report.
What was the page?
40.
40.
They're numbered at the bottom, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I'm on page 40.
And on page 40, is there one of the images that is amidst the other stack I handed you?
Yes, this is a photo of exhibit 288.
And for the record, I'm going to move 288 through 293 into evidence at this time.
288 through 293?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received.
What are we looking at?
It appears to be a hand grabbing something.
Okay. It's quite pixelated, so to speak, blurry.
Correct. It's blurry.
All right. Next, I want you to turn to page 43. Actually, let's go to 41. You can just go to 41.
Copy.
What's the next page?
41 is a photo, or it's exhibit 289.
Is this the photo?
That is.
And why was this of note to you?
Because Sade was wearing light colored pants along with a light color underwear that was recovered.
Are you, and where were those recovered?
They were recovered within her vehicle.
And what do you see right here where I'm circling?
That is the tears from the front of her pants, I believe.
I'm going to show you exhibit 76 on the Elmo.
Yes, I do.
Are these the clothes that caused you to think that photo was of relevance?
It is. So,
On to the next image
let me go.
that I have on the screen here. What is this?
Is that 42?
It may not be in the stack, but what are we looking at? What-
That is it was a screenshot or some sort of capture of what not to mix with bleach.
And what was the last modified time of that one?
It would have been around, I believe, 11:28 p.m. on the 1st. That's April 1st.
I'm sorry, I missed the time.
I believe it's around 11:28 p.m. of 4/1/24.
The next image, page 43, what are we looking at?
It's another photo of the light-colored jeans and the underwear, and presumably skin.
And what body part is visible?
That's her buttocks.
The next image?
The next image is another photo. It's kind of pixelated. It looks like a hand grabbing something.
I'm going to go up to page 47. What are we looking at here?
It appears to be, I'll describe it. It's a white, very distinct sweater. I believe it's cable knit sweater is the term for it. And it appears to be somebody laying on their face down on a couch or some sort of item with their breast exposed.
And the next image, is it different than the previous one?
Yes, it's the same. It appears to be the same person, but with this time a hand grabbing the breast.
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit 294, which is a flash drive. Detective, is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
Going to image 2, that was number 1, this is 2. Is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
And you're saying, I think your testimony was that this appears to be a hand, correct?
Yes,
Are you basing that statement off of what another image depicts?
correct.
But to be clear, these were all different images that you found on the phone?
Yes,
Different file names.
yes.
Next image. What do you see there, detective?
I see it's a zoom up, or the photo that was presented before. It's a cable knit sweater. It's a person laying face down. That person has black hair. They have a darker complexion with their breast exposed. And then there's, it appears to be the red, very distinct couch or item.
Can you get up and point to those things that you were talking about?
So right here is hair, presumably hair. This is the very distinct sweater I was talking about with the cable net. Right here is an exposed breast. And then this is red, presumably item of furniture. And that is part of the couch.
Which breast is exposed? Left or right?
Believe the right.
Were you aware at the time you were going through this of what Sade Robinson was last known to be wearing?
I was.
Is it what we're seeing in this picture?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 239. On the Elmo. image from Duke's. Do you see that same cable knit sweater?
I do.
How does Sade appear in this photo?
I can't tell based on, from this photo, she's face down on a couch. I don't know if she's alive or dead or sleeping. I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Next photo. This is different from the last one, correct?
That is correct.
And what are we seeing here?
It's a different variation of the photo from before. Here's the white cable knit sweater, the black hair. It appears to be a white hand, and then her breast, presumably her right breast. And this is a zoom in of that couch, the red maroon couch.
Are you aware of what breast was cut off of Sade Robinson's torso?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Now what are we looking at?
This is that kind of pixelated photo, but it appears to be a hand grabbing something, and then that's a part of that couch with that, I don't know if it's trim or how you describe it, but that looks like part of the couch.
And this next image?
This next image appears to be her buttocks. There's the very distinct yellow, light-colored underwear with the jeans, and then there's the tear from the front of the jeans. And then here's the couch.
The seam of the couch that's slightly visible here.
Correct.
Does it look kind of worn out?
Yes.
And is there a color difference between the couch and this other thing right here?
There is.
What's the color difference?
This appears to be more of a red, and then this appears to be more of a darker brown.
And based on the position of the furniture and what you can see of the buttocks, does she appear to be face down?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull on the screen Exhibit 318. You see comparable furniture in this image?
I do.
Point that out, please.
Here's that couch I was describing. It's a red in color. Here's that trim or seam I was describing. And this is the ottoman that was within the apartment.
On the couch, there is somewhat of like a blue pillow or something, correct?
Correct.
Point that out, please.
I believe it's right here.
Going back to the images. Do you see that in this image?
It's right here.
Move 294 in, which is the flash drive that has the images that are contained within the paper exhibits, I want to say 289 through 293.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
You can have a seat. Did you attempt to ascertain the times in which any of those photos were taken?
I can only go off of what the program showed me, and it only said it was a modified date.
What does that mean to you?
That image was modified in some way or form.
And at what time and on what date were those images modified in some way? You can take your time to page through them if you need to.
Thank you. Okay. It appears that most of these images were modified. It would have been 4/2 of 24. With the UTC conversion, it would have been 12:05 a.m.
going to go to the last page of the Axiom report. Oh, sorry, I unplugged it. While I'm pulling this up, was there an Uber ride that was noted in the report?
I did not notify I was made aware of an Uber ride, but I did not document it.
Okay. Let's go to the last page of the magnet report. Is it indicated on that or no?
Let me look. It was page 92. I tagged the Twisted Fisherman Crab Shack.
Is this an Uber ride?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
What time was that Uber ride taken?
It would have been like 3 p.m. on the 2nd would have been the email. I think it's the email.
Okay, you got an email about an Uber ride. The email came in at what time?
It would have been 3 on the 2nd.
An incoming email?
Yeah.
Okay, from Uber.
It says that it's from Uber cab and the source, so yes.
And it's denoting the Uber ride to the Twisted Fisherman?
Believe so. Yes.
All right, and then detective, I have exhibit, it's already been entered, it's 295 on this, it should come up on the screen shortly. Was this another image you found on that phone?
It is.
What do you see here?
It appears to be a beach. I know from being at that Warnemont Park that it appears to be Warnemont Park. There's 2 dogs playing in the sand or running in the sand, and there's water to the right.
Was that image modified? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you tagged this photo specifically why?
Does it appear to be Warnemont, where we discovered Sade's leg?
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit 2 next to it, which is from the scene photo of the leg recovery. Does it appear, can you see the leg right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Does it appear to you that those photos were actually taken almost in the same location?
Approximately, yes.
Nothing else.
Cross.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I just want to first start with, did you actually examine the physical phone?
No.
Okay, so what you got was kind of what was the download from the Cellbrite, right?
Yes.
And so I want to start with talking about this conversation between Mr. Anderson's phone and Sade's phone. So those messages were found in Max's phone, right? And you located those to the download, right?
Correct.
And it was displayed as like a text thread between 2 different people, right? Sade's phone and Mr. Anderson's phone, right?
Yes.
And that thread wasn't deleted, right?
No.
And these tools that you're talking about, Cellbrite, Magnet, Axiom, AXIOM, right? That's the program that was used.
Correct.
Those are programs that are used by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And they're used to recover deleted messages is something that they can recover, right?
Yes.
Deleted emails.
Yes.
And they can recover browser history as well, right?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure I understand this. Celebrate is used for phones, and Magnet Axiom can be used for phone or computer, right?
I believe both can be used for both.
Okay. And so those text messages, you said the conversation begins on March 30th, right?
I believe so.
And that's a couple days, that's like about 3 days before this leg is ultimately found, right?
Yes.
The conversation starts at 1:33 a.m. Max texts Sade's number, his name, right?
Correct.
And then she sends her name back.
Yep.
Almost immediately, right?
Correct.
And that's pretty normal and common when people are exchanging numbers. If someone gives you their number, you text them your name so then they can put you in their contact list, right?
Yes.
And when you were reviewing the phone, was Sade's contact added to Max's phone?
I believe so.
Okay, it wasn't a deleted number, right?
No.
And the phone number wasn't blocked, right?
No.
And so after they text each other their names, Sade texts Max's phone and says that she forgot her comb, right?
Correct.
And she asks him if she could bring it back next time he sees her, right?
Yep.
And he responds, of course, I'll bring it on Sunday, right? He texts that,
Yep.
suggesting that the two had plans to see each other on Sunday, right?
Correct.
And she responds, thank you.
Yep.
And the texts, the bubbles that we saw, do those show emojis or not?
The ones that I made the report with, I don't recall if it did or did not.
Okay, does the program typically pick up like when emojis are sent, or is that not something the program can?
It depends on the phone, the carrier, the phone, and what level. I don't know how to explain that.
Okay. And then they're continuing to text from March 30th, and then they're continuing to text on March 31st as well.
Yes.
Max is texting, asking her how her night's going.
Correct?
And she's responding.
Yes.
She says she might even stop there. She texts that, right?
Yes.
And Max responds, I'm here.
Correct.
Suggesting that she knows where Max is, and she might plan to see him, right?
Yes.
And then they continue to text, and they talk about meeting for a date, right?
Yep.
And she says she's working, and Max suggests that maybe they do it a different night, right?
I believe so.
And then Sade chooses today. She says, I can meet today.
Yes.
And ultimately, they agree on a place.
Yes.
I think it was first Broadhouse, and then ultimately they decided on the Twisted Fisherman.
Yes.
And in those texts, Max says, he mentions his W-2, right?
Yes.
Which would, maybe assume that maybe he worked there. That's what W-2s are typically for, work-related stuff.
Yes.
So a place he worked at, they had planned to meet.
Yes.
Place that he's probably known at, right?
Yes.
And so these texts that we reviewed, these are just two texts between two people getting to know each other and agreeing on a date, right?
Objection calls for the witness to speculate on their mindset.
Sustained. Next question.
Those text messages, there's no threats in those text messages, right?
Correct.
There's nothing aggressive. There's no aggressive language used.
I don't know how you define aggressive language, but I would say no.
Okay. And so in those text conversations, Sade never sends and never mentions her address, correct?
Yes.
So her address is never sent to Max in any of those texts, right?
No.
Or the name of her apartment.
Or one more time?
Or the name of her apartment.
No.
Or even the general area of the city that she lives, right?
Correct.
And then we saw there was a gap between the last message where I believe she says, Max says, I'm inside, right? And then there's a gap. And then the final text is morning, how's work going, right?
Yes.
So after the date that, they presumably went on, he sends a message the next morning, right?
Yes.
That's not unusual to text someone the next morning after a date, right?
Yes.
So you determined that you believe that there were some photos that you believe were Sade found on the phone, correct?
Yep.
And you said that those were photos, right?
Correct.
Are you able to determine whether they're photos or a video?
I believe they were photos.
Okay. And do you know what times the camera was utilized, or will you not be able to tell that with the tools you had?
I won't be able to testify on that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But those photos, a lot of those were pretty grainy. You could see them on the screen, right?
Correct.
And did you have to utilize any tools to enhance them at all?
There was one photo that was sent, I believe, to the crime lab to be enhanced.
Okay, so some of these photos, that's not the actual form that they were found on the phone. They were enhanced through a crime lab, right?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
I think that does misstate the testimony. You want to re-ask your question?
Okay, but the photos, they were sent to the crime lab to be enhanced, right?
Certain ones, yes.
Okay. And you said that the photos were modified. You can't testify that they were deleted?
According to the information below the photo when I created this report, all it says is modified, under the modified category.
But if they were deleted, your reports, and you can't testify why those photos were deleted, right?
I cannot testify why they were deleted, no.
And because people delete photos for a variety of reasons, right?
Correct?
Like if they're poor quality.
Possibly.
If it's to save storage space. I mean, people delete photos for lots of different reasons, right?
Sure.
Or like an explicit photo. You wouldn't want like an explicit photo on your phone to be leaked, right?
I don't know.
And so those photos that we saw, those weren't the only photos that were deleted, right?
Modified, you mean?
Or yeah, modified, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
There was some screenshot that says things not to mix with bleach. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And was that an actual photo taken from the phone? Was it like taken because it looks like it's almost like a pamphlet or like an instruction card.
I'm not sure if it was downloaded or screenshot. I don't recall.
Okay. And did you pull, or is your data able to tell you whether photos have ever been deleted in the past prior to, was this April 2nd?
Sorry, one more time?
So did you analyze data from, let's say, February of 2024, if there was any activity on the phone where photos were modified?
I was provided a copy of the phone download that we had, and I was able to review all of that.
Okay, and do you know what the date range of that was?
I do not.
As part of your investigation, did you review anything about the search history on any of the phones or anything?
I reviewed the phone. I don't recall the search history.
And I just want to make sure it's clear, there were other modified photos. The ones that the state showed on the screen were not the only ones, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
State?
One might also delete photos from their phone to cover up for a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
He
He
asked those questions.
All the possibilities. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes.
And
There were other modified photos of Sade, just not from the house, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Other photos from that were on the phone that appeared to be from her social media?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And let's look at what I have on the screen here. Was this another image you had tagged?
It is.
What is it?
It is the US FIR, and it states human leg found at Warnemont Park. Sheriff's Office says.
What's USFIR?
It's I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. It's a Facebook or Instagram where they'll post things about law enforcement activity, I believe.
And when was this image modified? If you can, I'll zoom in.
Approximately 10 o'clock a.m. on April 4th.
Now, when we were talking about the modified times, all of these photos also came, the ones that were modified had this created and last access date and time, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them, including the ones that we had gone over earlier.
Yes.
And what is the date and time denoted there?
On this, it's 1/1 of 1970 at 12 o'clock a.m.
Did you figure out what that's all about?
I don't know how or what that actually, I don't know. I can't testify to that.
Okay. But clearly this image right here wasn't taken back in 1970, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be very clear, because I think there might have been some confusion, the photos as we have seen them on the screen today, those photos were as is as you found them on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And all of this information we've covered today came off of the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense?
Yes, just briefly here. We look down here on the source, and it says Instagram. We see that, right?
Yes, it says Instagram.
So is that saying that, is that where this image was viewed on, was Instagram?
Possibly. It says Instagram with the .com on it. So it might have been viewed from Instagram, correct?
Well, you're an expert in analysis or not?
I am not.
Okay, but so you're not able to testify where this photo was viewed from, if it was viewed on a website or if it was viewed on Instagram?
Correct.
And social media platforms are commonly have news stories on them, right?
Yes.
A lot of young people of the younger generation, even their 30s, get their news from Instagram because there's hundreds of, maybe thousands of different news websites, right?
Correct.
And someone doesn't even need to follow that specific news, that news team or whatever to get news stories on their feed, because sometimes they're suggested things on Instagram, right?
Yes.
Is there anything in this record for you to be able to conclude that he ever even clicked on that link?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. I can't say.
Okay, and I don't have anything else.
State?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Anyone need a break, or are you good? Need a break? Okay, we'll take our break right now. We'll come back shortly and continue. Can you get this to my clerk, please? Thank you.
Judge might be putting on the record that sidebar earlier. Why did she ask? So we might see that. So we'll hang on and then we can chat all about this craziness that has happened. Because this cross was something else. I'll tell you. Something else indeed. So we'll see what happened. And if anyone wants to come up on the thing, let me know. On the panel for break only. Yeah. I'll see if she puts anything on the record first before we start.
Okay, we had a sidebar at 10:04 a.m. During the course of that sidebar, I had called it. I had received notice that the camera angle was catching the notes of the defense team, and I wanted to alert them to that so that if they were concerned, they put their computer screens down or take appropriate action. Anything, State, you'd like to add to that?
No.
Defense? Anything to address on the record now, State?
Just one thing, there was a request that I understand was brought before the court by the state earlier to ensure that the media not show or identify the previous civilian witness, and I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
So I received a number of emails pertaining to that. What was indicated was that witness's name was not on the list of names originally submitted, that I was notified while the witness was testifying that there had been a request made by the victim witness personnel to the media to preclude the identification or the live stream of the witness. My response was, it was not part of my original order and it's an open court, and that I hadn't made a previous ruling and I had not previously instructed the media to not do so because I was not put on advance notice. And I indicated based on that, I think that they have the right to do as they deemed appropriate. Knowing that the victim witness coordinator had made such a request while, I don't know if it was made during her testimony or before she testified. She's nodding her head to before she testified. But I was aware of that, and that was my response because it was not part of the prior rulings I had made.
Understood. Just, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? No. Okay. Then we'll take a brief break and come back and continue.
All right, brief break out of the trial. So, wow, it's been one spicy morning. It's been 2 hours of spiciness, and I love it. I mean, probably Nancy, like, what he has nothing to lose. Sadly, you know, with this trial, he literally has nothing to lose. So, whatever he's doing is just for the fun of it, like Lori. You know, that's all. But wow. Cameraman has been kind of told twice today already, and that is not a good thing. We need our cameraman to behave, please. So cameraman showed the juries, and then he did an overhead shot of the defense table, and when you could see literally all the notes and the laptops, and that's probably why we haven't seen any more that overhead shot. But oh my days. Ooh, chicken nuggets and chips in the air fryer. I want to eat that too, Hannah. I don't know what Garden bought as planned for dinner, but I'm sure something that is gonna be good. Hey Cindy, welcome back. Hi, my friend. We are currently on a small break of court. She said a brief break. Don't know how long that she's gonna be doing break for, but we'll see. But I mean, I don't have any doubts right now. I didn't have it before, but now I even have less doubt that this guy is guilty. I mean, that description of the photos, first of all, was absolutely horrendous. But I before I carry on, and before I forget as well, let me read what Stephanie sent to the group about the Maxwell Anderson's convictions and criminal record. So, Anderson's criminal background includes convictions that he was convicted of domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, and drunk driving. Court records suggest that there have been concerns about his mental health and substance abuse. He got released, and I know it's not on the notes, but he got released from parole out of, I think, was a drunk driving situation just in 2023. So not even a year prior to this, he was convicted and he got released from probation. Stephanie, what are you eating? Sorry, I just saw your message. So disorderly conduct is a Class B misdemeanor. Criminal damage to a property was a Class A misdemeanor, and intimidate of a witness is a Class A as well. So oh, leftover supper. Nice. What supper? So he was not a very good dude, no. It's that's definitely not good, because then the texts that we saw, some of them were in a criminal complaint of this case, the ones that's like where's Sade is asking where they're meeting and all of that. So I cannot even call him gentleman, but this dude, was not good. And the thing is, not that did not come in, but this violence is. So because this very good attorney that is paying, or his parents are paying, let that in, because he just opened the door again, because that's what you're paying for, is attorneys that open doors to yeah, bad things about you coming into trial. That is not good. I would not be paying for those attorneys. But it is what it is. So it's been a very spicy morning. We have about, I think, 4 witnesses to go through. Um, yeah, I know how to CPAP him. Oh, I keep forgetting what CPAP means, but see, I think he's investigating him. I keep forgetting, like, all these abbreviations confuse me. I need to learn a whole new alphabet of what they all mean. But so we've heard today from the ex. Then we had a detective that he was not very really like relevant, but I think it was a foundation for the phone expert guy. Court records. Oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. I don't know. My memory sometimes is good. My memory sometimes is very bad. Do not quote me on never on anything. Um, the photos that he was describing of poor Sade, my days, that was heartbreaking. That was very, very, very heartbreaking of like listening to. I am so glad that we did not see them, because I was ready with the oval eyes, just like, yeah, no, I'm not. I don't want to see those images. Just the description was bad enough to hear. Um, yeah, so it's just. Oh, awesome. I think, yeah, Miss Sarah, thank you very much. I know you're probably lurking each other. Um, I think I do. You caught me at the part that you need the spreadsheet. You know how to entice me, Paula, with the spreadsheet. I was like, that is not fair. That's definitely not fair. Sorry, I don't know why I'm yelling. I should not be tired. See, I know you're listening. That is scary. It's like, people are listening. Oh, that is good. Let me see if I, of course, you know how to get my attention. People, you guys know how to get my attention. Just say the word spreadsheet and I'm there. I mean, I've been looking at spreadsheet that Crystal did for us, and that is amazing. I need to look better at that, but it's absolutely gorgeous. I love that. Um, oh, and I have Garden Bot texting me, and when he's just like 2 seconds away from me. No, I'm gonna want to see now. He sent me a short of something. Um, oh, definitely it's nothing important. It's just, yeah, never mind. Just gonna ignore that one. Um, so what? I don't think we were supposed to see that. I'm not gonna. We all love CPAP in Wisconsin. My mom looks everything up. Special people on my day. Ooh, can I look Stephanie in that? Oh, I'm gonna be looking to Stephanie. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna be looking at Stephanie near. Hang on, where's the message now? I'm gonna be looking Stephanie up. Um, if I only knew her last name. Oh, I do. I'm gonna be looking for. I'm joking. I'm joking. That was a very bad joke. I'm not. If there are any question and record, oh, I'm gonna be searching. Oh, I can search for Jesse, because I was obsessed with that trial when that trial first started, the eye drop trial. Um, definitely gonna be looking for that. Let me open that in the browser. There you go, and it's there on my phone now. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Is there anyone in here that thinks that Maxwell is innocent, that he did not do this, or the evidence or circumstances? Um, no, Paula. There's never, probably never. I'm sure there's never nothing that you guys I can find about you guys that I don't like. And the same can be for me as well. You can maybe one day find something that you don't like about me, like I'm too crazy. So I don't think there is. Obviously sensitive family court stuff. Oh yeah, obviously you won't be. Obviously, yeah, that's absolutely. Even you, Denise, you do not like. Do you think that he's guilty? Wow. If Denise thinks he's guilty, he's gonna be guilty because Denise she's our verdict expert. I agree with you guys. He's definitely guilty AF. I like that percentage. Hannah, absolutely love it. I think he's guilty. There is no question about it. I know I went into this with the mindset that he was guilty already, but I was not that I was hoping that was gonna be wrong, but the amount of evidence, yeah. I think in my opinion goose is good cooked. Yep, he's more than cooked. He's toasted and burned to the sides, and he needs to go away. See, our verdict expert says 100%, and he's cocky the way that he sits there. Yep, he is. Oh, do you guys think that he's gonna go? Because normally, defendants, they never stay in the same in prison in the state. Um I was joking, by the way, in case. Oh, innocent! I read this as guilty. I didn't even read that as innocent. I read that as guilty. Because I even said, "Oh my days, Hannah." I didn't even say I see the word innocent because I was like so sure everyone was gonna put guilty that I was just I'm so sorry. But yeah, Hannah, okay, good thing that that you're joking. But I was just gonna say because I don't think it's gonna stay in Wisconsin because normally defendants with like this very high profile, and I'm sure in Wisconsin is a very high profile case as much as probably has Daryl Brooks. I don't think he's gonna stay in Wisconsin when he goes to his forever home. I think he might be sent to his forever home in North Dakota next to Daryl Brooks. And yeah, I don't know because normally, like for example, what happened to Charlie Alderson as well, they literally he went to somewhere where so oh, did he? Stephen Harvey stayed in Wisconsin. Oh, they kept Dharma? Really? With expected results, what do you mean in terms of him saying something about where the victims were? Do you think that they could do the same? His forever home is in hell. Love that. I love that, Cindy. You should go to a black hole in space. Oh, that's hilarious. But yeah, see off. Oh, oh, okay. Well, if Maxwell probably gives them the location of Sade's crown, they might get him a deal with him like that. But he has to give him something. Of course. Was anyone around with Ray when Stars was done? Where do you think she ended up? Oh, I don't know. I I do not know well Leticia Stars end up. I mean, I'm sure a very quick Google search will find where she is. Leticia Stars. I'm sure. See, there you go. In April 2023, there was an article news that Leticia Stars was moved to Kansas from Colorado prison. So apparently, she might be in Kansas. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, there you go. I think she's in Kansas. Yep, there you go. I know, poor sweet Gavin. They Google knows where. Oh, talking about people and being going to prisons, do you guys know who is still in jail backlog and still hasn't gone to her forever home? Stacy Rodriguez. She's still in the jail backlog. She's still in jail in Colorado as well. The one that was flirting, baby Huey, that was flirting with the attorney all the time. Yeah, she's still in the jail backlog. She's still in jail. She hasn't gone to prison yet, so she's still having an easy life. She's not in Kansas anymore. I love a lot. Um, oh yeah, Crazy Show Business is still in Wisconsin. Yeah, because that's a nutcase. Yeah, case one. She's still in the jail backlog. She hasn't gone to prison yet. So she's still, yeah. Well, probably could be. I don't know. Maybe going through the appeals or whatnot. I haven't searched if she's appealing or not. But I just research every now and again if she is still in the jail backlog, and this it shows that. But business, Lori Daybell, Leticia and Sarah Boone in a cell together. Wow. I don't know who we would win between Talisha Business and Lori. Sarah Boone would go, no, hang on. I think Letitia Stout would go fast. Right? Letitia would go fast. Then Sarah Boone. And then Taylor would go off the Lori. I think that's my thing. So Letitia first, Sarah Boone, Lori and Taylor.
Case 24, CF1692, same appearances.
There was an unusual email that was sent to Defense Counsel, the state, and me. Mine went into spam, so I didn't see it. But Attorney Cotton showed it to the state as well as to me. Is there any action, defense, you're asking to be taken?
No.
State, any action?
No.
Okay. I'll continue with my normal admonitions at breaks and in the end of the day. State, are you prepared to call your next witness then?
Yes.
Anything further to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
Defense? Okay, we're ready.
My days, I was so entertained talking that the court literally scared me. Yes, so Lori Daybell has the opening statements today, and we will be following that on break. So on lunch break is when the opening statements begin, and because we have an hour and a half to kill, because of the break time, we're going to be following the opening statements, and then I'm going to be doing recaps of the day in terms of either videos or something, but I'm still thinking of how we're going to do the following that case, because I want to follow, but this trial is my main concern, and we are almost in the final part of the trial anyway. So yeah, we're going to be watching the opening statements and then doing recaps of Lori Daybell for the trial. So yeah, no one alive in Katya. What do you mean? Huh? Oh yeah, this trial nil and alive me. Yeah. Oh, there's a new case of stepmother held young man prison. Oh no, no, I don't.
Jason Ruff.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is Jason. Last name Ruff.
How are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the Division of Criminal Investigation.
What is your job title?
I'm a senior digital forensic investigator.
What does a digital forensic investigator do?
So what we do is when sworn officers, special agents for the Division of Criminal Investigation seize electronics, they are brought to our office and we conduct examinations of pretty much all the ones and zeros that are flowing through all of the systems. So like phones, servers, computers, anything like that, we recover that data and kind of see the types of activity that were on it in a scientific manner.
Do you have any special kind of training that qualifies you to examine forensic data from electronic devices?
I do. I have a master's in cybersecurity with a focus in computer forensics. I have another master's from John Jay College in criminology. I have gone to a large number of trainings through the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service. I have several trainings with the National White Collar Crime Institute, and just kind of a litany of different certifications, specifically with the IASIS, which I can't specifically remember off the top of my head what IASIS stands for, but it's the International Computer Investigators something.
And so what is it that you predominantly spend your time doing?
So primarily I am behind a screen looking at data that has been acquired from just different devices that have been seized related to criminal investigations.
Were you asked to do forensic examinations related to 2 devices recovered during the course of the investigation into this case?
I was.
And one of those items Maxwell Anderson's Samsung Galaxy S22 phone?
It was.
Can you tell me, do you examine the phone itself, or are you examining something else?
So in this case, because I came on a little bit later, I examined what's called the extraction of the device, or the forensic image of the device, which is acquired by another examiner and then was given to me to look at.
A forensic image is essentially what?
So it is, there's different versions of it. Forensic image would be a bit for bit copy of the actual data that's on the device. Now, what makes this somewhat more difficult with cell phones is because cell phones have all those applications that we have on there, which has lots of encrypted proprietary data that most of those companies wouldn't necessarily want myself or anybody else knowing how they fully create those things. So what we get is what's called a full file system extraction. And a full file system extraction is pretty much all the data that you can possibly get from a phone within the file structure of the actual device itself.
And were you also asked to examine the forensic image or extraction from a different item?
Yes, I was.
What was the second item?
So the second item was an actual forensic image of a computer hard drive.
Did you prepare a report related to what you found after conducting those examinations?
I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 495.
Thanks.
Is that your report?
This is.
Move 495 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Now I want to start going through Exhibit 495 first by, let's just go through it front to back here, okay?
Sure.
So what do we have? What did you do?
So the first part is me describing the tools that I used, which I can list off. The tools were because like in anything you need tools to conduct your examinations. I used X-Ways Forensics, Magnet Axiom, Celebrate, A-Leap, Notepad++, DB Browser for SQLite.
So much of this is narrative that you typed yourself, but a lot of what we're going to see is stuff you put into the report directly off of the Samsung device, correct?
Correct.
And these things I've highlighted here, I think they're what you just listed off, right?
Yes.
All of those are just programs you use?
Yeah, so the different forensic tools for just different things that need to be done for either recovering certain data or analyzing certain data.
All right, and then you had found a text conversation between the phone. Well, what was the phone number for this phone, by the way?
So the phone number for this phone
would have it highlighted on
yeah, it would have been 262-416-4874.
And you looked at the conversation between this phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes.
Did you ascertain whether any phone calls had ever been made between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
I could not find any phone calls.
So from what you looked at, it appeared they only communicated through these text messages.
Actually, he's leading the witness.
I'll rephrase it. Did you find any other communications beyond text messages
I did not.
between those two phones? Sorry.
I did not, no.
All right, and as we go ahead here, this is the phone conversation.
Yes.
The last text message is sent at what time?
So the very last text message between those two phone numbers is sent at 10:36 and 16 seconds in the morning AM.
So in these timestamps, these are going to be in real time?
Well, yeah, they're going to be in Central Daylight Standard Time.
Okay, thank you. Did you go on to see whether the device interacted with Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
So I wouldn't be able to say whether or not it was the actual Instagram account, but it interacted with something on Instagram that cached images that appeared to be of Sade.
Tell us what a cached image is.
So a cached image, the best way that I was kind of taught it is when you think of surfing the web, what you're actually doing is actually downloading the web to your device. And part of the reason that happens is just for the purposes of allowing your device to potentially reload things that you frequent. Just because something's cached doesn't necessarily mean it's a frequently viewed thing. However, when you, for example, scroll through Instagram, as you're scrolling through Instagram, it creates thumbnail or representative images on your phone within that application, so that if you scroll past those again, it will load faster. And those are cache images.
So your phone's essentially remembering the images it's seeing.
Correct.
I'm going to go down. I think this is going to be going on to page 5 here. Were there cached images of Sade?
Yes, correct.
And to clarify, there can be cached images that were taken by the device itself, right?
Yes, yeah.
So like if you took a photo with your phone would also cache that?
Correct, for various different reasons.
All right. So it's not, my point is it's not just web surfing or social media browsing.
No.
Your phone is doing that throughout whatever apps.
Correct.
Okay. What do we have here on page 5 on the screen? I have it up next to you.
So there were a total of 10 images that I found from this time period that were cached. These are just 2 representative images from the application Instagram of someone that appears to be Sade.
And when you say this time period, what are you talking about?
So it would be the timestamps that the cache images were, which I believe was, here I have to look.
What timestamps were images of Sade cached?
7:33 p.m.
On what date?
This would be the 1st of April. My apologies.
On the screen now, are those 2 of those images?
Correct.
All right, let's move ahead to 10:07 p.m. What starts happening on the phone at 10 o'clock?
So from 10:07, 10:09, 10:12, 10:22, and 10:57 p.m. on the 1st, I start seeing usage of the camera. So everything on your phone is a different application. So basically, you see the application that's built into the Samsung pull up the camera application.
How is it that you're able to see all this again?
Because with any interaction with your phone, if you kind of think of like either Domino's or Rube Goldberg or something like that, just because, for example, you are just clicking on a photo, for example, and it pulls up, there are a litany of different things that are happening behind the scenes. So, and I think it's further in the report, you'll see that things are being stopped and started so that different system resources can get access to those applications.
So you were able to tell that in the 10 o'clock hour, it looks like on 5 occasions, the camera on the phone was activated?
Correct.
Would that require user interaction with the phone, human interaction?
It would.
What about after that?
After that, there is a somewhat of a lull in usage, and then until the next morning, I would say.
All right. What did you notice occurring on the phone at around 12:05 a.m.?
So at 12:05 a.m., a user unlocks the phone, and the phone's display turns on and goes to the last activity that would have been happening on the phone, which in this case was usage of the gallery. So like if you scroll into your phone, your gallery, just your images.
At 12:05?
Correct.
Is that what I have on the screen here, or am I in the wrong spot?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically 12:05 and 37 seconds a.m.?
Correct.
And what gallery specifically are you talking about?
So this would just be the regular Samsung gallery. So if you click in it to look at all the photos you've taken.
Photo gallery?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then what's happening after 12:05?
So after that, and this is kind of where I get into that whole dominoes or Rube Goldberg as you press on things, the user transitions to the camera application, which pauses the actual gallery application because they're technically two different applications, even though they're kind of morphed together, which then subsequently stops usage of the gallery itself.
And how often does that occur starting at 12:05?
I would have to look specifically, but I believe 3 occasions.
All right, well, let's just keep going. So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, what happens?
So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, the camera is launched, which is then launched with a third application, the launcher, which launches and pauses things, which then causes the phone itself to stop the gallery application.
What happens next?
Then after the gallery application stops, several seconds later, the camera pauses because it goes back to, or not seconds, milliseconds later, the camera goes back, or the camera pauses and goes back to the gallery application.
And does that interaction then stop?
Yes, and then a second later, the camera application stops.
After that?
After that, the gallery application is once again paused and the camera is launched again several seconds after that.
And by 12:05:42, what's going on?
12:05:42, I think I skipped ahead. 12:05:42, I see that there is some interaction with a cache image. I can't determine what that interaction exactly is.
Okay.
So there's a modified date to that. So there's some sort of interaction with the photo.
Then what happens next?
Then the gallery application is paused.
And what continues to happen until 12:08?
So until 12:08, this kind of sequence of events happens until there is, like, it goes from camera back to gallery, and then there is a period in between there when the pattern of usage appears that the bunch of images are deleted.
Tell us about that. What time does that happen?
So the deletion period begins at approximately 12:05 and 53 seconds. It starts, there's an interaction with about 32 cache images.
Is that what I'm highlighting here on the screen?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the interaction with those images, it could have been more or less of those images. Those are just the images that the cache was left over from after that period. Shortly after that interaction, there is the delete services of the phone begin. So it starts deleting, and then a millisecond or so after they hit delete, there's a notification interruption. And that notification is simply the phone saying, "Are you sure you want to delete these images?"
Okay, so I just want to break that down a little bit because that was a lot and a lot of lingo too. At 12:05 and 53 seconds, there are 30 two images that you identified as having a modified timestamp. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what modified means is happening to those images?
Yes, so there's interaction with those images.
Human interaction?
Yes, human interaction.
This is not the device
No,
doing
this is
itself
not
on
the
its own?
device. Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to tell what happens with the human interaction to those images?
Based on the time frame and when the phone itself actually has in the actual timeline itself, the next actions that happen within that system is deletion.
Of those images that were deleted?
It is highly likely that it was of those images.
Okay. And included in those images, were there images purported to be of Sade Robinson?
Correct.
And I'm going to scroll down. Are these those images?
Yes.
This last one was modified, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Purposes of presentation?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware, for that particular Samsung phone, what a person practically would have to do to delete those photos?
So yes, I did actually a lot of tests with this with an actual Samsung S22, so I could verify what I'm talking about. They would have to go into their gallery, essentially select all of the images, and then hit delete, and then that notification pops up and says, are you sure, essentially, are you sure that you want to delete these images? You hit yes, and then they're gone.
And is that what happened here?
Yes.
What happens next? I think I have up here, is this the delete service?
Yeah, so like I said, phones are just a bunch of applications. So there's an application for deleting those applications within the actual gallery application occurs. It stops shortly, several seconds later. And then it eventually is started again several seconds after that.
What started again?
The deletion is started shortly after it stops again.
Were there more images deleted?
It is more than likely that more images or videos were deleted at that time.
Okay. Were you able to see which images?
I was not.
But in the prior instance, you could see the 32?
Yes, correct.
What happens after 12:06?
After 12:06, you mean 12:06 and 35 seconds?
Sure, why don't you just keep taking us through it?
12:06 and 35 seconds, there's that notification interruption. Then shortly after that notification, the delete service is stopped again. And then again, several seconds later, the delete service is started again. Notification happens at 12:06, several milliseconds after that. And then the service is stopped. And then the gallery, which is where the delete services are happening in, is then paused and the camera is launched again.
What time is that at?
So the camera is launched at 12:06 and 56 seconds.
Does that necessarily mean the camera's being used to take photos?
Not necessarily. I mean, could have accidentally hit the camera application.
After that camera is launched, what happens?
After that, almost simultaneously, obviously the gallery is paused, and then shortly after that, the camera is paused and a user goes into the phone settings.
Okay, what happens once the user goes into the phone settings?
So the user is in the settings for about 20 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer.
Beginning at what time?
Beginning at 12:07. Well, beginning at 12:07, they're in the actual settings application. The first configuration change within the settings is at 12:07 and 23 seconds. And then again at 12:07 and 25 seconds.
And what's happening there?
So essentially, a user is changing some form of network settings. Unfortunately, because of how some of this stuff is recorded, I can't tell what exactly those settings are specifically with network. Certain network settings will only tell you what the last state of the settings were. So if you turn on or switch Wi-Fi or any of those types of things, it's gonna record the last state that it's in from the time that it was downloaded.
By network, you're referring to like the cellular network that's servicing the phone?
Yeah, either cellular network, Wi-Fi, any of those things, Bluetooth.
What happens shortly after 12:07 and 25 seconds?
So shortly after that, there is a notification from the operating system that pops up. I don't know again what that notification was, but
A phone notification?
yeah,
Not something the user's doing?
no, not something the user's doing.
And then what time is that at?
That is at 12:08 and 38 seconds.
All right, now this is beginning after 12:08 and 38 seconds. What are you seeing?
I do not see any user interaction or human user interaction.
Human user interaction. When is the last time that you see human user interaction with that Samsung phone?
So the last time that I can determine that there is any human user interaction for sure is at 12:07 and 25 seconds. There's possible human interaction for that 12:08 time period that caused that notification, but it's also likely possible that there was some other system thing that popped up because of it.
Okay, so let's just assume for the sake of argument, it's the latter one, the 12:08 one.
Correct.
Do you see any human user interaction on the phone for the rest of that night for hours?
No.
That's the last time?
That is the last time.
Until when?
Until the next, well, not the next morning, several hours later at 8:59 a.m.
On April 2nd?
On April 2nd.
So from 12:08 a.m. to 8:59 a.m., are you saying that there was no human user manipulation of the phone?
Yes, there was absolutely no human user interaction.
What happens, and I have on the screen here, is this is you documenting that?
Correct.
Okay. So in sum, can you just, and I think it's up on the screen here, but just summarize briefly what exactly we're seeing occur between 12:05 and 12:08 on the phone?
So a user is going between the applications and the camera back and forth several times. Then they begin deleting things, and then there are some form of configuration changes in the settings, and the phone is not interacted with.
After 12:08?
After 12:08.
And in there, we know that the camera was used?
Correct.
Okay, and so you know that there was camera usage from that phone after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
What happens after that? I know you said there's no user interaction, but as you go
Yes.
forward, you saw some things?
Yes. So at 12:17, so approximately 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that, later, the phone registers itself as being inactive. So the screen goes into an inactive mode, essentially like a somewhat, I guess, you could parallel it to like it goes into sleep mode. The screen still stays on, but the phone is in a sleep mode, which then pauses the last application that was open, which was the settings.
So that's not a user doing anything?
No, that's the exact opposite.
Okay. After that?
So then settings are stopped almost simultaneously from that period of time.
Are you able to conclude that between 12:45 a.m. on April 2nd and 8:43 a.m. on April 2nd, there's no user interaction with that phone?
I can 100% conclude that.
There's some notifications that come in, though, overnight, right?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So when you have social media, there's different types of timestamps and everything when it comes to digital media. There are the timestamps that are recorded from when you are interacting with your devices that are changing those timestamps. And then, for example, when you're talking about social media, email, really anything network related, there are also timestamps from, say, the other person who maybe posted it or sent you that email, those timestamps are going to be from likely when the actual email or post was created, and that is registered to whatever server is hosting whatever application that is. That created timestamp doesn't mean that somebody's actually interacting with that on that specific device. It's just the time at which that was registered to outside servers.
There were some of those overnight after 12:08?
Correct.
Okay. I have one on the screen here, 12:09, or excuse me, 12:49. There was some kind of social media notification.
Correct.
And then 12:59.
Correct.
Okay. What starts happening at 1:21 a.m.?
So at 1:21 a.m., the phone screen officially turns off. And then shortly after this, there is a notification that comes in, and it's about 2 or 3 minutes after that, there's what's called edge lighting, which I don't know if any of you have Samsungs, but essentially the idea is that when you get a notification, the outside edge of the phone lights up to let you know there's a notification, even though the screen is off. And then 4 seconds after that, it lights up again just to remind you that the notification is there.
All right. Then what happens?
And then the phone begins to power off.
Describe what happens to the phone.
So the phone had a low battery state, and the phone essentially dies. So as a phone is dying, essentially the phone starts moving different things and energy towards more important aspects of what the phone actually is meant to use for. So for example, if you're out in the woods and your phone is dying, the last thing that's going to probably turn itself off before dying is going to be your ability to call for help. So certain applications, so the screen turning it off, it was going into a low state, and then the phone kind of starts checking itself to make sure that is there really not power, or is there something else going on with this phone? Doesn't mean it's not going to turn itself off, but that's essentially what happens. So this artifact, essentially I don't know if he's got that up. Oh, so the Samsung Wellbeing gives you the ability to kind of look at your own phone usage. So it starts recording that the phone is powering off. And then there's an internal application that usually doesn't necessarily parse out with a lot of forensic tools called the ERR.P, which I guess the name is, I guess, irrelevant. But what it is it records different powering events on the phone. It records, for example, when the phone is factory reset or first set up. It records when a human user turns off the phone. It records when there is a shutdown and power up related to a system. So like when you're updating the operating system of your phone, it frequently has to turn itself off, and then it registers when the phone dies. In this case, it registered that the phone died due to lack of power.
And at what time did the phone die due to having no power?
At approximately 1:35 and 57 seconds.
Is that what I have highlighted here?
Correct.
Okay. And below that, it would be the artifact that you're talking about?
Correct.
That is not the same as someone physically turning the phone off, right?
No. So if the phone is physically turned off, this artifact registers it as an unrequested because it's essentially monitoring the system itself. So if the system requests that something be turned off, then it'll be recording why it was turned off. If a human user interacts with it, it is listed as unrequested.
And were you able to identify the next time that the phone was connected to a power source or had power?
Yes. So the phone at about 8:59 in the morning.
8:59 a.m. on April 2nd?
Correct.
And what did you see?
So the phone registers that there is no power, and it goes into a low power mode, likely due to a phone being plugged into a charger.
And then how about when the phone turns on?
The phone officially turns on at around 9:20 in the morning.
All right, and throughout the night, there were other notifications, right? But the phone was off?
Correct.
And when you're seeing those notifications in the phone, are you seeing, obviously, the time they would have then received or gotten to the phone, or what?
No, we are seeing the time that those were created.
All right, so I have one up here, for example, at 2:09:32, the phone would have been dead, right?
Correct.
But nevertheless, you're seeing this Facebook notification that I have highlighted here.
Yes, so that would be the created time of that post on the news feed.
The created time on Facebook and it has nothing to do with the phone.
No, that's relevant to Facebook.
All right. Throughout the night, there was an email from Uber, correct?
Correct.
What time was that email sent to?
So the email was sent and recorded on the email server, so Gmail in this case, at 3:51 and 17 seconds.
And from Uber?
From Uber.
And where was the Uber ride?
So the Uber ride was from the previous night, and I will have to scroll past because I did the entire thing. The Uber ride was to 1200 West Canal Street.
Is that the Twisted Fisherman?
Correct.
So this email was just a bill, the receipt for the Uber ride?
Correct.
Sent at what time?
At, I'd have to go back. At 3:51 and 17 seconds.
Were there images? I'm sorry, there were a number of other social media notifications that you could see, correct?
Yeah, throughout the early morning, there's a bunch of Facebook notifications or Facebook news feed.
But again, the phone's off at that time? Okay. Did you notice what time there appeared to be user interaction with the phone again?
At 8:59 in the morning.
And sometime prior to that, obviously it gets connected to the power source. What time does it turn back on?
It turns back on at approximately 9:20 in the morning.
So the first human interaction you're discussing, that's the...
So between 9:19 and 9:20. So there's settings on your phone that when your phone dies or you turn it off, they're literally called persistent settings. These settings are so that all the settings you have on your phone, you don't have to go through your phone and reconfigure your phone. So these settings are some of the first ones to activate themselves upon your phone reactivating, and that reset of these settings occurs at approximately 9:19 and 54 seconds.
So the phone's back on by 9:20 a.m.?
Correct.
After having been off since 1:35?
Correct.
Okay. Throughout the date of April 2nd, did you notice there were other interactions between this phone and images of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So on the 2nd, at 4:10 p.m. and 4:24 p.m., there were several cached images from Instagram of what appears to be Sade. And then, yeah.
How about April 3rd?
Again, on April 3rd, there are 2 photos cached of looking at the Instagram images or interaction with.
All right, let's move on to the computer tower. What did you notice on the computer tower beginning in that similar time frame shortly after midnight?
So shortly after midnight, there's a user on Netflix, and at approximately 12:07 and 38 seconds, they search within Netflix Love Death, which brings them to the Netflix show Love, Death, and Robots.
Whose computer is this again?
I was told me to be Maxwell Anderson's.
Okay. So the computer goes to Netflix at 12:07 and puts on a show, Love, Death, and Robots?
Correct.
And then tell us what you're able to see about what happens with Netflix and what you were able to determine is specific user interaction when that stops.
Sure. So from that period of time, the first show is queued up, and that is an episode called 3 Robots Exit Strategy. After this, the user several seconds later transitions to another episode called Bad Traveling. The show begins to play several seconds after that.
What time is this at?
That is at 12:07 and 50 seconds.
Okay, then what?
Then shortly after that show ends, the next episode begins to autoplay. This would be the episode, The Very Pulse of the Machine.
At what time?
That is at 12:08 and 12:08 and 16 seconds.
Okay. That was not user interaction, that was Netflix auto playing?
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Then around a dozen minutes after that episode begins, its credits transfer to the Night of the Mini Dead, which plays. It's just under 7 minutes. Again, I tested using the same browser and everything to check the properties of how Netflix worked at that time. And approximately when there is the time when Netflix starts to autoplay the next episode is when that episode starts to transition and beginning, which would be this Night of the Mini Dead.
Okay, and what time is that happening at?
And that is happening at 12:23 in the morning. And
is that what I have on the screen here highlighted?
Yes, that is correct.
So when's before 12:23, when is the previous last human interaction with Netflix?
Before 12:23 would be around that 12:07.
So from 12:07 to 12:23, Netflix is just playing on the computer, and then at 12:23, is there human interaction at 12:23 or no?
At 12:23, shortly thereafter, well, no, not at 12:23. Shortly after that, there is user interaction about 5 minutes after that.
At what time?
At 12:28 and 11 minutes.
And he puts on an episode of what?
An episode of 3 Body Problem, which is a suggested show under Love, Death, and Robots.
And does the episode play?
So it sits on there, but the user transitions to that and then begins to play the first episode.
What time?
So it begins to play at 12:33.
So and then how long is that episode?
That episode's about an hour, I believe.
Is there any user interaction with the Netflix throughout the night after that time?
No.
With the computer tower at all?
No.
So just to recap for the computer, there's user interaction with Netflix at 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
That stops. Then shortly after 12:23, there's an additional user interaction at 12:28?
Correct.
And then after 12:28, is there any other user interaction?
No.
Any user interaction with the computer tower whatsoever between 12:45 a.m. and 8:43 a.m.?
No.
There's stuff going on in the background of the computer, though?
Correct.
Can you summarize that?
Yes. So, there's a lot of system activity with a computer that's tied to the internet. So just to name a few, there are what appear to be logins, but these logins are system only. So when you aren't using your computer, the computer is doing maintenance of itself. So it's logging in and out. There's different security IDs. So one of the ones that I have down here listed is it's a Windows event log 4625. And it's a type 5 service, which is again operating system only, not human interaction. What ties further is the Wi-Fi lease is up. So essentially at about, what time was that? About 2:35 a.m. in the morning, the internal IP address for the computer itself's Wi-Fi lease expires. So what this essentially means is there's different types of networks. You have your internal network, then you have your external network, internet, and all of that stuff. In the internal network, in all networks, there's a finite amount of IP addresses. So what your router does is it cycles through these things, and your router has basically this dynamic host inside of it that reassigns things IP addresses. And the reason you need an IP address is it's essentially, if you think of your house or your apartment, it's that number on there so that the traffic knows where to go. So at about 2:35 in the morning, the lease expires. It appears that this the router for this was only set up to have about an hour period, which is fairly short, which causes interruptions with like streaming and things like that, which would be the reason why Netflix stops at that exact time, because it can't reach out to Netflix because it doesn't have an IP address for a millisecond or two to pull the next episode.
So when the episode is started at 12:28 a.m., well, first of all, are you aware if Netflix will just continue to play the next episode?
Yeah, Netflix plays 3 episodes on average, unless you change the settings, but it will auto play 3 episodes and then do the whole "Are you still there?" kind of thing.
Is that what was happening here?
Correct.
Okay. No further user interaction with the computer after 12:28.
Correct.
Just a couple clarifications. I actually want to touch on one thing. When we looked at those, when we looked at some of those cached images from the phone, a lot of those it's like a created date that says January 1st, 1970.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what that's about?
So in computing, computers obviously don't understand time, so they need a time frame from which to start. So there's different things that in computing is called epochs. So they pick a specific time in history that creates essentially a calculation from how far from that date we are currently now. So when there are no actual dates, it will revert back to that epoch time. So, and off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you which type of epoch it is, but I believe it's potentially the Unix epoch time of 1/1/1970, which essentially means there's no date.
It's just kind of a default.
It's a default, correct.
I have no other questions.
I think we'd like to start after lunch if we could.
I think that's fair. It's 10 minutes to noon, so we will take a break at this point. Remember the admonitions. Remember, no communication between each other about this case, no discussion with family or friends, no posting, no emailing, no texting about anything to do with this trial. Wear your juror badges prominently. Don't do any investigation. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30.
1:30, George.
1:30. So we'll have the door open before that. Hopefully you'll all be back on time so that we can get started right at 1:30. Okay, thanks everybody. Just leave your notebooks on your seat.
Right. So before she asks anything, case one, I really hope your daughter improves, and I'm sending you a massive hug. I'm so sorry. Our love goes out to you, my friend. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Um, I'm sorry. It sucks when health issues arise. So we're just seeing if they have anything to put on the record before we actually officially go on break. So 1:30, it's their time, which is 1:30 Eastern.
Is there anything to address on the record before we break?
I would just, for purposes of planning, inform the court that I only have one more witness.
Okay.
Great, we'll be ready to go.
Okay, we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
That's called rubber. Wow, state just announced that they have one more witness after this one. One more witness, and then the defense says it's ready to start straight away. So my hopes of they're finishing early, it's probably going down the toilet. Sorry. But I don't think they are. But if they are, we'll catch up on day one. Otherwise, I'll just do a recap in the morning and post that as a video of the Daybell trial. But they are on break right now. They are going to be break for an hour and a half, which is a bit because it's I'm trying to do math right now. It's 1 o'clock almost Eastern. They start at 2:30 Eastern, back 1:30 Central, and 6:30 my time, which is an hour and a half from now. So while that is happening, the Laurie Daybell State's openings, they start in about half an hour, at 6:30 with the 30-minute delay. So what is going to do is we are going to be just chatting probably for more half an hour, or I can take half an hour of a break, but food is not ready yet, so I can't take my break now. So what we could do is chat a little bit about our trial, about Laurie, about whatever you guys want to chat. I do have an article to read um, to you about the informant of the witness, and then 1 no 1:30 Eastern, sorry, 1:30 Eastern, we can see in about half an hour we can see the openings of the Laurie Daybell. So yeah, opening starts in 8 minutes, but with a 30-minute delay. Yes, exactly. So thank you, Denise. Yeah, they do start in 8 minutes, but we are in half an hour court delayed. So it's gonna be, but that's the thing. Then that's the thing that I was thinking, Denise, and you just reminded me of something. We might not see any explosive situations with Lois. Sorry, I keep doing this. Sorry, with Laurie, because if we are on a half an hour delay, they might have time. They might not show exactly what happened. They might cut that and say that to not transmit. We'll see what happens, but we will be watching the openings. I don't think openings are going to be uh very long or anything, so we won't be late, but we have about an hour of that we can see of the trial of Laurie Daybell today. So yeah, uh, which is not bad in considering that it's a trial that we're not going to probably follow much live, but we're going to be doing recaps. But now, Stephanie earlier has told us that there was an article on People that was talking about what the informant said about this trial. So I'm going to put it on screen right now what it is, and I'm going to read to you because I might be a little bit in front of you. So obviously the first part of the article talks about the crime and what had occurred, and then they say that more alleged details are shedding light on the case of Maxwell Anderson. Recently unsealed search warrants obtained by WISN, Fox 6, and the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel revealed that an informant told Milwaukee authorities that Anderson had allegedly shown him the murder location and tools about a month before the killing. The informant allegedly said that he was in Anderson's home on March 5th per warrant when he visited Anderson's basement. The news reporters said the informant alleged he saw 3 saws in the basement and a plastic tarp. The warrants said per the outlets that the tarp was covering the windows and walls from the floor to the ceiling, the informant claimed. Anderson allegedly gave a detailed plan of how he would carry out the killing of Robinson, who he told the informant he had met recently per the warrants. The informant alleged that Anderson told him he would threaten Robinson with a pew pew and bring her to his basement where he would pew her and dismember her. Dismember her, the outlets reported citing the warrants. Anderson allegedly planned to dispose parts of Robinson's body across the city, the warrant said, citing the informant's account. And then just talks about the investigation, how it occurred, and everything. So that was the part that talks about the informant. That is the informant we've been waiting for all day, and that might be the last witness of the prosecution. Because if they don't bring the informant next after this guy that is on a stand, he might be the witness on a rebuttal for the state, and the state will conclude with that. I don't know how many witnesses the defense has. He might have more than one. We don't know, but yeah, I know we need the CI after lunch because the state did say they only have one more witnesses to go after this one, which might be the CEI. But again, it might be the case that he might be holding the witness for rebuttal, which wouldn't surprise me if they do that. But they can always reiterate his testimony again at the conclusion. So, yeah, that would be good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that would be very good. That would make. I think we should change the name of the day today. Is the spicy day in court. I know. I am so glad that you guys can spend a whole day here as well. I'm so glad that Karen Reed is on break today. I missed you all. It's been awesome covering this trial, but I do miss our regulars. Oh yes, absolutely. We'll bear but the thing is, he's telling about things, right? I did not see, but Stephanie probably might be able to tell me. And when was this article done? Because the thing is, there was not a lot. There was a lot of information that was out about this, but it's very. There is details that only someone that was inside of this could know, and we need those because all of the other things you couldn't find out from media reports. We need something that no one knew about, that no one had information apart from him that he saw and Anderson. So that's like kind of the information we need, the bomb that we need from it. So yeah, but I would definitely we will be here watching it. We will be here streaming this case all day. We'll be doing Lori Daybell openings only, or whatever allows us until this trial is up again, back from break. But this is going to be our main focus. Is going to be Maxwell Anderson. Definitely spicy day report. I love today. Oh yeah, that is sensible, Stephanie. I appreciate it. I'll speak to you later. But yeah, I think Karen Reed was getting a little bit too out of hand again. But I was talking about and tossing the idea earlier. Can you imagine a Lori Daybell, a Karen Reed verdict on the same day? That would be pretty wild. Well, yeah, that is true. And you know what? I don't know if Maxwell is gonna testify. I don't think this this attorneys would allow him to testify. Knowing Cotton and knowing his mom, because his mom was the defense attorney for Jesse the eye drop Analiva. I can't say her name. Um, and I know Jesse would want to testify because she spoke a lot too much during her trial. But yeah, it is his choice. But still, yeah. Yeah, he will still clear from testifying. I don't think, I'm not saying if he testifies, it's gonna be great. Cross is gonna be amazing, but I don't think he is gonna. I mean, what is he gonna say? Like, he said he's not guilty. He didn't say that it was self-defense. Um, and he was the attorney for one of the, yeah, exactly. So I don't think they will let him, but I know in the end it's the defendant's choice to see if he's gonna testify or not. But still, it's still a pretty, I don't think it is. I think this one is one that is not gonna testify, that's for sure. I'm not seeing it somehow, that is gonna happen. But I mean, I've been wrong many times before. Let see all, like, for example, the um Colin Griffith and Nicole Rice as well. So, I was very wrong about those two. Yes, Denise, I'm still thing with Colin Griffith. I think I'm gonna be with that one for the rest of my life, or at least for the rest of the year. Was that who's paying for the attorney will have said I'm paying him. You listen. I think probably, yeah. I probably absolutely agree with that. Nana is, yeah, it's not. Hang on. He's not going to testify. He wants to relive his insanity. Exactly, does. He's enjoying this way too much. That, yeah. He also, oh, it was also for the pew pew. Wow, really? That's crazy. Yes, I know, Denise. I'm still gonna be like, I was doing the new intro. I'm creating a new intro for the channel, and I've included Colin Griffith verdict thing on the new intro. And seeing that, I was like, "Ugh." Oh, it brought all the emotions back. And then the Nicole Rice as well. Oh my days. So the new intro that I'm doing right now is, I've captured moments, like the verdicts from all the trials we have covered in the channel, and I'm putting them together as a video for the introduction for the intro of the streams. So I'm still working on it. On that. Joseph Cotton, defense attorney, represents Luthus. Love that. I wouldn't be smart for him to testify. I want to hear him speak and how he presents himself. I want that too. But we are gonna have the quality of him wanting to testify or not. Um, but yeah. Oh, did it? The Daybell trial just went live. In which feed? Is in which feed did you go live? I think. Oh, hang on. No, that's not. Idaho doesn't has one. Law and Crime. Why am I so many subscribers? Too many news stations. Why does this is the regular buff of news stations? 1 second. It's already passed, Hannah. I'm joking, but yeah. So what was I even talking about? I don't. Oh, the quality. So they're gonna have to go through the quality with Maxwell for if he's gonna um testify or not. So we might hear him there. That if he's gonna testify or not in the trial. So yeah, we might hear him talk there. He might talk on his sentencing. Who knows at this point? But where is Dingbell? Oh, Dingbell. No, I don't have anyone live. Oh, 27 minutes. Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you very much, Hannah. I appreciate you, girl. Yeah, they might like you have a trailer before, like I have on our stream, but yeah, court just started, but we have a 30-minute delay on it. I mean, if there is any spicy, any big happening in court and is on X, I'll probably tell you while we wait for the openings. But until then, we are on a half an hour delay from court. Sorry, trying to open this with nails, it's not good. It's almost out trying. Oh, yay! Oh, wow. That is a lot of water there. That's definitely a lot of water, Paul. I hope you don't have any floods or anything, because that would have been absolutely horrible. I'm so sorry. So yeah, so we might hear Anderson then on the quality about testifying or not, because I don't think he is. And or maybe in a sentencing if he decides to talk about something, but knowing as a narcissist that he is, he's probably not gonna talk about it or talk about anything. So yeah, so that's what we had. I mean, we had a very spicy morning, starting with the X, going through several detectives with us. One of them was the phone data and the photos that we've been waiting for. And then this last one, I think it was more like to disprove that, because he said that he was home watching Netflix, but Netflix has this thing, like he was saying, that every 3 episodes or every so often, Netflix has a screen saying, "Are you still watching?" to make sure that you're still there. And if you not reply, I think he shuts himself off. So that's what happened. That at a certain point, that happened. No one answered, and the computer, I think, might have shut it himself off, or Netflix app have gone because no one interacted with it. So, but that was kind of genius out of him, but very dumb at the same time. Netflix and yeah, and Netflix and unaliving. Yeah, that's a new sport. It's not Netflix and chill, and Netflix and then yeah. I got you, Stephanie. That is amazing. That's hilarious. I love that. Um. So yeah. I mean, what else? What else did we had? Oh, we had the jurors being shown. I I want to go back and watch it. We could on my stream, because I have it still. I might edit it out, that part, but I might do it on my personal time. I'm not gonna show again on stream here, but I might edit that part of the stream and just take that part out and delete. I don't think there is anything being said at that time there is too important to keep, but I might do it because that is going to be an essential part, because now the first part of the morning, and up until that happened, at least on the Law and Crime Network site, that net part 1 is gone. So yeah, that would be interesting. That happened in the civil trial that we had earlier this year. So yeah, so there's no still. Oh, food smells so good. I am so hungry. It smells so good. If food comes before trial starts for Daybell, I might just play some music and be in chat, and then when Daybell starts, we might watch that and then carry on with our trial. Is that a good deal? I hope so, because that's what we're gonna do. So, because yeah, Jed, oh, oops, Garden Bot is making steak and chips with a fried egg, with sunny side egg. Oh, I can't wait. It's my favorite meal. The only part that it's not gonna have is the rice and the salad, but it's still gonna be pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what else. What else have we need to discuss on? We need to talk about that has happened. I don't think is like some stuff has happened. There was a status conference about that manhunt that is happening in Washington, but it's nothing much is happening right now apart from Lori. Daybell starting her trial. Yeah. We're literally having fish and chips tomorrow. Fish and chips, yes. Yes, Stephanie. Well done. Stephanie, I'm proud of you. You need to have fish and chips. Fish and chips is definitely an English thing there. Steph, the ground is saturated, and any rain we get straight to the lake. Good thing we look down on it. Well, yeah. But I want fish and chips too. Normally here on in the UK, several places like care homes and stuff like that, they have said that Fridays is fish and chips day, and even some restaurants, and like we have a health center that where we live, that every single Friday they do fish and chips, which is amazing. So I really like Fridays because it's fish and chips day. Friday night fish fries are the best in Wisconsin. Miss it so much. Oh wow, that's what fish fries. Interesting. We do Friday fish. Oh, Miss Sarah, that's like very hard to read. We do Friday fish fry here almost every Friday. And 1 second. One second, emergency. 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm back. So we was just guard. Everything is fine. It was just garden bought that a cut himself in the knife. He's fine. He's fine. It's just a cut, small cut. But it was bleeding slightly, so that's under control. We've put a plaster on it. He's fine. Sorry about that. Whew, I had to run. I'm so unfit. Hang on. There's anything happening now. Hang on. I have Hector too. Oh no, he's fine, Cindy. Thank you. He's fine. It's just a small cut that he did with a knife. So, but he's fine. We just put the plaster on it. Hope he's gonna be fine. He's gonna make a full recovery. He'll be fine. Separate the egg whip. Well, oh, recipe. What are we having a recipe for? Ooh, is that for the batter or something? I'm just being now. Ooh, Mexican. Nice. Definitely. We are. Like me and Garden Butter, we should be definitely wrapped in bubble wrapped. So yeah. Ooh, apparently Daybell just walked into the courtroom, so they might be 15 minutes behind. So it's for the fish fry. Oh, I said that perfectly. The fish fry, beer, but what is up to with you and like the beer butter beer butter fish? That's so hard to say. Beer butter fish. So yeah, so we both should be bubble wrapped very well and just yeah. Anyway, so Daybell just walked in courtroom, so that means they are gonna be starting closings or talking in half an hour from now, going on the record. So you might be tight, but we might see closing openings. So, Katya, did you see rock throwing guy got sent? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Yeah, we did watch it yesterday. I think on break. Yeah. I think we did watch it yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Hannah. You are so kind. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Thank you for that. I use a John Silver copycat. Sup beer for water. Okay. Yeah, I know you weren't here and we missed you, but it's okay. I appreciate that you helped. Um, I really, really do. And I thank you, Hannah. Thank you. You are the best. Thank you, my friend, for doing that. You are very kind to do that. So closings might be a little bit tight. I don't know how long they each have in between. And I kind of wish Daybell would go first, but she's not. Obviously, we all know there's the prosecution going first. 'Cause I just want to watch Daybell. I don't want to watch like Trina is gonna do the standard opening of talking about the case of what she allegedly did and everything, and she didn't do, and then going over Daybell. You never know what she's gonna say. Right, food is here. I'm gonna put some music until Daybell starts, and then after that I will come back and watch that. So I'll be in the background. Music is gonna be playing. Probably just gonna play from here because I'm not going anywhere. And yeah, I'll see you guys very shortly.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK. rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the Hutt's where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this court dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Court watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns.
Of course we can watch it, Cherry. We can do anything that you want. So while we're waiting on Daybell, because there's still going to be quite a bit, and the video that I have is only 16 minutes, we're going to have time to do both. So absolutely we can. Let me just get it ready and set up 1 second, and we can just start and watch. Of course we can. Absolutely, my friend. There we go. We're gonna see sentencing of Victoria Goodwin. Is that her name? Yeah. Oh, hang on. Need to turn on the sound. 1 second. Let me put it back down.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Hammer, this is a daytime step for entry of judgment and imposition of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason?
Hang on. There you go.
Why judgment should not be pronounced again for sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. The court reviewed the May 15th, 2025 pre-sentence investigation report, as well as the sentencing memorandum filed by the defendant on May 29th of 2025, as well as all of the letters that were given. And it's the court's understanding this is no recommendation, except the state has retained the right to argue facts and circumstances.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there going to be a victim speaker?
There is Aaron Goodwin's here, who's just in the anteroom. He's coming in right now, so we're going to ask that he speak last for statute.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, as I kind of spoke to opposing counsel, I even spoke to Aaron about it. One of the reasons we're not making a recommendation as to sentencing is we kind of acknowledge that, look, this is someone who doesn't have a record, right? Who's never kind of done anything like this before. But the concern I've always had is when you look at the facts of the case, they are serious. This is not a situation where maybe an unhappy wife simply kind of made a fleeting text that said, oh, like, I can't stand my marriage, like, I wish he was just gone, or something along those lines. It was far more than that. The concerns that I have about the case are when Mr. Amato's phone is seized and they look into it, what you can see is on October 2nd of 2024, there is a text exchange between Ms. Goodwin and Mr. Amato, who is a convicted murderer out of Florida,
where they are expressing their love for one another. She is acknowledging that her husband would never accept a divorce. She says things like, I'm so anxious, I just can't believe this is happening, like, what the F? How did I get to this point? Am I a bad person? And when Mr. Amato asks, well, why do you say that? And she's like, because I'm choosing to end his existence, not divorce. Those are very serious comments. When you couple that with, on that same date, she is relaying information that Mr. Goodwin was in Barstow, staying at a Best Western, provided him pictures of what he looked like, the car that he was driving. And that there's discussions that Mr. Amato's buddy named Gordo is going to take care of the situation, the facts become more serious. And even from those text messages that talk about setting aside, $11,000 for Gordo, and ultimately this investigation reveals about $60,000 is sent from Ms. Goodwin over to Mr. Amato, or associates of Mr. Amato. And I know the sentencing memo kind of talks about, well, maybe some of that was blackmail, but when you have the following day, you have Amato on that phone texting Gordo being like, hey, is it done yet? Has it been done? All of that's very serious. And the one thing I didn't see in that report was simply, at no point does Ms. Goodwin ever try to claw it back. At no point does she say something like, you know what, I was just kidding, I don't really want to go through, like, you don't ever see anything along those lines. And that really is ultimately the concern for the state about the seriousness of it. And so look, whatever you think is appropriate is certainly appropriate. I just think at the end of the day, we don't see these solicitations very often. Like, I handle murders, we don't really get solicitation cases that often. But there's a lot of there. That's a lot of detail, a lot of locations, and a lot of money that I think elevates this to a certain level of consideration. Lastly, I'm just going to say, look, I'm not going to speak for Aaron. I think Aaron is going to share with you how this has really impacted him, and I don't think I can do that justice, but I will submit it to the discretion of the court.
Your Honor, and I'd just like to comment briefly on the facts. I know we wrote a longer sentencing memo, and I appreciate your patience because I know you read it. With regards to the facts, there is, to me, a clear line where Ms. Goodwin had abandoned the conspiracy. We may disagree, and I don't know what we do with the state, whereas who initiated the idea of, the murder. But with Ms. Goodwin, it's clear that as of November, she had completely distanced herself from the group. She had moved on from it. There was very limited contact. She had nothing further to do, no efforts were made, and the phone exchange ends. I'd also comment, and I know we do in the sentencing memo, that neither Mr. Amato or Mr. Gordo, as we sit here, have ever been charged with a crime. So it's just Ms. Goodwin who sits here today, and as far as I know, there's no intention to ever file charges against either of those two individuals. I think it is clear that Ms. Goodwin, after the initial, payment, was being extorted. That she was threatened, there was a call to the police that was outlined in the sentencing memo, and that was the reason for the additional payments. It wasn't a continued, I want to keep paying more and more, we really got to make this happen. There was the initial payment, and after that, the circumstances had substantially changed. But as the state mentioned, and you look today, Ms. Goodwin is a person who prior to this had never been in any kind of trouble of any kind. She did what you would expect someone to do when they are arrested for something. She took full responsibility. As I think we're 92 days from the day she was arrested to the day we're before Your Honor, which on a case like that, I would submit is very fast, and that's because Ms. Goodwin said, I don't want to make this any tougher for Mr. Goodwin. I want to take responsibility. I know what I did was wrong. Again, as we sit here, you can see the back row. That's Ms. Goodwin's family, some friends as well. She's got tremendous family support. They love her. They would have gladly, this was not an unreasonable bail that can never be posted. She recognized that there should be some punishment element to this as well. So she sat in custody for 92 days when the family would have gladly posted a bond. to get her out of custody, but she wanted to come before the court and let everyone here know that she understands there are consequences for her action. We would submit that she's an excellent candidate for probation. Many of those reasons are outlined in the sentencing memo. She's not going to reoffend. She's never been in trouble before. She's going to move. She has no need to have further contact with Mr. Goodwin. They don't have children in common. She's going to move. If she is given the opportunity at probation, she would immediately try to transfer out of state, live with her family, continue with her education. We talked in the sentencing memo about her physical health. She has very serious health issues. She's not going to be able to get the proper treatment while she is in custody. It's very painful. She lives her whole life in pain. She has one of the most painful illnesses you can have. If Your Honor felt that she did need a little bit more, we don't think 92 days has gotten her attention. She's never going to be in front of Your Honor for any kind of violation. She's never going to have any further problems. We, of course, would understand there would be stringent conditions. She has no contact with Mr. Goodman, and she has no need to ever have contact with them. We would just ask the court to give her one opportunity at probation for someone who's lived the life that she's lived, has one terrible mistake, but that's the only mistake she's made, and that she immediately tried to take full responsibility for it. Before she was arrested, she had clearly abandoned any efforts to be part of that conspiracy, and we think she's worthy of probation, and I'd like to have her say a few words as well.
Firstly, and most importantly, I would like to apologize to Aaron. I'm so immensely sorry for the pain and anxiety I've caused you, and the betrayal you undoubtedly and rightfully feel by my actions. I need you to know that I will always hold love for you. I genuinely pray you find your joy and peace again, and I will bow out of your life forever to hopefully ease that process. I'm sorry I broke us, and I am consumed with regret every day. My absolute promise to you is that you will never see or hear from me. I intend to leave the state of Nevada, and you and anyone else will never be in danger of me ever again. Secondly, I'd like to apologize to my parents. My actions are not a reflection of how you raised me, with unwavering love and support, and I know I'm better than this. Next, I'd like to apologize to the court. I recognize and understand my stupidity, the terrible nature of my crime against Aaron, my regrettable choices, and monumental lapse in judgment. This is my rock bottom, and I'll never forgive myself. Prior to my arrest, I was taking steps toward mending my marriage and correcting my mistakes that led me here. Now, having spent 92 days in jail, I've had plenty of time to reflect on my foolishness, and I'm that much more committed to never getting in trouble again and doing better in every aspect of my life, especially with my mental health. I am truly ashamed, embarrassed, and disappointed with myself, and am deeply and sincerely remorseful for my actions. This is not a reflection of who I am, nor the person I want to be.
Yes, State will call Aaron Goodwin.
Madam Clerk will swear you in. You do solemnly swear or affirm, under the pains and penalties of perjury, the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Aaron Goodwin, AARON,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
Sorry. Your Honor, for 7 years I thought I was in the most loving relationship and marriage with my best friend. Someone who I trusted in whole heart and laughed with every day. Someone who made me feel like I was like I was her one and only. I was loyal to her and did whatever I could to make her happy. I thought we were something very special, and so did everyone else. After finding out she was cheating on me in September of last year with multiple men, including the man going by the name Vincent, who turned out to be Grant Amato, I gave her the option of divorce where we could try to work it out because I love her so much. She felt so bad and I didn't want to lose me. Every day she made me feel more special, and she was so sorry. At least that's what she told me. Now discovering she put a hit out to kill me more than once. Got blackmailed and spent almost all our savings to keep it quiet. And fell more in love with Amato. They even got spiritually married. And now I was called the first husband. They talked until she was arrested. And she sought his help to kill me. Sorry. This has led me to fear my life. I've hired armed security for weeks, not knowing it was over or not. Always looking over my shoulder and having to go through therapy and even trying to understand any of it. It's like a heartbreak no one should go through in life. I can't trust anything anymore. I cry every day. I feel so low. She grew me into a person I never was. I will always wonder why. But worst of all, she lied to me every day. I didn't know about any of the murder plot, the hitman, or the blackmail until the detectives told me after she was arrested. Now behind bars, she's trying to manipulate through lawyers and trying to silence me and not come here today. So I wouldn't be standing here. In Your Honor, this person over here, I don't know at all. Not one bit. The fact that this person did all this to me with no worry, no care, or love in her heart for me. I will never feel safe or be the same because of what she did. Especially when she gets out one day. She claims she's remorseful now that she's been caught. But there at no time before did she ever try to stop this from happening. She tried to have me killed. She gave my location to people. Truly believed we were trying. I truly believe with people she truly believed were going to harm me. She even asked for the updates on the murder. And this was all when I was just a loving husband, I thought. Whether she got minimum or maximum time, I still won't feel safe whenever she's released. I feel like this deserves prison time. I don't know. So I just leave it in your hands, Your Honor. Thank you. Here, baby.
By virtue of your plea of guilty on April 22nd of 2025, in accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, you hereby judged guilty of the offense conspiracy to commit murder, category Bravo felony. In addition to the $25 administrative assessment fee, $150 DNA testing fee to include testing for genetic markers, and $3 administrative assessment fee, the court does now sentence you to a minimum term of 36 months and a maximum term of 90 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections. What is the correct term, sir?
92 days, Your Honor.
92 days correct term, sir. Thank you. And all the name counsel. Have a great day.
And off to prison she goes. That's crazy. I mean, she had everything. Hello, I'm back. She had everything they could possibly get. She had a loving husband. They probably didn't have like lots of money, but they had money. They had things to get by. But she goes and does this. I mean, what kind of person is this? I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely insane. Just think it's like, why are you that bored of a life that you don't have to worry, you don't have to like proper work or anything, you don't have to do nothing, and you go and you do this for what? Because you some guy oh, honestly, I don't understand. I don't. It's just crazy. So our friend Daybell is in court. So this is her walking in. I'm just gonna replay. They haven't started yet. So we are now traveled from Nevada to Arizona. I don't think it's that far away. But like, why? Why do people do this? I mean, it's just crazy. Like, she had everything. Oh, she's walking normal today. Look at that. No problem whatsoever there, Laurie. Really? No problem over there. Sorry, this would already happened. I skipped it back to for us to watch, but yeah, no problem over there and there, Lori. But yeah, but like, absolutely, why did she do this? The Goodwin girl, she had everything. She had a good guy that she was married to. She had probably a wedding that many young kids dream of having in Disneyland. She had a good home. She has like, I don't understand these people. Like, I understand, like, for example, I don't understand, but I understand the Stacey Rodriguez, that what she did. I understand others, but this one, it's even more fun, crazy to me, because she had everything. And for what? Because she was having an affair with a guy. This guy forgave her af- for having an affair. You could have divorced her right there and then. And anyway, so Laurie, they are right now on a sidebar because they have the headsets on, because they are excusing one of the jurors because of a medical reason, and then I think we're gonna start. So, but that Goodwin girl is gonna have 3.5, 3.5. Was it 3.5 to 7? What did Paula say? Where is it? Was it gone? No, where's it gone? Well, 36 months to Oh, here. I found it. Oh, my days. Now I have yeah, 3 to 7.5 years. That is just crazy. Like, in 3 years, she can be out. But to be fair, she will be a felon for the rest of her life. Like, the Rodriguez girl. What was her name, man? Ana Gutierrez. That's it. They're gonna be, but still, for what? These people are crazy, honestly. She's not gonna get nothing on her divorce. Absolutely nothing, because I don't think she can like claim anything now because of this, right? I don't know how divorce laws work in US, so do not ask me. But it's just absolutely crazy. You know, respectfully, okay. Um, so we're about to see Lori. I honestly hope she can call. Yeah, she cannot call calls. William, that's funny. You're gonna call Ghostbusters? Yeah, no, not her. Oh, that's hilarious, William. Oh my days, only. That's very funny indeed. That's great. That's a very great thing to do. Well done, my friend. Uh, yeah, that's why you said respectfully that he cannot call it. Oh my days, that's funny. That is good. That is very good. I like it. Oh my days, you guys are hilarious. Um, so, oh man, are you kidding me? So Daybell in real life just started doing openings, which is half an hour from now. Do you guys know that half an hour from now it's 10 minutes before our trial comes back? Why? Why, world? All I want to watch is Daybell opening, nothing else. I know.
William coming in with the
All right,
comic.
let's go ahead and bring in the
Oh.
jury. We'll commence with the opening statements.
Yes, Laurie, that means that she's gonna talk, Laurie. You've already done this like twice. So are you wondering what she's gonna tell? Laurie, that was a hot mic moment that I loved it. Because she's like, is this what she's gonna yeah. Hey, you came back, Rava. Is all the pups okay? I hope they are all right, Rava. But I love that. I really like that. The fact that she was yeah, she said that. Yeah, exactly. Like she doesn't know how to play the
Access
game.
to email right now?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe an email can be sent to Mr. White to see if, or even your paralegal that's now walking in could see if there's some way to coordinate picking up any documents that are needed.
Did you guys see the side eye that he was giving us? Like that was fun. I know I like this judge. I'm gonna miss that we're not gonna like follow
Or if they
100%
could even
life.
be digitally emailed over, if you need assistance printing them, we can do that too.
I want to follow this life, but life.
All rest of the jury.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. As you can see, we have extra jurors just in case someone can't proceed, which you observe that we already had to use or let one juror go. At this time, the state can proceed with its opening statement.
Thank you. A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway, idling. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto a street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him. And then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona, so he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators, to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you that his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart Superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each had their own cell phone like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. You'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from them on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho. This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when the shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit. Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired 1 shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, and he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day, and so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it, and on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it, so you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Balance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this time?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus a opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges the defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the defendant
I'm
should
going to
be charged.
object again, Your Honor. Improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for 30 pieces of silver.
Object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreau. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold on.
testifying.
Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
Four objections already. This is the break we needed from our trial. Oh wow, she's approaching the judge. If I was the judge, I would be out. Look at that. I would be so scared right now if I was the judge. Like, Lori's so close to him. Oh my days, I've never seen this before. Of she being so close to the judge. Ow, ow, my ears. Oh.
Go ahead.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all four of their children. I was also very close to all four of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreau. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreau. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreau, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence, it's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going to
a
object to misstatement
crime
of the law in terms of 100%.
All right, again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
the state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide, Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that.
Sustained, the jury in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent. In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
for
I'm
what
gonna
a fact
object to
really
argument.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement. You. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone, not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so, even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I have to pause it. I have to stop it. I am crying. Oh my days, Lord have mercy. I'm looking. Oh, are you sending lunch lady peanut butters? Oh, I want some. Oh, I'm sorry, but that was hilarious. I need to do proper reaction to this man, because this was gold. This is the epitome of gold that that happens in the trial. And then guess what? We haven't missed anything in our trial. This is the epitome. No, so it's all right, no worries, Samantha. We are gonna stop Lori for now anyway, because our trial is gonna come up. But enjoy lunch. I'll see you very soon. Enjoy your lunch, girl. But so good to see you. But this was the epitome of gold. I don't think there has been anything better than this opening by Lori. I need to. Oh my days. This is gonna be the epitome of the trial of this opening. It's absolutely. Oh great. Oh my days. First the lunch lady pizza and now the peanut butter bars. I know. Definitely come again soon, Samantha. We do have sometimes fun and a good laugh sometimes over here. Because this was the epitome of gold. I'm sorry, but it was. In my opinion, this is. Oof. I'm gonna have to do a video just on that, because that opening on a scale to 0 to 10, where 10 is absolutely outstanding. Um, sorry, outstanding opening, and 0 is the most idiotic opening. This gets a -2, but in terms of goldness, it takes the cake, it takes the price. This, oh my days. It definitely classic Lori. This is definitely worth a rewatch. Of that opening. A -10 from Anna. Anna gives a -10. This is the epitome of gold. But sadly we're gonna have to leave Lori there. We might go back to her or tomorrow. I think, because the trial's not going to be finished by the time we finish this trial, so I might tomorrow, as soon as I wake up, do a recap of the trial and post it straight away. But this is gonna be, this is epic. There's so much that I want to do with this part of our openings that is absolutely epic. This is the worst but yet greatest opening I have seen, because he provided us with such a laughter. Um, 12 objections just on an opening statements. 12 objections. That was the epitome of all of it. And guess what? We did not miss a bit of our trial. They're still not back yet. So we thought we were going to miss something, but we didn't. See, we were able to do everything and more in this lunch break. See, we are great. But that was good. Oh, they are just coming back. Oh no, they're not. Cameraman, it's dangerous today. Honestly, I think we might be coming back soon to our trial. We're gonna get to the cross of the the digital forensic investigator Jason Ruff. That's where we left off. We're gonna have a cross of him, and then we have the last witness for the state. And I was just asking the gods of trial, if they do are there, that they could have end for the day, let the jury go early, because if they go early, by any grace of gods of trials, if they do go, we could jump on Laurie for the rest of the day. But I don't think they are. This judge is very effective. She wants this case, moving forward. If she was like Beth, we would have already been going home, but she's not. So I don't think I'm seeing.
Calling State of Wisconsin. Case
What did they do?
24 CF1692 appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the state, joined at council table by Detective Joanne Donner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maxwell Anderson with Anthony Cotton and Jason Finline.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This morning, we received an email, well, Attorney Cotton received an email. It was also sent, I believe, to the prosecutor as well as to myself. However, my spam took it and I never was able to see it. Attorney Cotton showed it to the state as well as to me, and it reflected comments regarding comments posted to, I believe, Law and Crime's website on YouTube, and a concern relative to that. The parties and I discussed it, and at the parties' stipulation, no further action was to be taken. Since this point in time, we've received further emails with the same information and attempts, I think, to contact my court as well as other courts. What we all know relative to the comments that are posted is some are accurate, some are inaccurate, some are made up, and Lord knows why people feel the need to post continuously. At this point in time, we've discussed it at length, and it's my understanding that the parties are stipulating to taking no further action. State, is that accurate? And is there any further record you wish to make?
That's accurate, and no.
Defense?
That's accurate.
Okay, anything further to address on the record before we resume?
No.
So very briefly, the judge received several emails.
Anything further you'd like to address on the record before we bring the jury in?
No.
Okay.
So the judge
Let's address
very
that. Ringing.
briefly received
Yeah, we'll
several
go from there.
emails out of
Special Agent Ruff,
maybe
you can come
comment-
back up if you'd like.
or maybe comments of people out of a law and crime chat, either with maybe with an unaliving threat, with information about the trial, with stuff going on that was not privy for the people to probably know yet or anything. And they emailed the judge about that, and the judge was discussing now with everything. So yeah, be careful with what you say in chat. I think our chat is fine, but yeah, LNC chat is crazy. Let's carry on. But yeah, so that's basically, yeah, we are always on our best behavior. Obviously, you guys are fantastic. You guys are amazing. We have great mods. So we have a good chat. We still have but yeah, LNC is always in trouble. I'm not surprised if they turn off the chat. They won't turn off the chat. Sometimes Core TV does turn off the chats, but yeah. Oh, thank you. Core TV sometimes turns off the chats or puts just members only. Law and Crime might start doing that, of members only commenting on that, because then you have to pay to be commenting, not just about any
We should
person.
recall it with new court.
So yeah, right,
Recalling
Hannah.
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24 CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport for the state, joined alongside by Detective Joanne Donner.
Jason Finling and Tony Cotton with Max Anderson, and also our private investigator, Jason Barber. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch. At this point in time, we are just about to begin cross-examination of Special Agent Ruff. We will re-swear him because we have a new court reporter.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record, please.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is spelled Jason. Last name Ruff.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you just recently testified that your job really was to analyze two different devices, right?
Correct.
Like a cell phone, then also a computer?
Correct.
But so you examine like the hard drive in the computer, right?
That is correct. Forensic image of the hard drive.
Okay, and so you said you're like a forensic expert on these types of analysis, right?
Yeah, forensic examiner.
And one of the goal, I mean, I guess one of the reasons you have the job is because you need to analyze people who are accused of crimes, their electronic devices, right?
Either people accused of crimes, victims, really anything related to a criminal investigation.
And it's because electronics are a pretty complicated, it's complicated evidence, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
And you have all these tools that you listed in your report that you utilize these tools, and they can help decipher data from phones that you really wouldn't be able to get unless you had these tools, right?
Correct.
And so I'm gonna start with the cell phone. And so these tools you use, you're able to determine, pull text messages, right?
Correct.
And even if deleted texts, right?
Possibly, potentially.
And also you're able to look at someone's internet browsing, right?
Correct.
And that's something you did in this case, right?
Correct.
And you're able to determine what website someone went to, right?
Correct.
Even if they use like the private browsing, is that right?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And so in this case, you reviewed all of that, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any searches regarding how to, dismember a body, correct?
I did not.
Or you didn't see any searches about how to clean up blood, correct?
I did not.
Or how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct, I did not.
Nothing about how to remove DNA from a surface, right?
Correct.
There weren't any searches whatsoever about DNA, right?
Correct.
And that's on the phone.
Correct.
And then also you have access to the map application, right?
Correct.
I think of Google Maps, but I'm not quite sure what's used on an Android, but there's some sort of map application,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I think the jury all knows, when you type in, if you're trying to go to someone's house, you type in the address, and then that gets saved on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And Max's phone, this device that you looked through, there was no GPS coordinates to Warnemont Park, correct?
I would have to re-look, but I do not believe so.
Okay. And I think you had testified that the phone, shut down at some period of time, right?
That is correct.
I think 1:35 a.m., that sounds right, on April 2nd?
Correct.
But the phone wasn't turned off. It shut down, but it wasn't a intentional act of someone holding the power button and turning it off, correct?
That is correct.
It's shut off because it has 0% battery.
That's correct.
So perhaps, the user fell asleep or forgot to plug it in, right?
Anything's possible.
And the data I guess you pulled, was there a certain time frame that you're looking at from this date to this date?
So the primary time that I was told was primarily the 12:45 a.m. to, I want to say 8, I would have to look specifically, but I believe it was like 8:50, 8:45 a.m. and just the time surrounding that.
Okay, so you're not looking at data like before April 1st, right? Oh, I guess you are, because I guess there's some text messages before that.
Correct, yes.
Like there's not, you weren't looking at data from like early March or February, right?
Correct.
So if like the phone had the user had a repeated pattern of their phone dying, that's not something you would have seen.
Well, I did see that on the records that ERP is just a long list of all the power events.
And it died on April 4th as well, right?
Yeah, it died on April 4th.
Okay, so more than once this phone is dying, right?
Correct.
It's not just isolated incident to April 2nd, right?
Correct.
And then let's move over to the computer. You had explained that, well, so the phone, you said user interaction stops around 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
On April 2nd, right?
Correct.
You said maybe to 12:08, but you're not sure, pretty confident 12:07 phone activity, human activity stops, right?
Correct.
And then right around that same time, Netflix or the computer, there's user activity on the computer, right?
That is correct.
So consistent with someone they cease interaction with the phone and start interacting with the computer, right?
Yeah.
And so 12:07, yes, according to, your analysis, activity stops with that electronic, but not all electronics in this residence, right?
Yeah.
And because a Netflix show is played at 12:07, right?
Correct.
And the show is played, and it sounds like these are probably pretty short episodes, right?
Yes, and from what I saw actually in some of the episodes for that Love, Death, and Robot show had been played the previous night as well.
Okay, but they're short episodes, like 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, like 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, and in some of the photos, I think in your report, it looks like they're almost animated. It's like an animated show?
Yeah.
Okay. So it plays a few episodes back to back, right?
Correct.
And could you determine whether a user was actually clicking next episode, or was it just kind of timing out and playing repeatedly?
It was timing out and playing the next episode.
Okay, and then after those shows stop playing, the user, so this is a user, human being most likely interacting, yes, playing a new show at 12:28 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And again, that action is physically done by a human, right?
Yes, they would have to physically transition over to that episode, or that show, I should say.
Okay, and I think a lot of members of the jury probably use, streaming services is when you can either search it, or sometimes I think you said you can get a suggested show, and it pops up. It's like a show you might like, and you can just click watch, and it plays, right?
Correct.
And these platforms like Netflix and Disney Plus, what have you, if you finish like a series, you don't even have to click watch a new series. Sometimes it'll just immediately queue it up and play it, right?
Depending on the browser you're watching it on, but yes.
Okay. And so 12:28 a.m., a new show is played, and that show is played in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
And you said that show's about an hour long, give or take?
Yeah.
And then after that episode ends, another episode is played, correct?
That's correct.
But that's actually auto-played.
Correct.
So it's not a user, because I think you can imagine it's the timer, that 10-second timer, 15-second timer.
Yes.
And it says you can either click play next episode, or you can just wait the 10 seconds, right?
Correct. I believe it's like 2 minutes or so on average.
Okay, so sometimes it's up to 2 minutes how long it waits. And so users don't actually need to click the button; they can just wait. Maybe if you don't want to pick up the remote, maybe you're lazy, you don't need to have to pick it up, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have to pick up the remote to click the button, right?
Correct.
And so if someone fell asleep, for instance, the Netflix would continue to play, and the person doesn't actually have to interact with their TV, right?
That's correct.
And you say that according to the data you analyzed, the show plays until at least, did you say 2:35 a.m.?
Yes, I believe that was the time.
And then does another show play after that, or were you not be able to tell because something with like the internet?
Yeah, so there was an interruption in the network when what I talked about, that IP lease happened around the time when it would start playing another episode, which very briefly disconnected from the internet, like probably fractions of a second, but just long enough to interrupt that auto stream. So yes.
Do you know if more episodes were played after 2:35 or not?
There were no episodes played.
Okay,
after
so the episodes are done at 2:35 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But nothing about the data or anything that you analyze can tell you whether the user stopped watching the show, right?
You mean like to click off?
Well, like the data you reviewed can't tell you whether someone's actually watching the show or if someone isn't watching the show.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
And then also, with your tools, you're able to look at internet searches, correct?
Correct.
On the computer, I mean.
Yes, that's correct.
It could be either Safari, Google Chrome, whatever internet, browser people prefer, right?
That's correct.
And in a part of your job and in your experience, you've seen in criminal investigations where a user is, looking up things that, are consistent with them committing a crime, right?
Correct.
Or trying to conceal a crime, right?
Correct.
And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct.
And were you aware of any facts regarding this case before you started your analysis, or you just going blank?
Very brief facts, pretty much. I mean, nothing, like no real in-depth facts.
But had you seen like news articles about it?
Yeah, pretty much just whatever everybody else was seeing was what I knew about the case.
Yeah, everybody else, because it was over social media, Facebook, Instagram, right?
Correct.
And sometimes, if you look on your Instagram feed, you'll see, a news story come up, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at, this Max's computer, you didn't see any information about how to remove DNA or how to clean up a crime scene, right?
I did not, no.
And again, forensic investigators often rely heavily on history to evaluate intent, correct?
Correct.
And again, you found no search history on the computer consistent with planning or committing a crime, right?
I did not.
And just briefly here, you said that there were photos deleted. You could conclude that, right?
Yes.
And you included some photos that were deleted in your report of Sade, right?
Correct.
But there was other photos that were deleted as well.
Correct.
Did you say there was 32 in total deleted?
So there were 32 cache photos. I couldn't tell you the exact number of actual photos deleted. The 32 cache photos correspond to the time frame when the deletion was actually occurring. So not every photo gets a cache image. It depends on whether or not it's interacted with recently or really any number of things. So I wouldn't be able to say exactly how many photos were deleted.
And just to wrap up here, you also were able to pull the text communications between the two, right?
Correct.
And in those text communications, Sade Robinson's phone never sends Maxwell's phone her address, correct?
No.
Or the general area of the city where she lives, right?
Not that I saw.
I have nothing further.
State.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Dr. Karsten.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
My name's Dr. Jordan Karsten. It's JordanKarsten.
How are you employed?
I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and I'm also a professional consultant for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab through the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you teach at UW-Oshkosh?
I'm a biological anthropologist, so primarily my work is focused on the human skeleton. So I teach classes in human skeletal anatomy, teach classes in forensic anthropology, biological anthropology, genetics, sometimes archaeology, depending on what's needed.
Could you just briefly summarize sort of your background in training and education?
Yeah, so in terms of education, I got 2 bachelor's degrees from Grand Valley State University in Michigan. One was a bachelor's of science in anthropology. The other was a bachelor's of science in health sciences. And then I got a master's from the State University of New York in Albany and a PhD in, my master's was in anthropology and my PhD is also in anthropology from the State University of New York in Albany.
How long have you been an anthropologist? I might have missed it.
How long? I graduated college in 2009 and I graduated my PhD in 2014. And I've been a professor at UW-Oshkosh since then in 2014, so I've been in the state for 11 years.
Were you contacted on or about April 3rd of 2024 by the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office regarding a leg that had been recovered?
I was.
What was the nature of that contact? Why were they contacting you?
I was contacted by Charles Rohr, Dr. Charles Rohr, who is a forensic pathology fellow at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. He told me that a human leg had washed up on the shore at Warnemount Park in Cudahy. and that he was interested in having me examine part of the skeletal remains to look at if the individual was dismembered, how that might have happened, and look to see if there were any tool marks present on the bone.
So what was requested of you was an examination originally just of the leg for a tool marks
That's
analysis?
correct.
Okay. And as well as just a general examination of the trauma to the skeletal remains to see if you could figure out what happened?
Correct.
Did you in fact examine skeletal remains from that leg?
I did.
And over the course of the next weeks and months, actually, did you also come to examine additional skeletal remains that were recovered related to this case?
Yes.
Did you subsequently prepare a report to document what you observed and what your findings were?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 409.
I don't object to this for the record.
Okay.
And will be received into evidence?
All right, 409 is received into evidence. That's your report, Dr. Karsten?
It is.
I'm going to pull it up on the screen next to you, and I would like to go through it with you in summation. And while I'm pulling this up, can you tell the jury overall what bones did you examine?
I examined a right femur, which is essentially complete, part of a left femur, left tibia, left fibula, right humerus, right radius, and a right ulna, as well as 2 cervical vertebrae and a patella, which is the kneecap.
And are you able to discuss an overall pattern of what you saw through your analysis of these skeletal remains?
Yeah, so overall pattern is the majority of the remains had some type of blunt force trauma, which had fractured the bones. And many of the bones had cut marks, and the cut marks themselves were superficial. They had what I call a V-shaped kerf. The kerf is the incision on bone, and so it was shallow, shaped as a V, and fairly regular walls. And those cut marks were found at locations across different bones, primarily in places where there are areas of muscle attachment and connective tissue attachment.
Okay, and did the fact that those cut marks to the bones were in those locations suggest anything to you?
It's consistent with the manipulation of soft tissue and dismemberment.
Were you able to examine or come to any kind of conclusions as to what kind of blades were used?
All I can say is that whatever caused the sharp force trauma, the blade itself had a V shape to it, and it was not serrated. So a serrated knife, like a steak knife, will produce a kerf, an incision in bone that's irregular. And this incision was not irregular. It was kind of uniform.
On any of them?
For all of them. There was no irregular aspect to the curves.
And based on the size of those cut marks and V-shaped markings, are you able to come to any conclusions about the size of the knife used?
I can't. When a knife comes into contact with bone, depending on the level of force, how much the knife actually contacts the bone, it can be very small kerf. You can push harder, make the kerf larger. So I can't say anything about the size of the blade.
Only thing you can say is whether the shape and then whether it was serrated or non-serrated.
In this case, yes.
And how is it that you're able to tell whether it's serrated or non-serrated?
Serrated blades will create, if you think of a serrated blade like a steak knife, essentially, they'll create a more irregular kerf or cut on the bone.
You may have mentioned this, but can you give some examples of some types of non-serrated blades?
Sure, like a paring knife would be a good example. You have plenty of blades in kitchens that are non-serrated, simple blades. I mean, you could have say a fishing knife you'd use to fillet a fish would also typically be a non-serrated blade.
Were you able to identify blunt force trauma to any of the limbs?
Yes, on many of them.
I'm going to go through this, and let's start with, we're going to start with the right femur. If you want to flip to that page or follow along on the screen to your right. Let's talk about what you knew about the right femur, what you discovered.
Sure. So for the right femur itself, it has evidence of blunt force trauma. I don't know if we can go forward. Is that possible? So if you go to figure 1, you can see the complete right femur. The black arrow is showing an area that's approximately where there would have been force applied to the femur. If you go down to figure 2.
And just to be clear before I do that, this would have been the right leg, the leg
This is
that
the
was
right thigh.
from
essentially,
Warnemont
the right
Park.
thigh bone, from Warnemont Park.
Okay.
So if you go down here, you can see a little bit closer on the right femur. The black arrow is the point where force would have been applied. And the way that we can reconstruct that is that bone is stronger in compression than tension. And so when blunt force trauma is applied to a limb, it causes a bone to bend. And in that process, the area that when it bends and goes into tension, that's where a fracture will start. And from the point in tension, the fracture shears over to the compression side. So can I point at this?
Yes, I think there's actually a microphone next to you, if you can turn that on.
Okay. Does that work? Maybe not. Okay, that works. If you take a look here, you can see that if force was applied here, the bone would have bent, kind of bowed out like this, and then you would have had that area of tension right there where the fracture starts, and it shears over to the other sides. And then what happens is it removes this kind of rhomboidal shaped, or what often gets called lozenge of bone, and so that broke free. And so on the right femur, in this case, we actually have 3 different pieces of bone that result from this fracturing. One that's here that includes the femoral head, which goes into the hip socket of the pelvis, this lozenge shape of bone, and then the larger part, which includes the entire rest of the femur.
Would a person be able to apply the force necessary to cause this damage?
Yes, depending on the person and the circumstances, I believe, yeah.
You believe yes? Okay.
Correct.
Are you able to comment on the difficulty to cause this fracture?
It would be difficult, but it would be possible.
I'm going to move to strike that. In the last 2 answers and questions, he's not a use of force expert. I don't think he's been qualified in this topic that we're going into.
I can ask him some foundational questions.
Okay, lay the foundation.
Do you have any expertise in being able to determine what kind of force needs to be used to fracture bones in this fashion?
As part of my job with the Department of Justice for the Crime Lab, I will remove pieces of bone for subsequent chemical and genetic analysis. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with what is required to break bone.
I would ask then the objection be
withdrawn.
Okay. All right, so let's pick up where I was left off here. On this part, on this femur bone, were there cut marks?
Yes.
Is this the good figure for that, or is there a
if you could move forward to figure 7. So on figure 7, you can see a close-up of the lozenge shape of bone. And then on the opposite side where the black arrows are, you can see a series of superficial cut marks. These are on an area that's called the linea aspera, and it is an area of muscle and connective tissue attachment.
And would that's the location of those cut marks suggest what soft tissue would have been being cut?
There are many muscles and aspects of connective tissue that connect there. You couldn't say exactly what.
What part of the body is this, I guess?
This is on the posterior side of your thigh.
So by your hip?
Below that.
Below your hip, okay.
Back of the leg, essentially, back of the upper leg.
Let's go to figure 11. How about this one?
Yep, figure 11 shows additional cut marks. So the black arrow shows like a roughly kind of horizontally oriented cut mark. In the red circle, there are additional cut marks, superficial cut marks, and then in the black circle, hard to see, but there are additional very faint cut marks.
Would the cut marks that you noticed when you examined the bones from the right leg from Warnemont Park, would that have been consistent to have been logically been in an effort to remove soft tissue?
Yes, it's in the area that's close to the hip.
Okay, the top of the leg.
Correct.
are you able to tell whether the blunt force trauma to the bones, like we saw before, occurred before or after the sharp force trauma to the tissues?
For these, I cannot say.
You are able to conclude that it was the blunt force trauma that caused the fractures?
Yes.
All right. Anything else about the right femur?
Figure 12 shows an additional couple of cut marks.
Okay.
This is on the front side, anterior side of the femur, in an area that's known as the intertrochanteric line, which is another area of ligamentous and muscle attachment. If you go to figure 13, you'll see even more cut marks. This is on the lateral side of the proximal femur, so the part that's closest to your hip. The black, red, and blue arrows all point to individual cut marks on that figure. And then on figure 14, up on an area that's known as the greater trochanter of the femur, which is another muscle attachment and area connective tissue attachment, you can see more cut marks, superficial ones with the red arrows, and then with the blue arrow, you can actually see one where the cut mark has kind of peeled back the bone. And so that cut mark must have been delivered in a kind of up, kind of above body to below, so what we call superior to inferior direction.
Would it be fair to say that the cut marks you observed were generally concentrated, towards the transection end of the leg?
Not just in the, I wouldn't say like in the hip.
Okay.
It's from kind of the upper third of the leg is where we are finding the cut marks.
All right, let's move on to the left tibia. What did you observe about the left tibia?
The left tibia has one aspect of blunt force trauma. So if you look at figure 16, you can see the tibia is separated and the tibia is the shin bone. Figure 16, that's the upper part of the tibia. So that kind of plateau area is what makes up your knee. And then if you go down to figures 18, you can see on the left, that's the upper part of the tibia. In the middle and removed, that's this lozenge shape of kind of rhomboidal shaped bone that gets removed during bending fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And then on the right is the shaft of the tibia. And then if you go to figure 19, you can see without that lozenge shape how it goes back together. And if you go to figure 20, you can see that lozenge shape is replaceable into the break. And so in this case, if you could go back to figure 19 quickly, where that black arrow is, that's where the force would have been applied. So this is on the medial side, so the inner side of the leg, with the force moving from the inner side of the leg to the outer, what we'd say is medial lateral force. And so it broke on the far side away from the arrow.
You use the term butterfly fracture here in the description. What is that?
Butterfly fracture is a term we just use for these fractures where bending of the bone has that lozenge-shaped breakaway. And so it tends to break away this rhomboidal piece of bone that kind of looks like one wing of a butterfly.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just going to ask you whether there were cut marks to the bone that would have separated the bottom from the ankle.
Yeah, if you go to figure 22, this is the bottom part of a fibula. So this is where your shin bone comes into contact with your ankle. And you can see with the black arrow, one of these superficial cut marks across that part of the bone. If you go to figure 23, you can see additional, this is twisting the bone around a little bit. You can see additional cut marks highlighted with the arrows, and an area of bone that was damaged in the black circle. And if you go to figure 24, this is twisting the bone around to what's known as the medial malleolus. So this is like the big bump on the inner part of your ankle. You can see another couple of superficial cut marks there as well. So cut marks around the distal part of the femur, lower shin bone.
All of these cut marks, these superficial cut marks, all the ones we're talking about, these are all from some kind of a non-serrated V-shaped blade?
Yep, they're what we call a V-shaped kerf. So they're superficial, they don't go deep into the bone, and they don't show any hallmarks of being serrated because the kerf is not irregular.
Intentional cut marks?
There's only one way to cut into bone, and that's by purposely putting a knife there.
And only way to cut it, one way to cut into tissue as well.
Correct.
Let's move on to the left fibula. What did you notice?
Left fibula has 2 instances of blunt force trauma. If you look at figure 25, you can see with the black arrows the area where the force would have been applied. And it's just like the pictures we've seen so far. It's these butterfly fractures, bending fractures. In this case, the force would have been applied anterior to posterior. So the fibula is a bone that is in your lower leg. It sits next to your shin bone on the outside of your shin bone. And so those 2 areas of force didn't actually have enough force to cause the bone to completely break. And so you can't remove those lozenge-shaped pieces of bone. That bone still is a single element that's not separatable.
And regarding cut marks on the left fibula?
There's a single cut mark in figure 28. So this is an area that's just above what's known as the lateral malleolus. And so that is the bump on the outer side of your ankle. And just above it, where the black arrow is, you can see another one of these kind of horizontally oriented superficial cut marks with a V-shaped curve.
Anything else about the left fibula?
No.
All right. The right humerus, what's the humerus?
Humerus is the bone of the upper arm.
Let's talk about the right humerus.
In this case, in figure 30, you can see the head of the right humerus. This is what makes up your shoulder joint from your upper arm. Only that is present here, and there is a fracture to the bone that's removed it from the rest of the humerus.
Is the removal of the humeral head evidence of blunt force injury?
This likely is, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the left femur. This was the, well, let's talk about the left femur. Go ahead.
Okay, if you go to figure 34.
Sure.
The proximal left femur, so the part that's closest to the hip, the head of the femur, what goes into the hip socket, is preserved, as well as part of the neck of that. But then there is what we call a comminuted fracture. And so you've got a blunt force impact that has taken the bone there and broken it up into many small pieces. And so that has destroyed, all those fragments are still adherent, the lateral side of this femur. And so force was probably applied in a superior, so upper lateral, down to inferior medial, so kind of direction.
Okay. Any cut marks?
On this part, the superior part of the left femur, no. If you go to figure 36, you can see additional aspects of blunt force trauma. So the black arrow shows blunt force trauma that removed a lozenge shape of bone, but that was never recovered. And then the red arrow shows another one of those fractures, just like we've seen in the other pictures of this kind of butterfly fracture that was also applied to the femur. And then at the very far right side of the picture, there's another one of these bending butterfly fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And so in this femur, we've got at least 4 instances of blunt force trauma to the left femur.
And how many of those instances were consistent with the right femur?
They're in very different places than the right femur.
Okay. Any evidence of cut marks?
Yes, if you go to figure 42. So every black arrow is a superficial cut mark on the anterior femur. There's at least 11 superficial cut marks there. In this picture, there are 7 that are highlighted. If you go to figure 43, you can see one of these a little bit more close up. In this case, that cut mark exhibits what we call kerf flare. And so that is where you can see the cut marks are almost superimposed one on the other. And this is something that you see when a non-serrated blade is used in a sawing motion.
All right, so this was evidence that there was a sawing motion to cut the tissue around the femur.
Correct.
Okay. All right. In June, much later, you had received bones from the right arm that had washed up in Waukegan, Illinois, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about that right arm. What did you notice?
If you go to figure 46, in the area with the black circle, you can see cut marks that are on the side of the humerus, the proximal humerus is up towards the shoulder. On the medial side, so the side that's like kind of towards your armpit, there were no cut marks. If you go to figure 48, you can see that on the kind of lateral posterior side, there are additional cut marks highlighted in the black circle. These are kind of difficult to see, so if you go to figure 50, there's a, I'll go up actually.
Sorry.
Yep, there's a close-up picture here of the cut marks on the humerus. And so you can see here several of these V-shaped curved superficial cut marks on the proximal humerus. So this area is known as, this includes the greater and lesser tubercle of the humerus, and these are areas of muscle attachment for the shoulder.
Was there similar indication on these of a sawing motion being used?
Yeah, some of these curves are kind of superimposed one onto the next, and so likely reflects sawing motion.
And that would have been an intentional act?
Yes.
All right. How about the radius?
If we go to the radius, if you could look at figure 57.
57, okay.
So the radius is a bone of the forearm. And on figure 57, you can see the black arrows highlighting a single superficial cut mark on the distal part of the radius. This is the part that's towards your wrist. If you then go to figure 61, you can see a close-up of that. Could you go up just a little bit, I guess?
Sorry.
Yeah, you can see a little bit better that superficial cut mark. If you go down to figure 62, you can actually see a good example of kerf flaring. And so that's where you've got this cut mark, but on the end, the kerf, there's actually a couple of different tracks in that knife, and that again is something that's consistent with using a non-serrated knife in a sawing motion. And then in figure 63, that close-up gives a good example of what I mean by a V-shaped kerf. That's incision in the bone, takes on a V shape, but it has a very regular floor to the kerf, which is something that you see in a non-serrated blade.
So the person who caused these marks that I'm looking at here in 62 was intentionally sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade?
They were sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade.
Any cut marks near the elbow?
No.
And you had looked at the, anything else on this?
For the ulna?
The right arm?
Yep, so the ulna is another bone of the forearm, makes kind of the inner part of the forearm. And if you go up actually just a little bit, at 67? Okay, 67 shows the location of two of these superficial cut marks on the ulna. This is the distal part, so the part that towards where it's at is towards the wrist. The part on the left side of the screen is towards the elbow. And if you go to figure 68, you can see them a little bit close up there, the superficial cut marks on the distal ulna.
Anything else on this one?
No fractures to the ulna or the radius.
You examined some of the cervical vertebrae?
Yeah,
Next. Okay.
Was given two cervical vertebrae to examine.
And where were those from on the body, if you could just
Cervical vertebrae is the vertebrae that make up your neck.
And what did you notice when you looked at the cervical vertebrae?
No evidence of cut marks. The only trauma was on the most superior of the two cervical vertebrae. And if you look at figure 69, you can see that on the right side of the cervical vertebra, on a feature that we call the transverse process, there is damage to the top of it, highlighted with the black and red arrows, and that's likely caused by blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma?
Likely, yes.
And lastly, the patella. What is the patella?
Patella is the kneecap.
What'd you notice?
No evidence of trauma or cut marks.
That was from the left leg?
Let me double check. Yes, left patella.
Are you aware, or can you speak on the time frame it would take a person to cause the damage that you analyzed in these figures?
I don't think I could give an estimate of that.
I have nothing else.
Cross.
What you can give an estimate on is just how difficult it is to remove bones from a human body without the right tools, right? You can take that down, Ian. Okay.
I have never, I mean, I've removed bones from each other with tools. Yes.
Right. What types of tools?
If I was going to separate two bones from each other for the purpose of an examination, I would use a scalpel. To get through soft tissue.
Right, to get through soft tissue.
Correct.
So I thought before you had said you have experience removing bones from a human body, no?
I've experienced removing bone from bone, like breaking off a piece of bone for sampling, and separating bones from each other for the purposes of analysis.
Okay, so you've taken two bones apart on occasion for your work.
Correct.
But you've never done an autopsy.
Correct, I'm not a pathologist.
Okay, and are you able to speak to how much force is required to remove bones from a human body?
Yes, I mean, for me, when I do it, I typically use something like a small Dremel tool, and we can use that to remove pieces of bone from the human body, so a small motorized saw.
Okay, a small motorized saw.
Correct.
What do you
remove small pieces.
Okay, and what do you wear when you do that?
Protective glasses, protective mouth and nose coverings.
Why?
I would rather not breathe in bone dust.
Okay, bone dust would get on you.
If I was using a saw, correct.
And if you're removing a bone, if you're cutting through flesh, you could get bodily fluids on you.
Correct.
Blood.
Yes, correct.
Other such fluids that would just be within the body, right?
Correct.
Would be a very messy process to dismember a body. You would agree with that?
Depending on the condition of the body, yes.
Right. If a body was newly deceased in particular, it would be particularly messy.
I don't have experience with that.
You have no experience with dismembering, taking body parts off of a newly deceased body?
No, anthropologists tend to get involved when there's considerable decomposition or a complete skeletonization.
And obviously things become weaker with age, right? Things degrade.
Depends on the context of deposition.
Well, but you would agree with that proposition, wouldn't you? That bones don't get stronger as they over time.
I actually disagree with that. So if you have a bone that's deposited in like say a soil matrix that has a large mineral content, I have excavated personally bones that are 6,000 years old that are heavier, beefier, and stronger than fresh bone.
Got it. Here we're talking about new bones that are not 6,000 years old, sir.
Correct.
Okay. So these bones, as you understand it, were the bones from somebody who was recently deceased. You understand that, right?
Yes, definitely.
And that the bones were located out in nature, right?
Yes, correct.
Not in a special soil matrix.
Correct.
And they were found in various parts of nature, water, the woods, things like that.
That's my understanding, yes.
And all I'm asking you is, would you agree with me that as time goes by in those conditions, things will tend to degrade?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the size of the knife, or if it was a knife, you have no idea if it even was a knife, do you?
It's a sharp blade.
Right, it could be an axe.
It would be very unlikely to be an axe.
It could be an axe.
To make those kind of cut marks would be very, very unlikely.
Well, that's for the cut marks. But for other parts of what you looked at, it could be an axe for other things.
For the blunt
right?
force trauma, that would definitely be a possibility.
Right, where we're seeing the bone itself literally fractured, right?
Correct.
Because when you're telling the jury about blunt force trauma, you're talking about one of the exhibits we saw was literally part of the proximal right femur broken off, right?
Correct.
So you wouldn't rule out an axe on that?
No, not at all. Axes can impart blunt force trauma because of their wedge-shaped action. And so if an axe is used and is applied with force to human bone, it doesn't necessarily make a cut. It can result in strictly blunt force trauma.
Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from? You understand Mr. Anderson's accused of this crime, right? Do you
Yes.
understand that? Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from Mr. Anderson's home and asked to offer an opinion? Let me finish. About whether these items were used in this dismemberment?
Not that I have any recollection of.
So no.
Correct.
No axe given to you to say, was this used?
No, never.
Or pocket knife or anything else?
No.
And we'd have to ask you said a forensic pathologist could speak more intelligently about the level of force you required to fracture bones, right?
Yes, I would think so.
For example, when you talked about the the proximal right femur, you know that it's a lot of force needed to break a femur bone, right?
Correct.
How many hundreds of pounds of force, or you can't speak to?
I couldn't say in that bone and its mechanical properties varies person to person.
Some bones are stronger than others, just
Also
because of their calcium concentration, right?
Sure. Yes, correct.
And what you do know, or what you've been able to identify in your report, is basically, let's just go to the bottom line conclusion. Bottom line conclusion is that some sort of sharp instrument was used to remove bones from a body.
Yes.
Okay, you can't say that Mr. Anderson did that.
No.
You can't say who did it.
Correct.
Or where it happened.
Also correct.
Or even the item that was used for it.
Also correct.
Okay, that's all.
State.
I have nothing else.
Thank you, Dr. Thanks. State.
The state has no more witnesses. The state rests.
Okay. At this point, I need you to put your notebooks on your chairs, and you need to give me a couple minutes to address some matters, then we'll be back with you. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
State rested. This is not a drill. State rested. All my days. Whew. Pollocky, mistrial, judgmental acquittal, something like that. So, woohoo. Here we go. The first case. We'll start it. 76 witnesses for the prosecution. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I am assuming so. They did say they are prepared so to start present their case. So we'll see how many witnesses and how long it's gonna take. Over 7 days, state presented
Move to dismiss at the
76
completion of the
witnesses.
state's case, Your Honor, on all charges, but specifically, I want to raise a multiplicity challenge to the newly added charge of hiding a corpse. We started with the mutilation of a corpse charge. The state amended the information, of course, before we began raising a multiplicity challenge. I think that these are essentially in this context with the same victim, the same body, essentially the same crime or the same elements, if you will, and I think one should be struck.
The hiding and the mutilating are two different acts, and so they don't have the same elements. They're two different crimes and require two different criminal acts. Certainly they can overlap, as I think the evidence showed they did here, but those are two different crimes. So that would be my response to that.
Just a moment.
So hang on. So they're only trying to get one of the charges dropped, not the other ones. So it's only the mutilation one that you were gonna talked about. Really? That was interesting, and the judge is actually considering. Huh? Oh no, you lost the stream. Where did we go? I did not go anywhere, Denise. I think it was you saying hello to Cutie Pie. No, I'm joking. That was funny though. Oh my days, I need a break because this trial, that witness, like the last witness for the state, y'all, it broke me. I was trying to listen to it, to pay attention, but I just couldn't. That was just like way too much for me. Way too much for my innocence person. No, I'm joking. But well, I'm trying to make a laugh joke, but yeah. I think it's just wanting one of the charges, not both. Just we get to choose the jury section. Look at that. Look. That's where the jury goes. Obviously, the jury's not there. But yeah, that was fun. But yeah, well, no, not now is the time to bring it up to dismiss the charge. Well, now we are on the judgmental of acquittal, between where they're asking basically for a mistrial because the state hasn't proved their case. Blah blah quality they have it to. I was at you. That's fine then. It was your fault. I'm joking. So that's the what happens always happens between the state resting and the defense going, and then we still have the quality about the testifying or not. I don't know if she's gonna address today, but we shall see. I think she's just got back.
Okay, so relative to multiplicity. Multiplicity exists when a defendant is charged in more than one count for a single offense. And the double jeopardy provisions of the state and federal constitutions protect a defendant from being punished twice for the same offense. Under Wisconsin law, we employ a two-pronged test to determine whether charges against a defendant are multiplicitous in nature. First, whether the charged offenses are identical in law and fact. And second, if the offenses are not identical in law and fact, whether the legislature intended the multiple offenses to be brought as a single count. In this particular case, the defense is arguing that the two counts relative to hiding or burying a corpse is charged in count 4, and count 2, mutilation of a corpse, are multiplicitous. So looking at the elements, which is one of the standards that has to be reviewed, I need to look at whether or not the offenses are identical in law and fact. As to the mutilating a corpse, there are two elements. It's first that the defendant dismembered a corpse, and second that the defendant dismembered the corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Looking at count 4, the two elements of hiding or burying a corpse are one, that the defendant hid a corpse. Second, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal the crime. There clearly are different elements in law relative to the two offenses. As to the difference in fact, there are different acts that would be different actions that would be involved in dismembering a corpse versus hiding a corpse. So I think in this particular matter, the two offenses are not identical in law or fact. I next need to look at whether the legislature intended that multiple offenses be brought as a single count. And in so doing, you look at whether or not the legislature in the drafting and creation of the statutes set out different elements under Blockberger that amounts to the fact that their intent was to allow for different crimes to be prosecuted under the same subsection. At this point in time, looking at the facts and looking at the law and doing an elements only test, I am going to find that the two offenses moving forward are not multiplicitous and that they are allowable. So I'm denying the defense motion relative to multiplicity. Defense.
Yes, I made a motion for directed verdict on all counts, Your Honor.
Do you wish to make any further argument?
No.
State.
Not unless you would like an argument.
No. So what I can tell you, Mr. Anderson, is at the close of the state's case in chief, what the court has to do is has to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, was the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Or in other words, has the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial in the light most favorable to the state of Wisconsin, could a reasonable jury find you guilty? Looking at the facts underlying this matter, the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial to some extent would be that on April 1st, you were at the Twisted Fisherman with Sade Robinson, that you arrived at 5:09, that she arrived at 5:20, that you both left the premises at a 6:24, that you then proceeded to Duke's on Water, arriving at 6:35, leaving the establishment at 9:04 p.m., that you proceeded to Anderson's home, 3161 South 39th Street, and arrived approximately 9:20 p.m. What we know is that on April 2nd of 2024, at Warnemont Park at 2:53 a.m., the Civic arrived, At 4:32, the Civic departed. We know that on that same day, the leg of the victim was found. What we also know is that we watched a number of videos that tracked the progress of the vehicle, the Civic, around different aspects of Milwaukee. The videos at no point showed the driver or whether the driver was the sole occupant in the vehicle, at least not clearly. At 4:44 a.m., there was a white spot at a window and a lighter flashing or a lighter appearance in the driver's seat. Whether the white spot was a white hand or the white shadowing was a white person in the driver's seat, or whether that was a glove, that's going to be left to the weigher of credibility. At 7:30 a.m., we know that the Civic was set on fire behind the abandoned building. We know that the seat was in a position that fit a person who's 6'1". We know that your measurements are that on the time this happened, you were 6'1" and a weight was approximately 180 pounds. We heard the testimony that the value of the Civic was approximately $20,000. And based on the videos that were presented, a reasonable jury could conclude that that was you, that was in an approximate distance from the burning vehicle, that you left the area of the burning vehicle shortly after it appears it was set on fire, that you traversed and entered a bus at 8:07 a.m., that you exited the bus at 8:34 a.m., that you were arrested on April 4th, and during the course of the arrest, you were visibly shaking. On April 4th, 5th, and 16th, search warrants were executed at your home. At Galena Park on April 5th, there were parts of the victim that were recovered in the form of different pieces of flesh as well as a left foot. There was blanket found, small flesh, bone, and large piece of human leg on the 6th, and there were ball joints with ligaments recovered on the 7th. From the testimony that was adduced during the course of this hearing, I don't think those bloody gloves that were found on April 9th had anything to do with anything. And we know that the torso with the arm were recovered on Marina Road on the 18th. We heard the testimony from the medical examiner that the death was homicide by unspecified means. And we heard the Life 360 and phone information and tracking information, which reflect that the phone of Sade remained at your house until 9:24 p.m., that the phone ultimately thereafter was not stationary, that it went down Capitol to the Mitchell Parkway to Warnemont Park, remained static at Warnemont from 2:40 to 4:33. It was in Warnemont Park, I believe, from 3 to 4:30 a.m. The last communication with the phone was on East Howard when the battery died. We know that Sade was reported missing on April 2nd, that you were the last person in communication or in presence publicly with her, that the videos of your home were poor quality. The testimony by Detective Rachel Smith was noteworthy. She indicated that she spent hundreds of hours viewing this video of your house and watching those hundreds of videos. And she basically saw the arrival at 9:20 p.m. and that the Civic departed on April 2nd at 12:47 a.m. She went through all of the testimony relative to the timing about the gate opening, the outdoor movement and gate not opening, the silhouette exiting the gate the same size as the fence at 11:25, the light going out at 11:27, 11:42 a person goes into the premises, the motion light goes on for human movement with a person the size of the fence at 11:56. At 11:58, we have human movement at the back gate area. At 12:12, we have the gate closing again. 12:42, we have human movement inside the premises. And ultimately at 12:47 and 20 seconds, we have the Civic leaving the house. We also have the fact that on the bus video, you return to your residence at 8:42 a.m. wearing the green hooded sweatshirt and dressed differently. We have the fact that you went to the dugout on the following day for work. Noteworthy, we have the photos that were recovered from your home. It's noteworthy that the photos of Sade reflected her buttocks and her underwear pulled down as if the underwear were pulled down with the pants and that it rolled over the pants, which is pretty much just how they were found in the trunk of the vehicle that was set on fire, that you were found walking away from. We also have the fact that there's a photo of a white hand grabbing her right breast, and the right breast is the breast that was dismembered from her body on the torso that was recovered. We also have the fact that there was the photo of bleach and what not to combine with bleach, which I think a reasonable inference could be that someone on your phone was looking for information relative to how to clean up something or a crime scene. So looking at all of these factors together, it's a circumstantial case, but as we know, according to our jury instructions, circumstantial evidence may be found to be stronger than direct evidence. And at this point in time, I am going to find that a jury acting reasonably could convict you on all charges as posed. So I'm going to deny the defense motion. And what that means is I'm going to allow this matter to proceed to the jury. They have a different balancing than I have. So at this point, my view is, in the light most favorable to the state, do they have the means to convict? A jury at the conclusion of the case, their job is to determine whether or not the state has proven each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So I deny the defense motion. Have you spoken to your client, or do you need a moment to speak to him?
No, 1 minute, please. Okay, I've spoken to him.
Okay. Have you spoken with your client relative, well, let me ask you this. Do you intend to present any witnesses other than the defendant?
Defense rests.
Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, have you discussed with your attorney your constitutional right to testify as well as your constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has your attorney answered all your questions?
He has, Your Honor.
And you understand that in a criminal case, you do not need to prove your innocence, but the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Understood?
Yes.
And you understand that if you choose to testify, you would be subject to cross-examination by these prosecutors.
I understand.
And you understand if you choose not to testify, that cannot be commented on by anyone. That cannot be used against you. Understood?
Yes.
And have you had enough time to discuss this decision to testify or not to testify with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Have your attorneys provided you with their professional opinion?
They have.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, made any promises to you or offered you anything to arrive at this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, threatened you or coerced you in any way to arrive at this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're doing this with full understanding?
Yes.
Have you used any drugs or alcohol in the past 24 hours?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would affect your understanding of these proceedings today?
No.
After thinking through everything we just talked about just now, is it still your decision not to testify?
That is my decision.
Attorney Cotton, have you discussed with your client his constitutional right as well as his right to testify as well as his constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, just to be clear, it's been a subject of course discussion throughout this case, including the last 2 nights after trial. We've had jail visits to discuss that. Mr. Findling and I have both discussed it with him.
And are you satisfied he understands what his rights entail?
He does.
And have you advised him of your professional opinion?
Yes.
And are you aware of anyone making any threats or promises using any force or coercion towards him in respect to this decision?
No, I'm not aware of any such threats.
Are you so satisfied that he's making his decision freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding?
Yes.
I am as well. I in fact find that the defendant is waiving his right to testify, and he's doing so freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding. Let's proceed at this point in time to do a conference relative to jury instructions and verdicts. I've printed off new verdicts for you. Prior to the matter being called, the state indicated they were seeking a lesser included on count 1. I did add in 1018. Is that's still the state's position?
It is.
Defense, did you wish to be heard on that?
Yes, give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
It's a new development. Okay, no, I don't need to be heard on that, Judge. I don't have any, I've discussed it with Mr. Anderson, and I don't have an objection to that.
It's basically what I need to look at is whether or not a jury acting reasonably based on the evidence presented during the course of the trial could come to a reasonable decision on a lesser included. And that's the analysis the court has to make when a party requests a lesser included. In this case, I find it's appropriate, and I will add in the lesser included, so we will use 1018. So my intention relative to the instructions would be 100 opening instruction, 115, one defendant, 4 counts. Count 1, 1018, first degree intentional, followed by first degree reckless. Then moving on to 1193, mutilating a corpse. 1408, arson of property other than a building. 1194, hiding or burying a corpse. Then proceeding on to evidence defined, 103. Then 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. I don't think I ever struck any testimony. Did I?
I think
It was asked, but then I think you withdrew.
Yeah, I don't recall any testimony being stricken.
Attorney Cotton?
Yeah, there was one comment where a witness had said they instead of the civic. That was struck, but
I'll leave it in. It's it's 2 sentences.
Yeah.
157, remarks of counsel. State, I'm sure you want 170, circumstantial evidence, and 172, circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, concealment.
Yes.
Then 190, weight of evidence. 195, jurors' knowledge. I put in 200, opinion testimony. I took out the word expert because I think that's inappropriate to have in the title. 141, I assume the defense is requesting.
Yes.
201, opinion of a witness. I put that in relative to Detective Donahue's testimony when he was providing an opinion as to his hearing of what was the audio portion of the video. Any objection to that?
No.
And that's
201.
no, I know that. There's also the recordings played to a jury 158.
So I just
covers that, which would cover that.
Okay, I can put that in if you'd like me to. I think that it doesn't add much to anything, but I'm happy to.
I think it's redundant.
Yeah.
And what the jury needs to be instructed on is covered in 201. Or, yeah, 201.
Do you want 158 or do you want to just stand with 201?
No, I think it's, I was just pointing out it's essentially covered under 201, so that's fine.
Okay, so you're not requesting an additional one.
Right.
Okay, then I did put in opinion testimony. Again, I took out expert and I put in the hypothetical question because there were a couple of hypotheticals posed. I'll remove 327 because the defendant didn't testify. We had one witness with a prior conviction, but was the question ever asked if he had a prior conviction?
No, it wasn't relevant.
I did not ask him.
And I don't think defense did either. So I'm going to take out 325. Is the defense requesting 315?
Yes.
Okay. 315 is in. I wasn't sure how the evidence would come in, whether or not 247 applied or not. And I'm thinking it does not, unless either side wants it.
I don't think it applies.
No.
Okay, it's gone. Then 300, credibility of witnesses, taking out the paragraph that would only have applied had the defendant testified. Burden of proof and presumption of innocence, closing arguments of counsel, closing instructions, then verdict submitted, and you'll see that I modified 484 to meet the lesser included, and that'll match the verdicts that are in your possession at this point. Then 515, unanimous verdict. Any additional instructions, state, or modification, state seeking?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, I'm going to print you each a fresh copy. It is 2:53. I think we have plenty of time left in the day.
I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Then I'm going to give you 7 minutes, and then we'll start at 3 o'clock with closing arguments. Do I need to set a time limit?
30 minutes would be fine for each of us, I think we discussed.
I do 45.
I'll give you each 45 minutes as a max to be utilized between initial and rebuttal. Fair?
Yep.
Okay, I'll print you fresh copies, and we'll start in 7 minutes.
I don't even know how to speak. We're doing closings today? I was not ready for this. What? Are we gonna do a verdict watch? Are we gonna be on verdict watch? What's happening? What? I'm not ready for this. I was not ready for this. I'm absolutely, yeah. This judge is not playing. She wants a verdict this week. She wants to be done with this. She wants to be done with this. I had enough. I can't hear anymore about this crazy trial, crazy dude. But I don't know if a verdict is gonna be today. What is the time there? What's the time there? There's literally a clock there. There's literally a clock on the wall, and I'm asking, what's the time? Yeah. No time to pay. Yeah, 3 p.m. So 3:45 for one closing. Then about 4:20 for another one. So about 4:20, about half past, they'll finish closings. With the jury instructions, not jury instructions, 5 o'clock. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna deliberate today. Yeah. If they each, that will go, yeah, unless they, yeah, exactly. So it's 1 hour and 50, yeah, for closings. That's, yeah, yeah. I don't think we are gonna deliberate anything today. I am setting up the counter just in case, the timer, because we do have timer. I mean, we can time the closings as well. That could be something to do. But yeah, I think so. That could be it. But why do the closings today? For them to close over to think overnight? That could be, but they may forget. I would do closings, jury deliberating, at least to pick a 4-man or 4-person, and then come back tomorrow and deliberate. I can't speak. I cannot speak because I am just so aghast about this. That I was not thinking that we were gonna be having this today. I I don't know. Maybe I don't think so. But I am not seeing this judge. Well, I am seeing this judge staying late. I am seeing her staying late. I am not seeing Milwaukee courthouse being open that late. So it's like I think they might stay late. They haven't addressed that. Um, the staying late part. Um, I'm absolutely floored. Um, wow, this is absolutely crazy. I was not expecting this today. I was just like, oh, okay, they might finish today. State might finish today. We start states defense tomorrow. When Cotton said the defense rests, I was like, what? And like I mean, I thought they would even put verdict watch. You don't cook well, Sherry. You might be knowing late if it is a verdict watch. Probably it's tomorrow, the verdict watch. But yeah, you will be a verdict watch not cooking tomorrow, or you can just take advantage and say that it's today and tomorrow verdict watch. I do not speak English. Wink, wink. I don't think he's here anymore, your husband, so we can tell him. But don't worry. Uh, oh my days, I'm absolutely floored. Yeah, I expected that too. I expected these attorneys to put a show, to put some witnesses on the stand, to do something. I did not expecting them to do absolutely nothing. At least, or either the parents or someone in favor of Maxwell, but literally no one. Like, I got the rotisserie chicken and the salad ready. Okay, just send it over to us. I don't know if they can stay late. Chief Justice makes them take 1 hour. So who knows exactly? Tonight is date night for us, so I'm not cooking. Kids can order their pizza. Exactly, date night, verdict night, night watch. Oh my days, this is absolutely crazy. Um, I was not expecting this. I'm just like, uh I am floored. I'm trying to set up the counter. Sorry, give me a second. Um, well, I'm trying to set up to see if we count the time, because I don't know if they are deliberating today or not. Who knows? Um, so no, you case one. We are waiting until, well, now they are gonna come back soon. Because we are gonna do closings. I mean, I am absolutely flabbergasted about this. Indeed, what a day! What a day today! I mean, I was not expecting this at all. Um, phew, I know. It's oh my days. All my days indeed. Been a crazy day. We started with the spicy X, um, in this trial. Then we had the phone records and the computer records, and then we watched the sentencing for the Goodwin case. Then what else did we do? What else did we watch on a lunch break? We'll watch the openings for Laurie Daybell, which was absolutely insane. Her openings, which floored me. I'm still on the floor out after that opening. And now this. What in the world am I? It's just wow. Or when I did jury duty, that were clear that they rarely stay late. Lol, they are going home on time. Yeah, I think they are going home on time. I I don't think they are gonna deliberate later. Tomorrow we are gonna be doing a verdict watch party. That's for sure. But yeah. You got your 3-foot recipe. Well, now you have something to throw at Daybell. Um, well, yeah, I exactly. Oof. Well, I've got a plan. I think tomorrow, while the deliberations going, shall we watch Laurie Daybell? We can watch the trial. Laurie Daybell during the I can't even speak anymore. Deliberations. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We watch the Daybell trial while on deliberations tomorrow. Um, which is absolutely insane. If you guys agree, obviously. Well, if you don't agree, you're just gonna watch it because that's no, I'm joking. um Oh yeah, no, we are gonna watch closings. No, Zizzy, we are gonna stay here now. We aren't going nowhere. We are gonna watch this trial until the end. I mean, during deliberations, during the verdict watch tomorrow, we are gonna be watching Laurie Daybell. Not today. I wanna watch closings. Closings is gonna be good. Um, I wanna watch this. This is my priority. This is our trial. So, yeah, I'm absolutely floored that I can't believe that this is actually going to closings, and they're late. Well, slightly. Um, I need to do something that I need to. Oh my days! I know I can't carry on saying "oh my days," but it's a wild day today in court. Definitely, we don't have shortness of craziness today. I no.
I do not. Remember when Lori Daybell had the Idaho trial, the defense rested with no witnesses? Well, it's Lori. I'm not surprised. You know. Um, I'm sorry. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. For me, for one, I'm glad that this trial is over. Of course, this case has caused a huge divide in already divided city. Yep, you walked right. Wow, yeah. I can imagine, that it's at least the no, it's not that, is it? Yeah, the trial is finishing, but it's just, oh, where is it? We may have a verdict tomorrow in this case before Laurie even gets started. Yes, exactly, definitely. But we can rewatch day one of Laurie while on deliberations, and then we can just do something. Oh, are you guys gonna really try now to get me to get it to say it right? I'm not gonna try. I don't know. I can't say it. I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. Um, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friend. Uh, it's it. It's not the easiest name on the board. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just. Oh. 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 Wow. Oh. Wow. You're you're lucky you're not this time. Oh, lol. Oh, I am sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Oh, no, this is not what I wanted to do. Press the
Okay,
wrong
we are back on the record. Could all of you pass your notebooks down towards Deputy Benz, please?
I don't know.
So when
Don't
you were
ask me.
last here, the state rested, subject to rebuttal. Does the defense intend to present any case?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Then at this point in time, I'm deeming the evidence closed. So here's the plan for the afternoon. It is 3:05. I'm going to read to you the instructions, and then we're going to go into closing arguments. I've set time limits because I think it'll help on this case. So each side will have in total a maximum of 45 minutes to utilize during their closings. That's going to get us pretty close to 5 o'clock, and then we'll come back tomorrow for deliberations, okay? So, members of the jury, I will now instruct you upon the principles of law, which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdicts. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion that you might have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law that I give to you in these instructions. Apply the law to the facts in this case, which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law that I give to you in coming to your conclusions and your verdict in this case. If any member of this jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you should disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only. Now, the first count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, in Milwaukee County, did cause the death of Sade Robinson, another human being, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant in this case is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must first consider whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you're not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is a less serious degree of criminal homicide. Now, the crime referred to as first-degree intentional and first-degree reckless homicide are different types of homicide. Homicide is the taking of the life of another human being. The degree of homicide is defined by the law, depends on the facts and circumstances of each particular case. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that the defendant cause the death of the victim. First-degree intentional homicide requires the state to prove that the defendant acted with the intent to kill. First-degree reckless homicide requires that the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances which showed utter disregard for human life. It is for you to decide of what type of homicide the defendant is guilty, if guilty at all, according to the instructions which define the two offenses. Now, first-degree intentional homicide is defined in 940.01 of our criminal code and is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Two, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Sade Robinson. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive by itself does not establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of statutory section 940.02 sub 1, which is a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. Now, as I already stated, first-degree reckless homicide is defined in 940.02 sub 1 of our criminal code and is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. One, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Two, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. The third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all the other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the death, to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time that the death occurred. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson by criminally reckless conduct, and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. You are not in any event to find the defendant guilty of more than one of these offenses. Now, the second count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did dismember a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of our criminal code is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. Two, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, the third count in the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, at 2926 West Lisbon Avenue in the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, by means of fire, did intentionally damage the property other than a building of Sade Robinson, valued at $100 or more without that person's consent, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Arson is defined in 943.03 of our criminal code and is committed by one who, by means of fire, intentionally damages any property of another without that person's consent if the property is not a building and has a value of $100 or more. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following five elements were present. Number one, that the defendant intentionally damaged a 2020 Honda Civic by means of fire. Damage means injured, charred, defaced, and includes smoke damage. Intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to damage the property of another by means of fire, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the damage to the property. The second element is that the 2020 Honda Civic was the property of another. Property of another means property in which a person other than the defendant has a legal interest, which the defendant has no right to defeat or impair, even though the defendant may also have a legal interest in the property. The third element is that the defendant damaged the property by fire without the owner's consent. The fourth element is the value of the 2020 Honda Civic was $100 or more. And the fifth element is that the defendant knew that the 2020 Honda Civic belonged to another person, and that the other person did not consent to the damage of the property, and that the value of the property was $100 or more. Again, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent and knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case which bear upon intent and knowledge. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all five elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The fourth count in the information charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did hide a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 2 of our criminal code is violated by one who hides or buries a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant hid a corpse. Two, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Can't look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who calls a witness. Second, the exhibit receives whether or not they go to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which I've directed you to find. Anything you have seen or heard outside of this courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Disregard entirely any question that I did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what a witness's answer might have been. If a question itself suggested certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not even consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusion from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, I am not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. During the trial, I have ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If a remark suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after an alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may only testify about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give to this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which an opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. The identification of the defendant is an issue in this case, and you should give it your careful attention. You should consider the reliability of any identification made by a witness, whether made in or out of court. You should consider the credibility of a witness making an identification of the defendant in the same way you consider credibility of any other witness. Identification evidence involves an expression of belief or impression by a witness. Its value depends on the opportunity the witness had to observe the offender at the time of the offense and later to make a reliable identification. Consider a witness's opportunity for observation, how long the observation lasted, how close a witness was, the lighting, the mental state of the witness at the time, the physical ability of the witness to see and hear events, and any other circumstances of the observation. You should also consider the period of time which elapses between a witness's observation and the identification of the defendant, and any intervening events which may have affected or influenced the identification. In evaluating the identification evidence, you are to consider those factors which might affect human perception and memory and all the influences and circumstances relating to the identification. Then give the evidence the weight you believe it should receive. If you find that the crime alleged was committed, before you may find the defendant guilty, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, in this case, Detective Casey Donahue was allowed to give an opinion as to what he heard on a video-audio recording. In determining the weight you give to this opinion, you should consider the witness's opportunity to observe what happened and the extent to which the opinion is based on that observation. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by the opinion of any witness. During the trial, a witness was told to assume certain facts and then was asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. The opinion does not establish the truth of the facts upon which it is based. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it was based have been proved. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based on those facts should not be given any weight. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or the lack of clearness of the witness's recollection, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you, and you should do the same thing here. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs in life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions that I have given to you. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Please do so.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this trial, I told you that I was going to ask you to do two things then. I'm asking you to do the same two things now, and to use your common sense and search for the truth. That is what the bulk of those instructions are telling you to do. You have heard all of the evidence in this case. You have heard from dozens of witnesses. You have seen hundreds of images, watched stacks of videos. You are fully equipped to determine what the facts are, what it is that happened on April 1st and April 2nd. All All of that information has rendered you capable of rendering fair and rational verdicts. And the judge has instructed you on the law, and shortly, probably not today, but when you come back tomorrow, it's going to be your time to let your voice heard after hearing everything that you have heard. On the night of April 1st, 2024, into April 2nd, 2024, Sade Robinson was murdered. She was taken to Warnemont Park, cut into pieces, dispersed mostly into Lake Michigan, her car taken to the north side of Milwaukee, and burned behind an abandoned building at 30th and Lisbon. And the evidence in this case has shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual responsible for those intentional acts is Maxwell Anderson. This is my opportunity to summarize the evidence for you, and I'm going to do it in kind of essentially the form of a timeline on the TV screen here. So we'll start out with Sade's day. And Sade Robinson, she was a 19-year-old young woman just coming into adulthood. She was anything and everything that any 19-year-old would want to be. She worked a job. She worked 2 jobs. She went to MATC. She was supporting herself. She had her small Lower East Side apartment, modest. And most of all, she was loved and respected by her family. She was fun, social, and clearly anybody knew her, cared about her deeply, until she came into contact with 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson. At 9 a.m., April 1st, Sade left her apartment at 1858 North Commerce Street. She is wearing the last clothes she would ever wear, that white cable knit top, the black puffy coat, the ripped jeans, and the white shoes. And she went to work at Pizza Shuttle. She arrived at Pizza Shuttle over there on North Farwell Avenue on the Lower East Side around 9:15 a.m., and she worked her shift, just like any other day of her life. Beginning around 4:15 p.m., she began texting with Maxwell Anderson. They had met the previous weekend at Victor's. You saw the video of her going into Victor's and then him walking her out. And it's clear that they were intending to meet up that night. And Maxwell Anderson says, why not Twisted Fisherman? And this text conversation begins around 4:15 p.m. and they agree to meet there shortly after 5 p.m. We know from the cellular records where each of them are at those times. Maxwell Anderson is over at his house on South 39th Street, and Sade is up here at Twisted Fisherman. When her shift is over, she goes to meet him at the Twisted Fisherman. Maxwell Anderson takes an Uber ride. Sade leaves work at 5, and the phone information shows them both moving towards the Twisted Fisherman right around the same time. And we know that Maxwell Anderson walks in to the Twisted Fisherman at 5:09 p.m. wearing that black Carhartt shirt that would later be found in his laundry, and the red plaid jacket that police found inside Maxwell Anderson's house that you know has Sade Robinson's DNA on it and Maxwell Anderson's DNA on it. 5:11, 2 minutes after he gets there, he sits down at the bar. He sends a text to Sade, just got to Twisted. Sade arrives around 5:20. We know that from about 5:20 p.m. to 6:24 p.m., the two of them sit at Twisted Fisherman. They eat, they have some drinks. They both take shots. In fact, at one point, Sade turns down a shot, but they're just hanging out. And after 6:24 p.m., the two of them leave Twisted Fisherman together. They walk out and they walk together to Sade Robinson's 2020 Honda Civic that she has driven there. Sade drives the two of them from Twisted Fisherman to Dukes on Water. We know they travel to Dukes on Water between 6:24 p.m., arriving there just around 6:33 p.m., and you saw the video of them parking. Sade, again, driving, Maxwell Anderson riding passenger, just the two of them. They walk into Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m., consistent with the phone information showing them arrive at Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m. At 9:03 p.m., actually, I'll go back up. They stay there. They hang out right here. Maxwell Anderson is drinking. He's having multiple drinks. Sade's got a couple drinks. Mr. Anderson takes it upon himself to play a few games of bar dice, and he takes several shots. But at no point at any time when they're at Twisted Fisherman or Duke's on Water is Sade Robinson doing anything that comes close to excessive drinking or anything like that. In fact, when you watch her on these videos, she is totally coherent. She has her wits about her. When they leave at 9:03 p.m., she's fine. They walk out together. She's not stumbling. She's totally fine. They walk together to her car. She gets in the driver's seat, and he gets in the passenger seat, and it's just the two of them who leave the bar together. And ladies and gentlemen, this video right here that's playing on the screen and the surrounding videos that watch Sade going into her car, this is the last time Sade Robinson was in public with anybody else. That young lady who's in Duke's, who she gives a hug to at the end of the night when they're leaving, that's the last person other than the defendant who she was with, who she had contact with. That's what the evidence shows. After this time, they leave, and we know exactly what route they took. Through the videos from downtown, they drove Sade Robinson driving, Mr. Anderson riding passenger. They take McKinley up. They get on the interstate. They drive to the south side. This is occurring from 9:04 to 9:14 p.m. By 9:14 to 9:25, they're getting off the interstate, heading westbound on Morgan Avenue. It's the Holt Avenue exit, but it's Morgan Avenue to the west of the interstate. And they go and they arrive at his residence just around 9:20 to 9:25 p.m. That's what the phone records confirm. And that is what the videos, here's one of them from around Sade's residence, show as well. You had the videos of them pulling into the alley. All of this confirming, by the way, that Sade Robinson's phone is essentially wherever her car is that night, right? It's at Pizza Shuttle when she's working, it's at Twisted Fisherman when she's there, and it goes back to her with Maxwell Anderson after they leave Duke's. And they don't stop anywhere. Remember that. When they leave Duke's, they don't stop anywhere. It's a continuous trip on that Life 360 app from Duke's to Mr. Anderson's home, and they arrive there at 9:20 p.m. And we know that after 9:20 p.m., 9:23, this is that really small video that shows them coming into his backyard at 9:24 p.m. She has parked her car in the alley, just the two of them, and they come inside at 9:24. And by 9:25 p.m., they are upstairs. That motion light is on. And you heard from the detective who watched this video for hundreds of hours. You saw a lot of the clips from here overnight, some of them pretty cumbersome, but what did that establish that happened? It established that they were both there in Maxwell Anderson's apartment, and there is constant movement coming from that upstairs front window, starting at 9:25 p.m. when they're up there and going essentially on and off all the way up until 12:45 a.m., at which time all movement at that house, in that front window, and in that backyard by that back gate stops. What else happens in that time? You see movement beginning at 11:24 p.m. in the side yard. Here's the slide that shows their phones remaining there, corroborating what the video shows of her car arriving there as well. At 11:25 p.m., we see that movement in the side yard beginning. Then there's movement again after 11:25 p.m. on and off in that above front room. 12:05 to 12:08 a.m., what do we know is happening? We know that Maxwell Anderson is on his phone, traversing his photo gallery, where he has, by 12:05, already acquired pictures, already taken pictures of Sade Robinson incapacitated on his couch. She is face down. Her face is buried in his couch cushion. He has her breast exposed, and he is grabbing her right breast, the breast that would later be cut off of her body, and pulling her pants down. And you know from the search warrant of the house, this right here is that brown ottoman. This right here is the red couch. Between the movement in that front window and these photographs, you know that Sade Robinson became incapacitated while she was in that front room of Maxwell Anderson's house, laying on his couch, face down. She is out of it there. Out of it. He is grabbing her because he knows he can, because she's not going to do anything about it. She has no power. You can see that in those photos. Her face down in the cushions. 12:44 a.m. This is the last movement in that side yard. And if you recall, I made it a point to ask about the 2 blinking lights from her car, the Honda Civic. You saw it in the video from when they left Dukes on Water, and you see it in this video from across the street. It's faint, but it's there. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where Maxwell Anderson is removing Sade's body from his house, taking her to the car. It's now time to get rid of her, and he's got to do it in her car. He needs the car away from his home. He needs to get rid of anything that's going to tie her back to his home. He needs that car gone. He needs her gone. 12:47 a.m. is when we see the car leaving the house, going southbound, exiting onto Euclid, and from there you saw an exhausting amount of videos showing the car driving away from his house, northbound to the north side of Milwaukee. That was 12:49, 12:51 going northbound on 35th Street, passing Badger Ham, 12:53 a.m. northbound, passing 35th and Greenfield, and eventually we get the exact route that is taken when we get the phone records. He drove northbound on 35th, he went to the downtown area, and he ultimately exited the interstate just prior to 1:00 a.m. Remember, this timestamp was off by about 2 minutes and I thought it was 2 minutes, 40 seconds or so that the detective said. That is her car. We know it's her car because this camera happens to have a license plate reader. And that license plate reader is putting her on that exit ramp downtown at the exact same time that her phone, her Life 360 and Verizon records show that car would be exiting at that same time. What can you conclude from that? You can conclude that her phone is in that car. She's in that car. Someone's driving that car. It's Maxwell Anderson. Continues to drive. He goes up Commerce, passes by her apartment building. I know something of defense was trying to make some note of it. They never stop at her apartment building. There's no evidence that happened whatsoever, and the detectives reviewed hours and hours of video footage from her apartment building to ensure that car never came back and that Sade never came back to the apartment. He didn't stop there, and these records confirm that. What does he do? He drives the car with her body up into the River West area by about 1:33 a.m. There he is at 106, driving her past Commerce Street, passing Lakefront Brewery. And then he heads into River West. You saw the video of the car in River West off of Dowsman near Pleasant Valley Park along the Milwaukee River. And what do we know happens while he's out and about driving around? His phone dies. He leaves his phone behind. That was done on purpose. Because look at all the records we have showing where her phone traveled and where his phone traveled before this time. He left it behind to cover up. That's why he did that. And we know that because we looked at it, and you heard from the analyst today who said that all activity on that cell phone stopped after 12:08 a.m., right after he's deleting pictures of Sade Robinson on his phone, of him grabbing her. Phone dies at 1:35 a.m. while he's driving her car around trying to get rid of her and trying to get rid of the car. He goes down Capitol. You saw the 2 videos showing the car going down Capitol. He doubles back towards the interstate. And by 2:20 to 2:25, he's back on the interstate heading back towards downtown. He eventually goes down through downtown on Interstate 94, ends up heading sort of west over to Greenfield, and then he comes back. And where do we know that he's heading at this time? He's heading to Warnemont Park. The phone records show that between 2:34 and 2:39, he's on the interstate, getting off on College Avenue. We saw the video of him exiting on College Avenue, and you saw the video of the car going through the airport tunnel in the direction of Warnemont Park. No stops being made, by the way. 2:51, he's passing by St. Luke's Hospital, going north on Lake Drive, all in an effort to ultimately end right here, Warnemont Park. Keep in mind what Agent Reinerth testified to, the 4 dwellings that Sade Robinson's Life 360 showed. There were 4 of them. Twisted Fisherman, her own work, or excuse me, Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's house, and Warnemont Park, where she ends up. And her phone stays there for over 2.5 hours. Excuse me, an hour and a half. 2:52 is the arrival time, 4:33 a.m. That's the time the phone is there. We know at 2:52, her car is passing by the water department. And by 2:53 a.m., this was one of the first videos we saw, there's the Honda Civic going down Pulaski Avenue, going down the service road and ramming the gate to get down that service road, that steep road that you saw a photo of today when Chloe Wright was testifying. Why ram the gate? He knows how to get down there without ramming the gate. You saw a photo of the place, the way that they would walk down. You ram the gate because there is a body in the car that you have to get rid of, that you can't carry. He rams the gate. We know it's using her car because the crime lab fitted the broken pieces of Honda back to her vehicle. No question about whose car was used to ram that gate. It was Sade Robinson's Honda Civic. From 2:52 to 4:30 a.m., like I said, the phone remains in that location. What is that location? That is Maxwell Anderson's secret beach. It's the place of all the places in Milwaukee County to go. Of all the places to go, Sade's body ends up at his secret beach. He chose that location on purpose. You heard the reasons why today. It's secluded. He didn't even want to tell Chloe Wright what the name of the place was. He wants to keep it to himself. And you've seen the photos of it. You've seen how high those cliffs are. This is the middle of the night on a Monday into a Tuesday in a rainy early April evening. No one's going to catch him in the act. It's pitch black down there. It's the perfect place in his mind to take her to accomplish this. Because he knew he had work to do. He needed to cut her up and get rid of her. So he takes her to a place he knows and a place he trusts. A place he knows he's not going to get caught. You saw the videos of the person who we now know as Maxwell Anderson ascending and descending the bluffs on the north side of the pump house, the side where her leg would later be found on April 2nd, going up the exact paths that Chloe Wright told you they would take to go down there and hang out. The exact paths. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where he is cutting up her body. She is dead. Now it's time for him to get rid of her. So that's where he goes. He takes her to his place. You saw in the video when he's coming up the bluff at 4:26 a.m., he's down there for over an hour and a half. And in that time, you heard gruesomely all that was done to Sade. All the cutting. The blunt force trauma to her bones. All of it done to get rid of her, to make her disappear. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he tried to do. And he did it in this time frame. From about 3 a.m. when he got there to 4:30 when he left. Now is time
for him to get rid of her car. So what does he do? 4:34, he drives her car out of Warnemont Park. We know he heads northbound on Lake Drive. We know that because Sade's phone is still in his car. Here's the record showing the direction of travel. From the site where the leg is found, her body is dispersed, headed northbound on Lake Drive, westbound on Howard Avenue here until the phone goes off the network. There's the video of him going by. And there's the last clip before it gets to the north side. And by 4:50 a.m., it is at 27th and Wells, where you can see the driver is a white person. You can see that in this video, and you can see how fogged up it is, and you can see how there's something covering the back window. He then drives north, circles the area of 32nd and Vliet, tries to go down this dead end near 34th and McKinley, but activates a ring light, so he decides, I gotta go to a different place than this. There's no reason for him to drive down that street. Circles around until about 5:20 a.m. when he goes off camera and reappears at 6:50. And it is at this point, ladies and gentlemen, that he is in the 31st and Galena playground. This is the area where her leg is found, her left leg. That gap shows that during that time period, he went into that playground to disperse of her leg. By 7:30 a.m., you saw the video of him walking away from the burning car, where we now know from the crime lab, he used an ignitable petroleum distillate to light the car on fire, and he walks away. And the trail of videos capture him walking southbound on 30th. He goes down Walnut Street. Trail of videos captures him all the way at 8:12 when he boards a Milwaukee County Transit bus, where his face is clearly visible, clear as day, and he's wearing a hoodie, that gray hoodie that would later end up in a dumpster 2 houses down from his. Tried to get rid of it, but he didn't. They found it. And whose DNA is on the hoodie? That is not the hoodie he's wearing on the date, by the way. That's the hoodie he's wearing after he has just dismembered a body and burned a car. And whose DNA is on it? His and Sade's. What are the chances of that? It's because he did it. It's because he's responsible. And he takes the bus home. He sits there, not a single time pulling out his phone. Why? Because he left it back home on purpose. And then by 8:42, walking in his back gate with that massive backpack that we have never found. He got rid of it. And whatever else was in it and whatever else was used, he tried to get rid of everything. He tried to cover up. And what does he do after he gets home? He powers up his phone and he sends a text. Morning, how's work going? Disgusting. Right after he's just burned her car, killed her. Why did he do that? He's covering up. He's trying to cover his tracks. He's trying to make sure everything seems normal. Same reason he went to work that day. Couldn't let his routine go out. He needed to maintain appearances, despite the fact that in the middle of the night, he's out cutting up a human body and burning a car. And by 5:29, Sade's leg is found on April 2nd. By 9 p.m. that day, she's reported missing and the welfare checks begin. By 1 p.m. on the 4th, Mr. Anderson's arrested. And we know that in the subsequent days and month later, April 18th, May 11th, additional body parts are found. Her head, her right breast have never been found. He succeeded in getting rid of those. That's what happened. Those are the facts. That's what the evidence showed. Now you have to decide, based on the law given to you, the crimes. I want to focus on the homicide count. There's 4 charges. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are pretty self-explanatory, and you have them in writing. Mutilating a corpse,
hiding a corpse. Counts 2 and 4 are essentially the same elements. Count 3, the arson, pretty self-explanatory. But now you're given this first-degree intentional as well as first-degree reckless homicide. First-degree intentional homicide has 2 elements that I have to prove. I have to prove that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson and acted with the intent to kill. While the law requires that he acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that that intent exists for any given period of time. In fact, it says it may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act. And you're also instructed that intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary, proof of motive is not. Motive being the reason why someone did something. That's not what we have to prove. We have to prove intent. And only if you don't all agree that he is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, which I'm confident you will, do you even look at first-degree reckless homicide. The defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson, caused the death by criminally reckless conduct under circumstances that showed utter disregard for human life. Did he show any regard for life at all? No. So how do we know this was intentional? Everything you heard shows this was intentional. Consider all the things he intentionally did and the reasonable inferences from those actions. At 9:25 p.m., when Sade drives him and herself to his house, just the two of them, they went inside, and we know from before that she is coherent. She is not drinking excessively. She's in control of herself. But by 12:05, she is completely incapacitated, face down on his couch. And Anderson is grabbing her exposed right breast with no reaction from her whatsoever. He's pulling her pants down, taking photos while doing these things. This shows she was completely incapacitated, if not deceased, by that time. Consider all the acts to this point. He has her at his house, on his furniture, completely deprived of any strength or power over herself. He's then taking pictures and then intentionally takes her car and her and drives her away because he's now got to get her out of there, and he has to separate himself from her and her car. He drives with seemingly minimal direction, leaves his phone behind, brings with him a huge bag, some kind of a tool to cut up the body, takes her to a place he knows well. All done in the middle of the night. He takes her to Warnemont Park, cuts her body up, drives away, goes to the north side, goes to the 31st and Galena playground, discards her leg. He intentionally picks an abandoned building to leave her car behind, something that he has no connection to. Intentionally stuffs her clothing that she is wearing that night. The underpants literally pulled off of her body, still in the jeans when they're found partially burned in her trunk. Stuffs her clothes in her trunk. Uses a petroleum distillate to light the car on fire. All of that stuff was done on purpose. He then heads home, powers up his phone, and texts her. Everything about this is intentional. If it was unintentional, if it was anything else, you don't cut her up and do everything you can to get rid of her. If it was an accident, you get her some help. You don't try to make her disappear. And we know from the medical examiner, there is no other explanation. There was no natural disease, no toxicology reason whatsoever for this. If it was unintentional, he wouldn't have had the wherewithal to do everything he did so quickly. Think about it. In just hours, she went from literally driving a car to being incapacitated and him somehow being able to pull off getting her to Warnemont Park and cutting her up. He's only able to do that if he knew what he was doing, knew how he wanted to do it. This only happens with the intent to kill. Consider what Dr. Karsten today and the medical examiner talked about, the amount of work done to break her bones and cut up her limbs and cut off her head. The efforts to cover this up were extraordinary and they were horrific. Consider the cutting off of her breast, her right breast. That's not something you do unless you have a desire to do it. It doesn't facilitate getting rid of the body. It takes additional time. He did it because he wanted to do it. All the stab wounds near her breast and on her torso. That was done out of a sick desire to do harm to her. That's the only reason that is done. cutting off the breast, dismembering limbs, beheading her. Those acts, simply put, ladies and gentlemen, are the acts of a killer. They are not the acts of someone who is acting on impulse in a moment or acting on emotion. Who does this? What kind of person cuts someone's head off? A killer who's trying to get away with killing. His actions afterwards betray any innocence. That's how the evidence shows that what Maxwell Anderson did to Sade Robinson was an intentional homicide. There is no question behind the intent, and there's no question about the person responsible for doing it. The killer is him. He's the last person to be with her, the last one texting her, the last one whose residence she was at, the last one who had her car, the last one who had her phone, the last one who was with her. The one who burned her car. He did everything he could to try to get away with it. He tried to cover up. He tried to fool the police. He's trying to fool all of you, but he doesn't get to do that. You've all seen the evidence. It's time that you let the evidence speak the truth and you find him guilty.
Defense?
I'm going to take that down then, or just close it. Good afternoon, everyone. Wanted to start by telling you what the purpose of closing argument is. It's, of course, my chance to speak to you. This is my last chance to speak to you as jurors. I don't get a rebuttal. The state does, so they still have an opportunity to come up here and speak to you again. This is the only opportunity that I have, and so I just wanted you to be aware of that. When I got up here in opening, it feels like ages ago now, it was 2 weeks ago when I stood up here and talked to all of you, and you've listened to a lot of testimony, I asked you to keep an open mind and to study the evidence closely. And I'm going to make the same request of you here today, tomorrow, when you deliberate, to study the evidence closely. You've been given a mountain of materials, and the judge has read a lot of instructions to you, and I want to talk a little bit about those instructions because as you hear Judge Crivello reading the instructions, it sort of goes on, but you're going to be given copies of those to take back with you to study closely and examine. And I ask that you look at those closely and pay careful attention to everything you heard in this case. The most important principle in the criminal justice system is the idea that a person can only be convicted if the district attorney's office has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. That principle has been with us for hundreds of years since the country was founded. The reason why that principle is so important is because it's crucial that when somebody is charged with the most serious of crimes, that we have absolute proof beyond a reasonable doubt by the district attorney's office, that when they decide to bring such serious charges against a person, that you are convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that in fact Mr. Anderson committed each one of these crimes. When Judge Crivello spoke to you, she talked about what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. So you can look at evidence as well as lack of evidence. It means such a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence, meaning any of us, to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. And of course, this is the most important affairs of life because you are deciding Mr. Anderson's guilt on, or whether he's not guilty on each of the counts. Another important instruction the judge had read is that each verdict, each count in this case, requires a separate analysis. And when I listened to the state's closing, I heard a lot about what their theory is with respect to intentional acts that they believe were committed after Sade passed away. I heard a lot about intentional acts that that Mr. Vance Cruzan talked about in opening and again here in closing. But I want to emphasize that when you go back to the jury room and you evaluate the evidence, you are required to evaluate each count separately. And what the judge told you, what Judge Crivello said when she read the instructions a little bit ago, is that your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Why is that important? It's important because this is a highly emotional case, obviously. We all know that. We all know that it's that type of case. And we'll just call a spade a spade. I mean, we have a victim's family sitting right here. We just heard them applause when the state finished their argument. I don't criticize them at all, what they're going through. It's not at all what I'm here to do. I can't even imagine it. Can't imagine it. But here's how the system works. We get 12 jurors together. We have 15 of you here, and you've been amazing jurors, all of you, here on time, ready to go, listen to everything. And what we try to do when we're representing somebody and representing Mr. Anderson is we try to pay attention to what's happening in court, but also all of you, because your decision is what really matters. It's not what Mr. Vance Krzan says. It's not what I say. It's really what all of you say once you go back in that jury room and carefully consider the evidence or lack of evidence. And it's important to evaluate each one of these counts separately. And the judge told you, as hard as that can be in cases like this, to try to check your emotions at the door. I know it's hard. I don't think any of us envy any of aspect of what our jobs are. We all have a job to do. The most important job is yours. And it's to check your emotion at the door, put aside passion, put aside prejudice, and look at the case from the evidence. That's all I ask you to do. And on each count, render a separate verdict unanimously. All of you agree. And there's a number of things I could say to you. The idea here is that each side is given 45 minutes. I don't know if I need 45 minutes when you've sat here and heard everything the same way I've heard everything and the same way the state has heard everything. We try to look at the jurors to see some people are taking lots of notes, some people are taking less notes. And at the end of the day, really it's just what you remember and what you ask to see. That's what counts. And you can ask to see anything. You can make a request when you go back there of the judge to view videos again, if that's something that you'd like to do, or look at DNA reports or look at photographs. You can make those requests, and I would encourage you to do so. And so I'm going to touch on some of the points that I think are important. You may agree with me, disagree with me, but this is my chance to present to you what I think are the important points in Max's defense. We do have separate crimes that are charged here. Obviously, if we broke them into sort of broad categories, there's the state's theory that Max intended to kill Sade Robinson. So that seems to be the glaring charge, of course, that is here. We also have charges of dismemberment, hiding a corpse, and arson of a vehicle. I'm not going to go through each of the elements of every one of these crimes with all of you, because that will go back with you to the jury room, and you can read those and decide. But we start with the fact that everything the state showed you in this case was that Max had met Sade. You saw the videos that were just played again in closing. The two of them met each other, and the two of them went out in public. They texted, they made arrangements to go out, and they went to places. You watched the videos, they went to places that Max is known. Places where he was interacting in a friendly way with bartenders, where people were talking to him on a first name basis, where he's shaking hands with people, where he's having normal drinks, normal behavior. They go to Twisted Fisherman. They spend time there together. There's nothing in the videos that you've seen that suggests that Max is planning to do anything like an intentional homicide. There's nothing in the text messages that even comes close to suggesting that. Because, of course, intent does have to be formed at some point, as they just said, and as the judge told you, before a person passes away. Nothing about the Twisted Fisherman video shows for 1 minute an intent to kill. And the same is true with Dukes. They go there, they're sitting at the edge of the bar, they're playing beer pong with another couple that shows up. Again, you can see, even if you want to watch the video again, you can see when Max leaves, he's saying goodbye to people that know him. Obviously, he used to work at Twisted Fisherman, we know, because he had to pick up his W-2 there. He's known at Dukes. So this is not any evidence at all that Max intended to kill Sade. And like many people do, they went out after drinking and they went back to his house. We asked you in jury selection, all of you, we asked the question of whether or not you would insist that a defendant testify. The defendant has a constitutional right not to. That's a hard principle for some people to embrace. You don't have to testify. System doesn't require that. It's human nature. It's to want to hear sometimes, you know, like we say to our children sometimes, what did you do? What happened? Give me the side of your story. But that's how we handle things in our personal lives and not what is required here in court. And I am just going to address the elephant in the room. Max didn't testify, right? We all saw that. And maybe some of you were thinking to yourselves that you wanted to hear from him. Maybe all of you were thinking that. Certainly members of the public might have been thinking that. But he's not required to do that. The judge told you that. He's not required to give any explanation or prove his innocence. System does not ever require a defendant to prove their innocence. It requires the state to prove that he intentionally killed her. I didn't see any evidence of intent when I sat through this trial. The state points out things that they say Mr. Anderson did after the fact, which would demonstrate, if he had done it, an intent to commit other crimes, mutilation of a corpse. But I didn't see anything, and I listened carefully, and I know all of you did too, that shows any intent to kill. And that's how it started, and now there's a reckless homicide charge that you're supposed to consider as well, but I didn't see or hear any testimony about Mr. Anderson acting recklessly towards Sade at all. And those elements have to be proven. It has to be proven. In words, as the jury instruction said, words, actions, behavior before the event. Well, what are they pointing to? I'm asking that question. What are they pointing to? They're pointing to things afterwards that they say Mr. Anderson did, which they want you to bootstrap into a conviction on an intentional homicide. But that's not what the law says you're supposed to do. The law says you're supposed to look at each count separately. The law says that a defendant doesn't have to prove his innocence. The law says that they have to prove intent or recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt. The highest possible burden you could imagine. Not just that we think he might have done it, or last person with her could have done it, but that he intended to do it, or that he did it recklessly. And I don't know, based on this record, candidly, how she died. I don't know that any of us do. The medical examiner doesn't. Medical examiner is unable to tell us that answer. It's their job. Certainly the anthropologist we heard from doesn't know. And I talked about this with all of you in opening, that they have the burden to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they don't, we don't have to put on any evidence. We don't have to put Max on the stand. We don't have to call witnesses to say A, B, and C. And I told you in opening, we weren't going to dispute, I forget what I said exactly, but I probably said we won't dispute 90+% of the case, because we don't. Everything Mr. Vance Curzan just showed you about the vehicle traveling to these locations, we dispute the big things, that it's Mr. Anderson intending to kill her or recklessly kill her. We dispute that he committed the other crimes, but the fact that they went on a date, the fact that they were together, the fact that they were friendly with each other, they drank, no dispute. The vehicle being shown on camera all over the place, the locations it went, no dispute. What we do dispute are a number of important points that I don't think have been proven. You never once see Max getting into this Honda Civic. Nor do you see him getting out of the Honda Civic. You don't see him get in and you don't see him get out. And there was a video that was played very early on in the trial that all of you will remember because it was day 1 or day 2, but there was a video of the Honda Civic when it is in flames, basically on Lisbon Avenue, if we all remember that. And there's 2 women on the street who are on tape pointing in that direction. And you can obviously see that Max is in that area. I told you in opening, sometimes people can be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't have to prove, I have no burden to prove why Max was in that area. That is burden shifting, is not required. They have to prove that he was the one that exited the driver's door of that car and lit it on fire. They did not call either of those women in their case. They could have. They could have chosen to call either of those 2 women on the street and put them on the stand and say, is that the guy who lit the car? Or is that the guy walking near the car? Big difference. They could have asked him any question they wanted, Of course, we would have been able to ask questions too, but they could have put, her name is Laura Dyer, you heard that through other witnesses. They could have put Laura Dyer on the stand and asked her, who were you pointing to? What were you seeing? What did you observe in the minutes leading up to that? Who got out of the car? What side did they get out of, ma'am? What side did they get out of? If they got out of the car, how did they light the car on fire? They could have asked all of those questions and answered all of those questions for you. And we know for sure that she was shown a photo array because I asked one of the detectives about the photo array procedure. We know for sure it was shown, and they didn't introduce it. I'm not here to hide a thing. Study it all. Study every piece of evidence that they gave you in this case. But they didn't call Laura Dyer, who I would argue would be the one witness you would call in your case if you wanted to prove that Max lit that car on fire, instead of being near it. And if we work from there forward, if we look at his behavior afterwards, Max's behavior, it's Max there, his behavior afterwards, they haven't proven what was in his backpack. But if we look at his behavior afterwards, he is not, as they just said, concealing his identity. Now, if you lit a car on fire, there's 4 ways you can go: north, south, east, or west. And I would argue that the last direction you would go is right down to Lisbon Avenue if you did that, onto a public street with cars whizzing by and buzzes everywhere and getting on a public bus. Actually, if you looked at the video, there's an alley right there. The more logical way to go is just dart up through that alley, get away, duck through houses and backyards and run. Max is walking. But look at his shoes, because their theory that they've given you in this case is that Max, prior to this, first of all, their theory is he killed her in his house without Pete Warbington hearing a thing, who's right below him. No struggle, no stabbing, no nothing, no help, nothing. But their theory is he killed her there. But then in the rainy day, pouring rain for days, muddy path down to Warnemont Beach, their theory is that Max did all of that. Why on earth, when he is walking on Lisbon Avenue, and you can watch the videos, look at the shoes. They're pure white soles. At least the sides, even the detectives testified to that. His shoes are white. Somebody who has been trudging through the mud, dispersing body parts in Warnemont Park in the pouring rain, in the bad conditions, does not have white shoes. No way. Muddy shoes, for sure. Watch the whole bus video. He doesn't, as they said, he doesn't pull out a phone or he sits there the whole time. Shoes are white. That is inconsistent with somebody having been at Warnemont Beach earlier and doing all of these things just a few hours earlier that they say. The sweatshirt that was located in the trash can, we had some testimony a few days about that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if it was planted. I don't know how that sweatshirt got in that trash can. But I know that if somebody was trying to destroy evidence, they could burn it right in the backyard. There's a burn pit right there, and they would be unlikely to ditch it right in the alley 2 houses down from them. Seems like a really unlikely thing to do. But what you didn't hear about the sweatshirt, and we know it's found on April 12th. After Max has been arrested, he was arrested on April 4th. So 8 days later, they find this sweatshirt. And how on earth is a detective, I think it was Lopez, how on earth is a detective on April 8th, he told you his job was to go down this alley to look in the trash cans. Remember, he was going to go look for clothes or evidence. If you were going down an alley to look for clothes or evidence, and he's now telling you, I remember seeing a sweatshirt in a trash can, but I just left it there. His job was to look for a sweatshirt or any clothes. I just find it really hard to believe. I think he's not being honest when he says that. I find it really hard to believe that if you found a sweatshirt in a trash can when that was your job to go the alley behind Max's home, you would grab it. And the trash came through on April 8th. Max is in jail. And there is none of Sade's blood on that sweatshirt. We were just told, again, he's wearing that sweatshirt supposedly when he dismembered a human corpse. The amount of blood and bodily fluid that would require, look at the video of him on the bus. If you can see a speck, there's no gloves on him. There are gloves at Warnemont Beach, which exclude him, but there's no blood on him at all. There's nothing on his hands. He's not wearing gloves. Max's DNA is also not on the driver's door of Sade's car, which is lit on fire, but her DNA is. So if their theory is that the DNA on the car driver's door was washed off by the fire department, why is Sade's DNA there? And his isn't. It's because he didn't close the driver's door. It was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And they swabbed everything. It was really boring. Some of the aspects of the trial were really boring for all of us because you had to sit here and watch grainy videos of what a detective thinks they see upstairs, and you have to listen to us on our end bore you, unfortunately, at times by going through all of the DNA evidence. But for crying out loud, this was the most swabbed home I've ever seen in my life. Swabbed everything. Everything. Ask for the report. None of Sade's blood is anywhere in that home. But she's been stabbed. He doesn't have any blood on him at all for a stabbing. And they don't have any weapon that they can connect to him that he ever used for this stabbing. Or however she died, they don't know. But they do know for sure the DNA excludes him. It excludes him because her blood isn't in his home. Her DNA isn't anywhere in there. There's no smell of bleach. There's no indication he cleaned up. I would argue this does not look like a cleaned up place at all. Look at the photos. And there was a hair found on a proximal bone, one of Sade's bones, the hair that was found, and they thought for sure that's going to be Max's hair. We have a hair on a bone. I guarantee that's why they tested it. And look at the report. The hair on one of Sade's bones excluded him. Wasn't his. The video of the house, there's look at the pictures if you want to. It's grainy, it's poor quality. I also heard Rachel Smith said she spent 100 hours or whatever she said about the quantity of hours looking at video. The reality about the video is, again, we don't dispute that Max and Sade went back to his house. We don't dispute that they were there. Which silhouette is what or what it shows, your guess is as good as mine. I know that the FBI could look at it if they wanted to and was never asked of them to do that. They offer a witness with no specialized training in an effort to convict Max of homicide to say, well, I saw this silhouette and that silhouette, but they didn't do any height analysis. They didn't ask the FBI to be involved. And it doesn't show anything that we don't already agree happened. They were back together. But that front window is piled full of plants and other debris and miscellaneous things in there. So it's unlikely that there's really a whole lot of interaction you can truly see. It's probably dogs run around. I don't think Max is so sophisticated of a guy. I'm representing him. We heard from Pete Warbington. I don't know that Max is the most sophisticated guy out here. He's a smart guy, but he's working 3 days a week. He's a bartender. And Pete Warbington says, I complain about a hydraulic arm. He won't fix it. And Max doesn't like hearing that he's a bad landlord. I know. But the reality is that he's not a highly sophisticated guy where they introduced all sorts of evidence of his planning and research on wanting to kill someone. 30-some years living in the area, working for a decade as a bartender, well-known throughout the city. They didn't introduce one weird thing about him. No psychological profile evidence to show you that he fits the pattern of someone who's going to just decide, I'm going to kill someone tonight after a date where I went everywhere that everybody knows me, and I've never researched it, and I've never looked into it, nor have I even so much as looked at how to dispose of a body or remove body parts, which you can only imagine what kind of feat that is. Use your common knowledge of even examples you can think of cooking about how hard it might be at Thanksgiving to remove a turkey leg, let alone a human. No research on it, no planning on it at all. Again, that's because he didn't have any such plan to do anything like that. It's not that secret of a beach either, if I can just say that. I mean, a few hours after someone is down there in the rain and the horrible conditions, there's 2 kids there a few hours later in that same spot, right? They're there. They find a bone or a leg. So it's not that secret. It's Warrenmont Park. It's a public park. 18-hole golf course. Everybody in the community is familiar with that area. Officer DeSmet testified, very familiar with the park. People go there all the time. We have 2 youngsters there right away a few hours later, finding human remains. So not exactly a secret area that nobody's ever heard of before. What is Max's behavior afterwards? A lot of times in our human affairs, and judge does, state has told you, use your common sense. The reason they keep saying common sense, and again, I didn't tell you not to use common sense. I talked about this in opening. Go ahead and use it. Use it galore. But also, please look at the evidence. You have to do more than just base things on this expression, common sense, okay? Look at the evidence. We do know that somebody who committed a crime like this, who had done something like this, when they haven't, would be highly likely to change something about their life. He didn't do any such thing. He continued to go about his day-to-day affairs. You heard that he went to work at Dugout 54 the next morning, and his phone died, not turned off intentionally. It died during the hours that one would be asleep. And he went to Dugout 54, and he worked at Dugout 54, which was his job, the next day. No issue. You didn't hear from one person who said that suddenly his behavior was different or that he started acting strange. He continued to work, stay in the area, didn't cut his hair, didn't change his appearance, didn't have a whole pile of cash in his car with a passport to Mexico, none of that. Just going about his day-to-day affairs. That's because he's innocent. And the police are the ones who make a decision on what to collect and what not to collect. And they give you that evidence, and then you decide whether it is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They could have asked for more footage if they wanted to see what was going on the side of Max's house in the days after, or the alley in the days after. Does he ditch a sweatshirt in a trash can? But they chose not to, because they zeroed in on him, they zeroed in on a time frame, and that was all they needed to do. I know that when the evidence shows that when Sade's car left Max's house, and you never see him driving that car, when it left that house, and we know things can happen in an alley, when the car left that home, it went straight to Sade Robinson's apartment building. I never said it went there, to be clear. I never said she went in there. I'm just saying, what are the odds that with no evidence he even knew where she lived, that Civic goes from his home right past the building she lives in? A hell of a coincidence. I think it's very likely that perhaps something happened to her in the alley, and perhaps she was directing them where to go. I don't know, but I do know maybe it was a stalker. But whoever did it obviously had an idea where she lived, because they went right from point A to point B. I think the reason that the state spent such little time talking about the DNA evidence for you is because they know how powerful it is for the defense case. But we don't have to prove that DNA proves proof his innocence. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of each of these crimes, that he intended to kill her. Now they're saying recklessly, but either one, whichever one they're saying. They had to form that intent or that reckless decision before. There's no evidence, by the way, of any reckless behavior at all that they've shown you on video, that they've shown in his house, that they've shown at all. But the reason why they spend so little time on DNA, and they sort of brushed past that, and yet they'll spend days and days and days going through monotonous video of things we don't dispute, is because they know that the DNA evidence is powerful for us. And I ask that you look at the evidence closely. That's all I can do. I turn Max over to you. It's your decision. You have to look at each count carefully, and I'm convinced you'll conclude that the state hasn't met its burden of proof on each count. Thank you.
State, any rebuttal?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason Maxwell Anderson went to work the next day and didn't cut his hair or do any of that stuff is because he thought he got away with it. Because he did it alone. He did it in the middle of the night. So leaving town, doing that stuff, that brings attention to yourself. That's also why he sends that text message to her the next morning. Hey, morning, how's work going? He's trying to cover up. He thought he was going to get away with it. That's the whole point. Because everything he did the night of this incident was done in the middle of the night in a secluded place that he knew was secluded, that he took her to and cut her up. He thought he got away with it. Let's talk about blood. You saw the images of her on that couch. She's out of it. She is gone. There's no blood in there. You heard from the medical examiner how people can die without blood. Strangulation, suffocation. It's no coincidence that she is face down in his cushions in those. That she is so out of it that he's able to lift her shirt up and grab her breast and yank her pants off without her putting up a struggle. We know as well that the dismemberment, remember the medical examiner talking about the vital reactions, that there were no vital reactions at the areas of amputation. That means no bleeding because she was dead when it happened. And he's doing it down at the lakefront on the shores of a lake on a rainy night. And he talks about no mud, no blood on the shoes or anything like that. He's got this massive backpack with him that he gets rid of, that has never been found. Why? If that backpack is something that's important enough for you to go out at in the middle of the night with, why is it gone? Because he got rid of it. He got rid of it to cover up the crime. The hoodie. Why is it in someone else's dumpster? Why is the hoodie not a hoodie you were wearing while on the date, but a hoodie you're driving around in the middle of the night with? Why is it in a dumpster 2 houses down? Why is her DNA on it? It's because he's the one driving her car around, taking her body to Warnemont Park. No intent to kill? What about all the horrible, disgusting, gruesome things that he did to her body? That shows intent to kill. He brought up this hair on the proximal bone, and his argument was Max was excluded from that hair. Do you remember whose hair that was? It was Sade's hair. He failed to mention that part just now. Just like he failed to bring up the latex gloves he brought up in his opening and said, certainly these gloves played a role in this crime. That was a quote. What a joke. Those gloves had nothing to do with this crime. Nothing. The blood on those gloves was neither Max nor Sade's. It's located a quarter-mile south of where this occurred. A week later, a smoke screen. Nothing to do with this crime. Maxwell Anderson was not walking away from the Honda Civic because he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why on earth is he walking around behind an abandoned building where the woman who he was on a date with the night before his car is getting set into flames and he's just casually walking away? And you did hear from the woman who saw him do it. You heard her on the video. You saw her point to him and say, he did it. Call the fire department. What's that all about? It's because he's the one who lit the car on fire to cover up all of this and calmly walk away because he's trying to get away. He's trying not to draw attention to himself. Asking you to completely speculate that something happened to her in the alley. Well, let me ask you this. How does she get in the alley if she's passed out of it, incapacitated on his couch? How would she have even gotten there? He's asking you to speculate. She's just instructed you, you can't speculate. You are not to speculate. That's what he wants you to do. That's what he wants you to do to find Maxwell Anderson not guilty, but you can't. You follow the evidence. Not a single piece of evidence points to anybody else. Everything at every single turn, even when police tried to focus on other things, like the latex glove, did it lead anywhere else except back to him? The broken pieces of car at the gate just happened to match the Honda that he's walking away from as it lights on fire. The beach where she is cut up, it's his beach. It's his place. Every single lead, every single thing the investigators did led back to Maxwell Anderson, and it is because Maxwell Anderson is the killer. He is responsible, so find him guilty.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. I've instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of the case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequence of your verdicts are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. There will be 9 forms of verdict submitted to you regarding the charges against the defendant. As to count 1, there will be 3 verdicts. The first verdict reads, we, the jury, find Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1. Another reading is, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of section 940.02 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in count 1 of the information. And a third reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty. As to count 2, there are 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. As to count 3, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Lastly, as to count 4, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4, and another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4. You are to bring in 1 verdict per count. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count carries a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in 1 count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Now, this is a criminal, not a civil matter. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict that lawfully may be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a legal verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than that of any other jurors. If you need to communicate with me while you're deliberating, have the presiding juror send a note, time-stamped and signed by the presiding juror with your question. It may take some time to answer because I may consult with the attorneys before I respond, so you should continue your deliberations while you're waiting for a response. I will answer all of your questions either in writing or I'll bring you back into the courtroom and answer them on open record. When you've agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror. Notify my bailiffs that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom and your verdict will be read into the record in open court. I may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. 4:37. I think we'll begin the deliberations. Okay. At this point, we're going to select our 2 alternates. So, 3 alternates. So all of your numbers are inside of this box. Juror number 53. Who's 53? Okay. Your first alternate.
38.
Second alternate?
And the last one, 26.
Okay, the three of you are my alternates. So at this point, your service is complete for the next 4 years. If you need a notice for your employment that you've been here with us, you'll have to go back to jury management to get that. Otherwise, it'll come out to you in the mail in about 2 to 3 days. Now, you're not allowed to speak to any of the other jurors, but after you leave here, you're free to speak to anyone that you wish or to no one. It is completely up to you. If you wish to return to the courtroom and wait for the verdict, you're welcome to. If you want to call my court at a later point and find out what happened, you're welcome to as well. Or you're welcome to check CCAP. Now, do the three of you have anything in my jury room? Okay, I need to release the three of you before I release the other jurors. So thank you for your time and attention and service. I've used alternates way too often, so I appreciate you being here. You're not allowed to communicate with the other jurors at this time. At this point, we will swear the bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear that you will keep jurors on this trial together in some private place and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you may begin your deliberations. Any objection as to how the jury instructions were read into the record, state?
No.
Defense?
No.
I did find on the jury instructions one correction, which was on the last page relative to the verdicts. It said 4 verdicts will be provided. I changed it to 9, and I just wrote it on it. So that was the only modification I made. I plan on recalling the jury at about 3 minutes to 5 if we don't have something happen quickly. So please, if you could stick around, I'd appreciate it. Also, if you could go through the list of exhibits and see if there's anything, if there's a request you're willing to send back without further discussion, and a stack of course, anything that you wish to be addressed on. Of course, no videos would ever be sent back or physical evidence without the bailiffs. Case was well tried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Wow. This is absolutely insane. I was not expecting to be on verdict watch today. I literally turned on the extra computer and I turned it off when she said, I will deliberate tomorrow. And but she wants to get this done. But before we do go, hi, Carter. Hello. Hi. Sorry, Denise is just wanted me to say hello to Carter. So hello. Hi. Hope you're okay. Have a great day tomorrow and today, the rest of your day. But yeah. Oh yeah, Cindy, absolutely guilty, 100%. 100%. Um my days. What a day has been today. What are we on even? We are literally on verdict watch for the next 10 minutes ish of this case. It's absolutely insane. I am gonna try um to find anything that of the jurors that's been dismissed. I don't know if that's gonna happen today. If it happens, we'll probably see it tomorrow as well. We can do that before we even start Daybell rewatch party. But this is absolutely insane. I never thought that this was we are gonna be here today. Um but I mean, it took 7 days. It's absolutely crazy, and we are on verdict. Can you imagine if there's a verdict today? I'll literally throw everything away. I'm like, I will never make plans for trial no more because me thinking, oh, okay, we'll have this until the end of the week. Start. Yeah, I can imagine all the news station are ready to pounce. Absolutely. Um, it's crazy. um Good. I'm trying to find if there's anyone live of those the stations they are, but they are Fox 6, Milwaukee, my. I don't know if they are gonna go live, if they're gonna record and then release it. I absolutely have no clue what it is. How is everyone feeling? I haven't even had the time to write the forms down, like the verdict forms. I haven't had time to write it down. I've seen people that have replied. Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't seen if anyone to write it down. Um, so Lois apparently picked 1 to 3. So who else? Individuals. So no. Oh my days, this is gonna take me a while to um oh Bellis, I did a video on just the opening from Lori. Is up on the channel. I did took the part that we did on opening for Lori, and I put that as a video out. Just to be easier to find that craziness of an opening. 12. Yeah. So Robert chose as well 1 to 3 in terms of time. So, but the thing is, if it is less than an hour, Lois chose. Um, so yeah, there's a couple people that did. Um, oh yeah, it was hilarious. Bella's 12 objections overall during that opening. It was insane. You will laugh at my reaction and at her opening. That was absolutely crazy. um I honestly am shocked still to the fact that this is happening, that we are literally sitting on verdict watch today. Of all the days, I was not expecting that. I mean, wow. It's I need to take the headphones off. I am um to kidnap you or to kidnap you. She should kidnap you. No, I'm joking. No, Bellas, do not kidnap Hannah. Hannah stays in the UK with me, where I am. She's not going anywhere. Um, uh, the thing is, I don't like for all that I want a verdict today. I kind of don't want a verdict today. I want the verdict to be tomorrow when I'm fully rested and I can fully comprehend the um the whole trial thing and the verdict, because right now I am on overdrive. So yeah. I think it would be absolutely like tomorrow-ish. Yes, absolutely. I well, it's almost the same, isn't it, Abel? It's British Columbia, British England. It's almost, yeah. No, Josh, we are on verdict watch. We are literally on verdict watch right now. All of the impressiveness, we are on verdict watch, which is crazy. I did not think that we are gonna be here today. Yeah, sorry, I need to put verdict watch started. I know it is very quick. Paula did put the time 4:43, 4:42 central. Sorry, just putting that the deliberation started. It's oh my days. I just don't know what like. But Victoria's very British. Double decker, statue of Queen Victoria, high tea at the Empress Hotel. That does sound very English, definitely very British. But also, do you have the tea alarm, Bellis? If you have the tea alarm at 3 o'clock, that I would definitely consider something. Which would be a crazy. Um, 6, 7, 8, 9. Da-na-na. Are we singing the song now? Stephanie, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey. Oh, you clicking your keyboard. That is hilarious. Only you to make me laugh. Uh, um. Oh, it's not too. And it's not too hot. Ooh, I'm actually quite now. Hmm. Not that I've heard. I don't. It doesn't exist. I just saw a few months, a couple months ago, a month ago, or something. I saw a trend on TikTok that people thought that English people had a tea alarm that we would stop everything at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and or at 5, and we would just have tea. But that doesn't exist, and it's just literally it went viral on TikTok. So that's why I'm just mentioning that. uh that's why. So yeah. Is anyone here from the United States? How are any? um well, most of it, yes, they are in the US, Josh. Only me and Hannah are over in the UK. Well, Bellis is in Canada. So and we have William, that is also male. So yeah, but it's okay. We don't bite, Josh. We are very kind and very sweet. We don't bite at to anyone, so it's all right, my friend. Yeah, most people are in the USA. Most people are. Yeah, so it's they actually stopped fighting battles to have their tea. Oh yeah, they didn't they? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is verdict watch impromptu because I was not expecting this. Oh, hang on. I need to be careful with. I need to keep an eye on the feed because Judge is coming back anytime soon to dismiss them for the day because it's 9 minutes for to the hour, and she said she was gonna come back 3 minutes prior um to yeah, to dismiss them tomorrow and until tomorrow. They probably chose, yeah, 4:57, which is in a couple of minutes. They probably chose the foreman on this one. I don't think they deliberated any at all, and if they did, they took a vote to see where everyone is. um it would be crazy they get a verdict. I would, hey, Miss Sarah, welcome back. Hi. uh, we've got a picture of the jury seat. I like that. Absolutely love that. um so, and I love them. I hope listening to you in different parts of the house is getting ready. Oh, that is crazy. I love that, Stephanie. That is absolutely hilarious. They also stopped fighting in the World War II to play football. Yes, Anna, absolutely. Uh-huh. And at Christmas too. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alice. You are all crazy. I think it's because we've been already on for almost 9 hours, and we've been it's been a crazy day, my days. We've been all over. Um so yeah, just as a recap from the day, we've been in Milwaukee, we went to Las Vegas, we went to Arizona, and we're back in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin. So yeah, I'm still working. Living in half an hour ish. Yay! No more work. It's almost 11 p.m. in the UK right now. So
Oh, that is a nice fancy jury box. Oh yeah, that is so close of the gallery. Look, the gallery is like all there in the background. That is so cool. Um, it's calling in today. If you had StreamYard going, but sounds like it's a wrapping episode. Yeah, maybe another day. Yeah, for sure, Josh. Definitely is gonna be wrapping up soon because as soon as the judge does tells them to go, we'll do a little bit of an outro and that'll be it because yeah, we've been on going almost 9 hours. I am on StreamYard. I'm always on StreamYard. I very rarely or never use Streamlabs, even though I want to start using when I get the new computer. But yeah. Um, oh, Hannah, I'm so sorry, and you don't have me to talk in the morning because I'm gonna be asleep because I'm not working in the morning. So that is great. Well, my morning time, not your guys' morning. My morning time difference. Um, so I think the Red Bull I had earlier in the day has gone to dust. I'm sorry, but those hang on. Can you guys see those chairs? I'm too close through to the area. How do they um how do they sit there? I would not fit there. I am way too fat for those chairs. Like look at that gap. That gap is nothing. Am I having the wrong perspective? So I know you are already there, Hannah. But I'm sorry, like that gap, it's some probably is my perspective, but still, I would not fit there. Oh, there's more space in there. Okay. Oh, they do. It does look cramped, doesn't it? Oh, definitely. Oh, okay, great. Now we have a fun. Did you guys see we had a fun now? Jeez. Oh, today's crazy. Absolutely. I don't know what you change my name. I vamos. Yes, absolutely. Um, jury dealer 4 to 6 hours. Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna be today. We have 2 more minutes until they come back to be dismissed for the day. But oh, okay. I know, yeah. It's like I would not fit at all in that. I am way too big and way too wide for that. So it looks very cramped. It's skinny people only. Definitely not me. I would, yeah, I would be stuck. I would be so stuck that I would be, if I would be on the end, if someone had to run out, you would have to climb over me because there was no way I would be, yeah. Uh, but at least I'm glad, Sherry, that the jury and no one is in there and he can play with the camera around. As long as he doesn't show the jury, we're fine. We're safe. I know we are literally at the end, but today we've already had the media being told off twice. We had the comments that got emailed to the judge about this whole situation. We had the crazy loony bin Laurie Vallows openings. We had the sentencing of the Goodwin, of Aaron Goodwin, the Ghostbusters star, sentenced. We had the ex of Maxwell Anderson testifying very early in the morning. It's just been such a day. I know. I can't believe that he showed the jury. I want to go and watch at the very beginning. I know it was at the very beginning when there was the snafu of the of the stream that I had to change. I want to kind of see what I would like what the jury, but I will do that personally. But if you go back on my stream around, I'm trying to find a mark, but it was in the beginning ish. You can see the jury. So before I edit it out, because I might edit that part out, obviously just to be fairness. I cannot find where it was, but I'm sure when I'm doing my editing I'm gonna be able to see when that happened, because I should have done a mark on it when it was, but I forgot to do that. Anyway, but that's fine. um and I hear you just want to be able to do, you would stand and even be tight. Um,
It was after the ex. Oh, thank you. Yes, that does help. Absolutely helps because I'm gonna be absolutely looking at that. Um, yeah. So they should be back any time now to dismiss for the day if the cameraman remembers to push the buttons. That does help indeed, Hannah. So we have her right. Oh, hang on. I found as well the shot that they did of the table. I don't think you can see anything. I might take a screenshot and share that on a Facebook group and on a Discord. But I'm definitely gonna take a screenshot out of this. How do you do a screenshot on the Mac? I'm always forgetting. I should be out of there, but because Maxwell has. I'll take it later. Um, you you could be excused for height issues. You might be used as an example. If it was this trial, you probably would, because Sade was also very tiny. Um, where are they? They should be back by now. It's literally a minute to the hour. Um, hello. Do you forget about us? I think they forgot about us. Um, I, yeah, I think there's a possibility that they might have forgotten about us. That would be interesting. Can you imagine if they forgot to um to swap and then just end the streams like, okay, that's it, bye, good night. Oh my days, if they forget about us, come on, hurry up. We are on 19 minutes and 12 seconds of deliberations um on the first day, which is crazy because no one was expecting that. Did I pause this? Oh, nope, I can hear sounds. Hang on. There he goes.
Okay, so we are going to end for the day. And we'll come back tomorrow morning and begin on the deliberations again. The admonitions now are even more important. They've been the entire trial. We are so close to the end. So remember tonight when you go home, do not discuss this matter with family or friends. Do not research anything. Do not read anything. Do not look at anything. Do not text, blog, post about this matter. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, we're going to open up my jury room at about 8 o'clock. I'd like you all here by 8:30, okay? You cannot begin your deliberations until all 12 of you are together. So when all 12 of you are together, you will notify my bailiffs that you are present. At that point, we'll bring you the book back, the jury instruction book, and then at that point in time, you can begin your deliberations, but not until you're all congregated and all together. Tomorrow, coffee, water, soda, whatever you want is fine because you're going to be in the deliberation room until conclusion. Okay, remember, don't talk about the case as you're leaving here today. Wear your juror badges prominently all day tomorrow, and I think that's about it. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you back in the morning to complete this case. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening, Judge. Wow, you guys, thank you, Josh, Abellis, thank you so much. Wow, you guys, ending the day with the cherry on top. Thank you so much. I was like, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for the support and welcome to all the new members. I saw Becky P got one as well, which is awesome. Very glad about that. Um, Thank you very much. You guys are fantastic. I don't think they are going to.
Anything to address on the record?
No.
No.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
So we're going to have them just begin right when they return. Can you make sure that Celeste has phone numbers for you? If tomorrow morning there's a question or a verdict, I'd like you returned by.
Yep. Okay. That's it. That is it. So they are just 8:30 tomorrow. They are gonna go straight into deliberation. So we will come at shortly before 8:30 Central, which is about 9:30 Eastern. That's when we're gonna start our stream tomorrow. Hannah, for us is about 2:30 in the afternoon. So we're gonna do that. Oh, nice. That's a nice name, Anna. we're gonna do that. We're gonna start about 20 past 9, 25 past 9 Eastern. I'm still deciding. I'll keep you in my thoughts just for you guys to have to deal with that. We're gonna deal with Lori tomorrow. So we're gonna start the clock straight away at 8:30. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you very much, Cindy. So we're gonna do Lori Dingbell from tomorrow while we are on verdict watch. We'll be following that trial, but we will be on rewatch. We're not gonna catch it live because of the time difference, and it would be too much. If there's another trial, we might jump on the bandwagon. We'll see, but I want to see a little bit of Lori. We'll see where it takes us. We go with the flow. But I'm glad that we are getting justice for this beautiful girl on screen, Sade Robinson. I am gonna be wearing pink tomorrow to get some, hopefully, bring some justice home to the family, Robinson family. If you want to join me, please do. If you don't, it's absolutely fine. You can leave a pink heart in the comments. That would be sufficient, and we'll find justice for her. So it has been an eventful day. We've had exes on the stand. We have crazy openings from Laurie. We've had sentencings. We've had a surprise closing and a surprise mini verdict watch of 20 minutes. It hasn't been a productive day, hasn't been a long day as well. We are shortly of 9 hours of stream, so I think we are gonna end up here. It has been an amazing day. Thank you very much to Abelis and Josh for the memberships giving and for the journeys as well. The journeys as well. Thank you very much for that. And I appreciate every single one of you just being in chat with me, just leaving a comment, just interacting. That means a lot to me. It has been a great day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Stay safe. See you tomorrow, and I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.